This is my planet. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 626. If it were you, I would also lick the innermost part of the Earth's core. Even the humans on Earth who had just begun to explore the universe could not really enter it. It's a bit funny to say that there are so many stars and seas, but in fact, I don't even know my hometown. The humans of Kanglong Star have immigrated to Kanglong Star for a long time, but they have not been able to explore deep underground. This technology was only achieved after the great technological leap in the past 30 years. For today's humans, the core of the Earth is no longer a big secret, but they still can't enter directly. It's not just because of the terrible mass density, nor is it just because of the terrifying high temperature. These are still surmountable for today's technology. But the inexplicably frenzied and extremely harmful gas turbulence in the center of the core is what really hinders people's exploration. People can break through solid metals and break through temperatures comparable to the surface of the sun, but for that airflow, it's like a wall of size and they can't get in. This alone is fine, but the vacuum zone wrapped by the airflow is also full of strange blood. At first glance, it's as thin as blood, but at another glance, it looks like a sea of blood. It's a world of its own, weird and inexplicable, and no scientific equipment can explain it. Then, the great Xia Emperor Xia Guixuan called for a complete halt. What was there to explore? It was just someone's healing place for more than 20,000 years. Empress Ling Moxa lost her temper for some unknown reason and found an excuse to beat up the emperor. It was said that the sound of domestic violence that night was heard outside the palace. This time, Ling Moxa took Xia Guixuan to perform the Earth escape technique and headed straight to the depths of the Earth's core, and soon stopped outside the terrifying airflow. Xia Guixuan's confused eyes suddenly became a little sharp and cautious. How is it? Ling Moxa glanced at him. Is this breath familiar? Not only familiar, but the breath raging in the body at this time is also like this. Because this is the energy of Xiao Siming, and it carries the strong imprint of the Teichu Qi. It is also partly because of his own energy mixed in when forcing out these energies, forming a strong tearing vortex. This is almost the same as the situation in the body at this time. Xia Guixuan looked at it for a while in a trance, and some pictures flashed through his mind quickly. That palm at the beginning. This palm now. And the last sword, the struggle and resistance of the sister's soul see with Teichu, reflected on her face, twisted in pain. So he couldn't bear to watch, couldn't bear to see, sealed his consciousness, closed his eyes and struck. The picture was like broken glass, and in front of him was still the turbulent flow, and Ling Moxa who was watching him quietly beside him. Xia Guixuan smiled apologetically, always feeling that it was a bad thing to think of other women at this time. Then he flashed and accurately passed through the almost non-existent gap between the swirling air currents. The wall of size that was almost untouchable in the eyes of countless people was almost like strolling in his own backyard. Ling Moxa was a little impressed. Even for her current practice, it was not easy to break in like this. But he didn't recover at all, and he could do it so easily. This was completely an intuitive judgment, and all the changes in strength and weakness were like reading a book on the palm of your hand. Ling Moxa was embarrassed to ask him to take her in, and wandered around outside with a frown for a long time before finding an opportunity to rush in. Well, he probably didn't notice it, maybe he didn't know it's actually quite difficult for me to get in. Well, Ling Moxa secretly glanced at Xia Guixuan, and saw a tiny drop of blood hanging in his palm, the kind that you can't see without looking closely. Does this look familiar? Ling Moxa asked, with a hint of sarcasm in her tone. Xia Guixuan looked at her carefully. This looks like your blood, Ling Moxa. Why isn't it your blood? Xia Guixuan said. It's very similar to my blood, but much weaker, Ling Moxa. Can I beat you up? Wait, I haven't finished yet, Xia Guixuan said. This blood contains some other people's auras mixed together, and it's closer to yours. At this point, he hesitated, wanting to say something but stopped. Ling Moxa said coldly, if you have something to say, just say it. Xia Guixuan scratched his head. You, really aren't I or someone's daughter? Clang clang. Ling Moxa flipped Xia Guixuan over, raised the scabbard and beat him all over the head. Xia Guixuan held his head and crouched down. You asked me to say it, and what? And I really feel that you are someone very close to me. Ling Moxa paused in beating him, and said unhappily, "This is where you once healed your wounds. Both the aura and the injuries are very close to your current condition, and you should be able to trace and sense the residual healing breath here. You can heal it the same way you did before. Just learn from yourself." Xia Guixuan was stunned. "What a coincidence," Ling Moxia sneered. "It's not a coincidence, it's just that you were injured twice by the same person. Rather than a coincidence, it's better to say it's a cycle. We just hope that there won't be a third time like this, otherwise we will never let her go, or we will never let you go. I can understand why you're not letting each other go, but why are you not letting me go? Do you know how many people care about you? Do you know how many lives are tied to your fate? Are you so proud of hurting yourself like a little kid every day? Especially since we suspect that you died a miserable death because of being licked by a dog," Ling Moxia said angrily. "You are so arrogant to me, but you go out and lick other women and wag your tail. Why don't you just die?" Xia Guixuan, "Damn, it feels so good to scold." Ling Moxia felt it was worth it. How long has this resentment been suppressed? But Xia Guixuan blurted out, "It's not like that. Teichu is better than me. I have tried my best to get this result." Who is Teichu?" Silence. Xia Guixuan scratched his head. Ling Moxia blinked his eyes. It seems that he unexpectedly found some memories? This dead man wants to save face. Will scolding him a few more times force out his memories? Seeing her weird look, Xia Guixuan took a half step back and stammered, I didn't lick any woman. Although it seems that I can't bear to hide her." Ling Moxia's eyes became dangerous again. "But if it was you on the other side," Xia Guixuan said seriously, "my choice would be exactly the same." Ling Moxia looked at him in a daze. All her thoughts were messed up. "Is that so? If it was me on the other side, would your choice be exactly the same?" "No. You don't even know who the hell I am. Isn't it like Aquaman picking up girls when you say this?" Ling Moxia waved the scabbard. The miserable sound of domestic violence rang out from deep in the core of the earth, and the man dodged and called out, "I'm telling the truth." "Ouch, stop hitting me." Chapter 627 I'm happy. She was too lazy to think too much, and felt satisfied with this moment. Seeing Xia Guixuan, who had been beaten, stood up and sat cross-legged with a groan, trying to sense the surrounding aura with a wronged look on his face, and arrogantly and angrily not looking at her. Ling Moxia tilted her head and looked at him, feeling very good. He was so cute like this. I really wanted to tease him. But in the end, she did nothing, just sat beside him, with her elbows on her knees and her palms supporting her cheeks, just watching him concentrate on his perception. No matter how cute he was, Ling Moxia still wanted the invincible and omnipotent Xia Guixuan. Xia Guixuan's state at this time was a little mysterious. The original intention was to sense the healing aura here, awaken this memory, so as to heal himself. As a result, the aura was all around, and he didn't feel anything related to healing at all. It was all something else. This place is really too subtle and meaningful. Almost the same aura, inside and out, as if connected to a world. The breath of Xiao Siming, the breath of Teichu, and his own breath, interweaving, violent, hateful, resentful, sad, hesitant. The complex and strong emotions almost washed away the cold Teichu's intention. A pair of complex eyes appeared in front of him, and then gradually turned gray and cold. The struggle and sadness that flashed by pierced the soul sea, stirring the soul power capsule wrapped in memory into 1,000 holes. Various memory images leaked out everywhere like a leak. The past appeared scene by scene, messy and broken, and could not form a plot. What can be confirmed is, I was injured twice, and I came here twice. For this planet, the last time I healed here was the origin of everything. It seems that you can see a fox jumping down from the mountains, and the full moon in the sky reflects the figure, like a dream. There is a flame falling from the sky, turning into a hot queen. A pale woman is shrouded in a gloomy black robe, and there is a vast sea of blood in front of her. Who else should I be if not you? The black robe cloak was lifted, revealing the full face of the woman, with a painful expression and unconvinced eyes, but she lowered her head helplessly. Dead. The picture was like broken glass, and the painting collapsed all over the floor. Xia Guixuan was completely out of the play and woke up. When he opened his eyes, he saw the face that just called dead. No longer with pale cheeks and unyielding eyes, now with rosy cheeks, beautiful eyes full of spring, looking at his profile with a slight smile, as if thinking of something very happy. In dreams and outside of dreams, time has passed. What's wrong? Seeing him open his eyes, Ling Moxia asked, Have you found your healing consciousness? Xia Guixuan still looked at her steadily, which made Ling Moxu look down at her body inexplicably. It was not dirty. But Xia Guixuan said softly, Moxu, here. Ling Moxu subconsciously straightened her back and responded. Immediately, he was startled. Did he tell him that his name was Moxu? Oh, it seems so. But why did he suddenly change his name from General to Moxu? You, Ling Moxu suddenly realized and said with a chuckle, did your memory recover? At this moment, she didn't even know whether she was happy or disappointed. This feeling was subtle and hard to describe. No. I just remembered some fragments, Xia Guixuan said. Ling Moxu sighed, and even her straight back seemed to collapse a little. Xia Guixuan suddenly said, are you not really eager for me to recover? Ling Moxu said angrily, nonsense, I just remembered some fragments, and I seem to be bullying you, Ling Moxu, no matter what our relationship was before, Xia Guixuan said softly, I will definitely not bully you in the future. Ling Moxu didn't know how to explain her behavior, but she found it a little funny to hear him say that. She tilted her head and asked, why? Because you are much more beautiful now than before, are you praising me? Ling Moxu felt that the taste was strange no matter how she tasted it. She came over angrily and grabbed his collar. Explain it clearly. Was I ugly before? No, I was still beautiful, Xia Guixuan said hurriedly. It's just that in the picture in my memory, you had resentment in your heart and deep obsession. Now you are full of joy and vitality. I hope you can be like this forever. Ling Moxu was stunned for a while, and suddenly said viciously, what if you will make me become like before after you recover? Xia Guixuan said, that's impossible. I now know for sure that I sealed my memory and did not change my temperament. My temperament and preferences must be the same. I am sure that I like to see you happy, and this will not change. Ling Moxu's eyes moved, as if there were ripples, which were not clear. He was indeed right. Ling Moxu was too familiar with Xia Guixuan. After a short period of contact, he could clearly see that his temperament had absolutely not changed. He just forgot something. Including the perspective of a superior, it was just because he forgot how awesome he was and kept it in a cautious way. In fact, the consciousness of not being inferior to others has never disappeared. It also includes his lustful nature, calling her beautiful all the time without any cover-up. In other words, his words are true. If he had questioned his heart before, then this moment was to open his heart. I like you and hope you are the same as before. You also like me and hope I am happy. I am very happy. She took a deep breath and turned her head away from him. She always felt that if she looked at him for a few more times, she would not be able to help but lean into his arms and kiss him. She could only pretend to be cold. You are here to comprehend the treatment, not to let you find inspiration for picking up girls. Enter the meditation, be serious. In fact, Xia Guixuan really felt that if he entered the meditation again, it would not be to comprehend any treatment method, but to completely unlock his memory. Even now, he felt that he remembered a lot of things, and the packaging of the soul power capsule had long been like a sieve. Moreover, the effect of talking to this Miss Mozu seemed to be no worse than entering the meditation to comprehend. Being in this environment and facing familiar people is a kind of unlocking in itself, so why do you need to enter a state of meditation? He insisted, I still want to talk to you. Ling Moxu suddenly became irritable and pressed him to the ground. I think you just want to trick people into practicing dual cultivation. Xia Guixuan was dumbfounded. I didn't mean that. Who wants to practice dual cultivation? Chapter 628, Completing Our Past. Ling Moxu admitted that she wanted to. It wasn't that she wanted to have a double cultivation, but she really wanted to be intimate with him. She had been holding it back for a long time. She originally thought that after he lost his memory, she didn't know if he was still the same person, and he couldn't touch her. But after getting along for a while, she felt that he was still the same person, just the one who forgot something. Not only was he still the same person, but he was even cuter and more sincere, so cute that Ling Moxu felt that this relationship was like making up for the love she had lost. The desire to be intimate with him that she had suppressed before became more and more uncontrollable, and she even wanted to be closer to him. How can there be love without hugging, kissing, and touching? Isn't it that there is still something missing, and it is not enough to make up for it? However, before, maybe Xia Guixuan couldn't bring himself to play a little tender and sweet love with her, but now it was her turn to be too embarrassed to say to this confused Xia, let's fall in love. I want to lean on your shoulder to look at the stars. I want you to kiss my face. Who the hell can say that? What should I do? Ling Moxu was also very anxious. She wanted to secretly post a message online to ask netizens. Waiting online. Forget it, I won't ask. At worst, the big car will run over the child. How about pushing him in return? Well, this general asked you to sleep with him. Will you do it? Oh, no, Xia Guixuan struggled. Moxu. No, General, please respect yourself, General, respect yourself. Don't think I don't know that you always look at me secretly, with those lustful eyes. I appreciate the beautiful eyes. Will anyone believe this if you post it online? If a novel is written like this, it will be called a naive article. Okay, Xia Guixuan sniffed, but you are really beautiful. Ling Moxu's smile was a little charming. Then, do you want to kiss me? Xia Guixuan swallowed unconsciously. Ling Moxu's smile became more playful. The two suddenly fell silent, looking at each other from top to bottom. The air was very quiet, and the surrounding gas turbulence only made some whirring sounds, like the sound of wind in the wild, but it made it more quiet. Ling Moxu once again clearly realized that this was deep in the core of the earth, a man and a woman alone, with no one else around. Xia Guixuan also had this realization, and at the same time realized, this girl must be his woman, no matter how much he liked her or how she behaved, there was no doubt about it. The breathing of both of them gradually became rapid, and they could even hear each other's heartbeats, gradually reaching the same frequency from the chaos. Ling Moxu couldn't help but kiss him slowly, kissing the side of his face, muttering, I won't pretend anymore. What, General? I'm so tired. You're so smart. You should have guessed our relationship a long time ago. Just pretending. Xia Guixuan pursed his lips and said nothing. But I still don't want you to kiss me, Ling Moxu murmured. You don't even know who I am now. I don't want you to flirt with me. But I want to be attached to you. What should I do? Then I'll flirt with you. Xia Guixuan. What's wrong? Don't want to be inferior to others. Ling Moxu smiled and stretched out her hand to lift his chin. But unfortunately, you can't beat me now. Ha ha ha, Xia Guixuan muttered. Why do I feel like you've been waiting for this moment for a long time? Ling Moxu thought for a while. Yes, I should say that I have been looking forward to the moment when I take the initiative between you and me. Xia Guixuan stopped talking. More and more fragments flashed in his mind. Her kneeling, her bowing, her serving. From unwillingness, to flattery, to tears, to returning to love. Scenes passed through his mind one by one. Finally solidified into her, who was half a step away from taking, resolutely holding a sword and shooting at the half-step supreme Tathagata. From the first moment of swinging the sword, she burned her life and moved forward, as if she was going to die. Actually, Xia Guixuan is not the only one who is injured now. Ling Moxu is also injured, and even her lifespan has been shortened. But she didn't show it at all. More and more memories came in like a tide, and the soul power that sealed the memories was almost broken. Ling Moxu's lips finally covered his lips. The familiar touch, soft, cold, and a little sweet. Xia Guixuan didn't close his eyes, and neither did Ling Moxu. The two kissed and looked at each other for a while. Ling Moxu's cheeks became redder and redder, and she muttered, What are you looking at? Can you be a little shy? The tenderness in Xia Guixuan's heart was really indescribable, and he couldn't help but open his mouth slightly. Just when Ling Moxu thought he was going to behave, she suddenly felt a clear air surge from his danchan and passed into her danchan through her mouth. That was some healing energy that Xia Guixuan barely condensed when he entered into meditation just now, and he sent it all to Ling Moxu. Ling Moxu's heart was shocked. You, Xia Guixuan said softly, it doesn't matter who takes the initiative. What matters is that we should always be together. Endless vitality rebrushed Ling Moxu's meridians, and even the spirit platform was moistened and spread. There was a bang in her mind, and she suddenly felt that the bottleneck that she had never been able to break through before was broken. This is her path. Ling Moxu clearly felt that her injuries were healing, and the lost lifespan was being replenished. No, it didn't need to be replenished, because from this moment on, the lifespan was endless. The unparalleled sword intent burst out in the soul sea, straight up to the sky, and in the usual sharpness, there was a return to the original nature. The ancient sword shape rotated in the sea of consciousness, engraved with the mountains, rivers, seas, and eternal humanities. Zuanian's sword intent was perfected. Ling Moxu is too clear. And Xia Guixuan's injury. Ling Moxu hadn't had time to feel it properly, when a humming sound suddenly came from outside the core of the earth. Woo! I knew you would steal from the public. You said you would take him for treatment and urged us to find medicine, but in fact you did it to steal. Ling Moxu turned over with a flushed face, and turned to see Yin Xiaoru squatting outside the cyclone turbulence with a handkerchief in her mouth, whimpering, "I'm either working overtime or looking for medicine." Ling Moxu almost found a crack in the ground to crawl into. Why are you here?" Yin Xiaoru sniffed and said, with a weakening of someone, "Our three realms integral formation began to loosen, because the backbone is missing. Gayatafagata is attacking frantically. We can't stand it anymore, and you are still stealing here." Ling Moxu's face changed immediately. She knew very well that the reason why the previous war could be fought back and forth was because of the defense of the formation. If Xia Guixuan's weakness caused the formation to begin to decay, and he was still injured, then everyone would not be able to withstand the supreme attack. The secluded paradise where a man and a woman lived alone suddenly changed. The sound of war drums struck into the dream, instantly pulling everyone back to reality. Chapter 629, The Dim Lights. Ling Moxu stood up with a sword. "I'll go to join the battle." "No, it's useless for you to go alone. If the formation doesn't work, our strength will be much worse. There is no supreme over there." Yin Xiaoru looked at Xia Guixuan. "Is this guy okay?" This attitude made Ling Moxu laugh. No matter how much others thought Xia Guixuan was cute, they would at least worry about whether he could recover, so Shang Zhaoa drove everyone away to find medicinal herbs. Only this fox didn't seem to have thought about this at all. In her eyes, did she think that Xia Guixuan was just sleeping in, and she could just wake him up when the business came? Yin Xiaoru really thought so. Look at this guy's clear eyes and full of vitality. He can kiss women and touch them randomly. I don't believe it's a problem that is difficult to recover. It just depends on how long he sleeps in. Maybe he has already recovered and is playing a joke on you. Hey, are you awake? Xia Guixuan thought she was also very funny. Is this the moon demon fox that flashed in my memory just now? Why do I want to smile like an ant when I see her? Half asleep, half awake. He smiled and answered, I remembered a lot of things, but they are fragmented and can't be connected. Probably soon. Yin Xiaoru pointed at her nose. Do you recognize me? Xia Guixuan said, little fox. Yin Xiaoru became happy. Who am I to you? Xia Guixuan said, a cute pet. Yin Xiaoru. Ling Moxu was overjoyed. You have come to this day. You always brag that you are the main wife, ha ha ha. But Xia Guixuan continued, I remember some scenes. My grandfather was holding a white fox. It was very warm. I was thinking that my family and I would be like this. Ling Moxu's smile froze on her face. Yin Xiaoru blinked. It seems, that's right. This guy is really half asleep and half awake, not pretending. She didn't have so many inner dramas and little entanglements like Ling Moxu before. She turned into a white fox directly, slipped into Xia Guixuan's arms, and asked, is that so? Xia Guixuan hugged her and touched her head, feeling really warm. If you want to be a family, you must hold a fox in your arms. It's in our genes. Ling Moxu squinted her eyes at the unconscious anti-smile on Xia Guixuan's face, and the stinky fox shamelessly occupying his arms and showing a comfortable expression. She was almost furious. Stinky fox, this arms was mine just now, and you just grabbed it so naturally when you came? Ling Moxu was so angry that his face, which had been smiling sweetly just now, was already covered with frost. Yin Xiaoru. Are you here to report military intelligence or to show off? Didn't you say that the situation outside can't be sustained? The fox spoke in human language. You can't hold on if you go out, and it's useless for me to go out. It will only be useful if this guy recovers. I'm doing this to make him remember more. Hey, Cindy, this 3 realms in 1 formation is weakening. Can you think of any way? Do you have to recover yourself? Xia Guixuan frowned and thought for a long time, and said uncertainly, I have a feeling. The shaking of this realm is not because of my weakness, but because its structure itself is built on the basis of the universe, that is, Teichu? Yes, Teichu Qi. Therefore, the shaking of the realm formation is caused by the contraction of Teichu Qi. What is needed now is someone outside the Teichu system to adjust the formation and break away from the Teichu root. It should be like this. Ling Moxu suddenly realized that it made sense. The contraction of the Teichu Qi caused all the cultivations related to Teichu to collapse. The energy of the Kanglong star region was originally built on the universe, so of course it could not avoid the end of decline. This had nothing to do with Xia Guixuan's injury. It was just that the formation had energy reserves, so it did not dissipate so quickly, and it was only now beginning to show up. After all, he was still powerful. His memory had not yet recovered, and he had seen through the most fundamental things as if by instinct. She thought about it and asked, then who can break away from the Tetrarch? My master and I seem to be able to do it. I have your bloodline, and my master has the talent of a centaur, which is less related to Techu. But we don't know the formation. Can Yunun do it? Xia Guixuan hugged the fox and said aggrievedly, I'm not even sure how to heal myself, and I can't remember how many people there are in the star region. You ask me. Ling Moxa swallowed what she wanted to say and sighed. It was the problem, and they were his right-hand men, but when he got injured, a group of people were helpless. The defensive formation was left by him, so he has to change it? Without his protection, are we really useless? How can we say anything? She whispered, then I'll go see how many people can understand the formation. No, the fox poked his head out. Why does this plot seem familiar? To make a formation, to find people who understand it. Ling Moxa turned to look at her. The fox scratched his head. At that time, we wanted to make a miniature version of the Nano-Spirit Gathering formation, and then attracted Sister Xiao Siming. Sister Xiao Siming knows a lot about formations. By the way, she seems to have a direct descendant here. Ling Moxa was stunned for a long time. Are you talking about Fat Tiger? Can it work? Xiao Siming herself is a creation of the primordial era, right? Yin Xiaoru said, but Fat Tiger is an original creature of the earth, brought here by immigrants from the earth in the early years to be bred. Your bloodline can avoid the influence of the primordial era, so it should be able to do it too, right? Ling Moxa looked a little strange, as if she also felt that this was too much of a coincidence. She didn't say much, and quickly disappeared. Yin Xiaoru looked at the direction where she disappeared and muttered, Mozu is such a serious and persistent person. Xia Guixuan looked down at her. I don't know if you are lucky or if you are good, so everyone is getting better and better. The fox changed her position comfortably in his arms, lying on her back and looking at Xia Guixuan's face. Be nicer to her in the future. Xia Guixuan couldn't help but ask, what about you? The fox smiled. I never felt that I was missing anything. When you came out of here, you were so cute and confused and didn't know anything. It's no different from now. They said why I didn't care about your injury. I think Cindy has always been like this. Xia Guixuan laughed dumbly. I can't remember exactly what I was like before, but my feelings for each person are really different. I feel distressed for Mozu. I just want to smile at this fox. It seems that as long as I hold it, I will be at peace. The fox blinked. Do you want to heal? Xia Guixuan knew what she wanted to ask when she looked at her like that. Do you want to practice dual cultivation? However, he was more confident at this moment and already knew how to heal this injury. Bang! A bronze tripod was placed in front of her. Yin Xiaoru looked at the cracks on it curiously, as if this thing was connected to Xia Guixuan's body. Every inch of crack represented a bit of damage in his body, and the real feedback was reflected outside. This place is hot and has fire, the original fire from the Earth's core, which is very good. Metal is also a magical creation, and there is no need to go out to find materials. Xia Guixuan whispered, I don't know if Fat Tiger is reliable. I hope it can really hold on for a while. When my 9 cauldrons are restored, that will be the day the enemy surrenders. Yin Xiaoru said, what about the memory? How to restore it? Xia Guixuan smiled. It seems that it doesn't matter anymore. Whether I remember it or not, you are the most important people to me. Even if I can't remember it, what's the harm in starting over? Do you dislike me? Fox shaved his face. You are getting more and more like a sea king. I think you are confident that you can recover naturally, but you have to say it so nicely. Xia Guixuan did not refute this. He stared at the fire from the Earth's core gradually wrapping the bronze tripod. After a long while, he whispered, I have been injured twice and started from here twice. The same thing is that you have been by my side every time. Yin Xiaoru said, it's enough to know that we are good. You just lick others every day. Xia Guixuan whispered, if the last time was the beginning of everything, then this time should be the end of everything. Mozu is right, there won't be a third time. The beginning is here, and the heart is here. Yin Xiaoru looked up at his thoughtful expression, knowing that he had been searching for this in his life, but when he looked back, he actually had always been here. Chapter 630, One roar swallows millions of soldiers. Boom. Gaia, Ymir and Tathagata, 3 supreme and quasi-supreme powers, bombarded the defense array of the Kanglong star domain from different directions. The light curtain of the array shook, and the plane began to crack. The independent star domain and the indestructible integrated defense that Xia Guixuan had spent decades slowly building since he came out of retreat finally began to fall apart. The contraction of the Taichu power is a double-edged sword. Their subordinates are no longer good, and the Kanglong star domain will also be affected. This is because the collapse of the universe has not spread to this place, otherwise it will be a doomsday scene. Regardless of whether it is the doomsday or not, Gaia and others know that this is the last chance to break through the Kanglong star domain. At least they are supreme, and no one in the Kanglong star domain can reach this level. Without the defense of the array, they are just a vegetable. At this moment, they all receive the will feedback from Taichu. Taichu was sealed in Xiao Siming's body. Xiao Siming's body and Taichu's consciousness were both in a state of serious injury, which was equivalent to a disabled person. Xia Guixuan's condition is similar. He is also a cripple, but he has been taken back to the Kanglong star domain. This shows the importance of power. Taichu is almost alone at this time, hiding in an unknown plane for recuperation. When Gaia and the others go back to form wings, the daily is cold. Xia Guixuan has a strong army, so it goes without saying who can recover faster. Once he recovers first, everyone will die without a burial place. Not to mention whether they can break through the star domain and kill Xia Guixuan first, at least they have to interfere with Xia Guixuan's recovery, not letting them find medicine at ease, and delay time for Taichu. What's more, the possibility of breaking through the star domain is very high. Yawu and others were able to carry them before because their attacks would be automatically received by the formation, and Yawu and others were only responsible for attacking. Now it's the other way around. It's Yawu and the others who are afraid that the formation will be broken, and they are trying their best to take the attack for the formation. How can they take the supreme attack? After a while, everyone was injured. If it weren't for the formations that could still protect together, I'm afraid something would have happened, but how long could it hold out? As Yin Xiaoru said, even with Ling Moxu, they were also here to give up. Besides, the strongest defensive force was actually the human fleet. Maybe they were very strong in a large-scale war, but the effect was too embarrassing in front of the Supreme. Even if the fleet used the most powerful air rail guns now, it could only cooperate with Yawu and the others to produce a little harassment. Even this little harassment was not easy to play, because the opponent was not without soldiers. Some of the giants and Buddhas were useless, and some could barely retain some strength. At this time, the whole army attacked and entangled with a human fleet. Even if it was the last straw, it might break the camel's back. Gaia and others were putting all their wealth on it at this time. Can the Kanglong star region still hold on? Tathagata's Buddha Palm and Yawu faced each other, and Yawu's mouth was bleeding and she fell back. With a click, the star region's protection finally cracked a gap. Tathagata was ecstatic, but he was still a little cautious, fearing that there might be some trap inside. He waved his hand and asked his Buddhas to rush in first. Yawu's face was pale, and she blamed herself very much. Could it be that without Xia Guixuan, everyone was so vulnerable? She almost wanted to try to see if she could hurt Tathagata by self-detonation. But just as the thought came to her mind, a terrifying power suddenly came from behind her, just like a person resting in the mountains, with a strong wind behind him, and the tiger eyes like copper bells flashing in the forest. The shock of that moment was enough to make people's hearts and courage break. Yawu looked back suddenly, wondering when there was such a powerful comrade in the star field, why didn't she know it before? As a result, she was dumbfounded. A round tiger. You can't even tell whether it is a tiger or a ball. Anyway, the neck is almost invisible, and the flesh on the face is so crowded that the facial features are almost invisible. It spreads two fleshy wings and flies towards this side. Upon closer inspection, it seems that there are 4 flesh wings. Behind him, Ling Moxu, who was furious, tried to grab its tail. Fat tiger, why are you going there? Isn't the core of the formation on the main star? Yawu, are you here to make fun of me? You can faintly hear the chuckle of Tathagata outside, and the countless Buddha arhats who are approaching are all grinning. Fuhu Arhat said that he had never seen such a fat tiger. Yawu covered his face. It's better to just self-destruct. I can afford to lose, but I can't afford to lose this man. Roar, Fat Tiger roared to the sky. The terrifying sound waves shook the universe. The vacuum of the universe, which obviously cannot transmit sound, could not hinder this shocking tiger roar at all. For a while, a strong wind blew up, turbulence swept across the star field, and the entire space was swept into chaos and distortion. It was like a roar that shattered the sky. The Buddha soldiers who invaded the star field subconsciously waved their sleeves to block in front of them. Yao Wu and Ling Moxu were stunned. Is Fat Tiger so strong? It seems that its strength is only wuxiang. What kind of black routine is this? But despite the might, no one felt any vibration of energy. Could it be that this was just a silver-plated spearhead, with only appearance, but actually used to scare people? Only Tathagata felt something was wrong. The crack that was clearly blasted open seemed like the end of the world. It existed, but it seemed not to exist. Was the crack moved? Did the entire formation change direction? Or was it a trick? He quickly inserted his palm into the formation, trying to stop the change, but his palm seemed to touch the crack, but it only caused a ripple, which was blocked by the thin curtain of the formation. It was not a trick, the formation really changed. The Buddhist soldiers who were already in the formation could not sense the change. Tathagata was still doing experiments, and an ancient Buddha laughed. I thought it was a tiger, but it turned out to be a fat cat. Come here. A cloth bag suddenly opened, and the fierce suction force attracted Fat Tiger, and was about to put it into the bag. Tathagata tried to stop him. Stop. This isn't. Fat Tiger's eyes, which were so crowded that they couldn't be seen, suddenly widened in anger. Roar. A strong wind blew up, and the suction force was reversed. The suction force of the cloth bag had no effect at all, and Fat Tiger sucked it in. The ancient Buddha gave up the cloth bag in a hurry, but it was too late. With a scream, the ancient Buddha and the cloth bag were swallowed into Fat Tiger's stomach. The tiger roared and the suction force was still there, like a black hole that had existed since ancient times, or like a mouthful that could contain the universe. Countless Buddhas and Arhats screamed, without even the strength to resist, and were all swallowed up by Fat Tiger. Yao Wu Ling Moxu was stunned. Even the human warships in the distance held their breath, swallowing millions of soldiers with one roar. This is not Fat Tiger. This is a living demon. Tathagata pointed his spear and shouted angrily, you are not a tiger at all. This is Dijiang, there is a god, whose shape is like a yellow sack, red like cinnabar fire, with 6 legs and 4 wings, chaotic and faceless, who knows how to sing and dance, but it is Dijiang. To put it simply, it is a yellow meatball with 6 legs and 4 wings, and it knows how to watch singing and dancing. Yao Wu Ling Moxu didn't know how Fat Tiger could be considered Dijiang. Could it be that he is as fat as a ball and his facial features are so squeezed that you can see them? But then again, maybe it really is considered. Dijiang is chaos. Chaos is Ahua. Or maybe Dijiang is a weakened version of chaos. Ahua once trained Fat Tiger. Could it be this? Then the inversion and disorder of the formation can be understood. In the final analysis, this is the power of chaos. The law of the same level as Taichu and Ahua. Even if the power is insufficient, how can it be stopped by the mere Buddha soldiers and Arhats? Chapter 631, The Blue Dragon Never Sleeps. Ling Moxu was surprised and happy, and asked Fat Tiger with some hesitation, did you really eat them? Look left and right, your belly is not that big. Fat Tiger shook his head, and in Yao Wu's eyes looking at the monster, he said in a lolly voice, that's a chaotic space. Just like they want to put me in a bag, I can also put them in it, huh? I won't eat it even if you give it to me, it's stinky, Ling Moxu said, are they in your belly? Won't they be beaten out? No, the Stinky Gundam's methods are very strange, then how will they get out? Fat Tiger said as a matter of course, pull it out, Yao Wu, Ling Moxu, boom, the realm shook, and Tathagata slammed his palm on the thin curtain of the formation again, and a crack appeared again with the naked eye. Fat Tiger was prepared, and his tiger eyes glared, and at the same time the crack appeared, it disappeared and moved. Tathagata frowned slightly, as if thinking about something. Yao Wu, Fat Tiger hurriedly transmitted his voice, I didn't reinforce the formation at all, where do I get such strength? I just distorted the chaos, moved a broken place, and replaced it with a good one. Let's leave here first, I can't bear the energy shock of this bald fat man's attack on the formation. Yao Wu Ling Moxu was stunned. Is this possible? Tathagata didn't see it at the first time, but he probably saw it now. Could it be that he doesn't have a solution? To put it bluntly, the supreme attack itself does not have to be directed at one place. The power can directly spread across the star field, and it is no problem to crush the entire formation like an egg. Now it is attacking one place, which is nothing more than the result of everyone fighting here. As long as Tathagata sees the way, can't he change his method? What's more, this is not just Tathagata's enemy, there are Gaia and Ymir in other directions. How can a fat tiger cope with it? Yao Wu picked up Fat Tiger without saying a word and retreated, saying hurriedly, I'll take you to retreat. What should we do with this formation? Fat Tiger looked back at Tathagata, sighed and said, I don't need to do it myself, I just injected the power of chaos, and the magical powers of the Stinky Gundam will adjust themselves, and they will automatically change position wherever it is broken. If I were to do it, I couldn't keep up with the reaction of that bald fat man, and I would have been dead long ago. I see, so Ahua is still very powerful, as long as she doesn't do it herself. Her magical powers are more reliable if used by Fat Tiger than by herself. Fat Tiger grinned and said, the other two sides are also changing now, which is quite interesting. It feels like they are playing whack-a-mole. With such a large star field, if they still hit each other like this, it will probably take 100 years to destroy all the positions. Well, it seems that you are not much better than Ahua. The pretense of swallowing millions of soldiers just now has completely collapsed. Ling Moxu was wondering in a daze, are all the people around him like this? It seems that I am the most normal, right? She grabbed Fat Tiger's neck hair and lifted him up with one hand. This is not a game, what can we do? Do you really think they are just playing whack-a-mole? They are just testing the attack. If they really find a solution, it will be over. Fat Tiger hurriedly said, I'm doing it, I'm doing it. In fact, before this, the master had gradually converted the cosmic energy of the star field into his own actions. But this is a relatively long project, and the master has not finished it. Now we only need to activate and start what he has done halfway. Ling Moxu is stunned. It's okay what Xiao Siming and Ahua taught you, but how come I don't know what the master did? How do you know it just by eating? By the way, this tiger seems to have transformed into a fat lolly. He can't be. Fat Tiger said, because I have been in the temple. The temple is the core of the star field. I have been listening to every conversation between the master and the fox centaurs, including the time when the master put his hand into the fox's clothes while talking, and the centaurs would blush and not look. Now I think the centaurs have changed. As expected, the master's mount can only be me. Fatty, shut up. Ling Moxu pinched its neck. The more you talk, the more nonsense it makes sense. Is this what I want to hear? Compared with Fat Tiger's body size, Ling Moxu pinching its neck is just like a little girl holding a tiger doll twice her size. The scene is so cute no matter how you look at it. Yao Wu couldn't bear to look at it and looked away, thinking that no one around the master is reliable, and Yao Wu, is more normal. Fat Tiger said with difficulty, it seems like this from listening to their conversation. Generally speaking, the gods derived from a plane, whether they are created by the god of creation or the spirits of heaven and earth derived from nature, directly reflect the attributes of the plane. However, our Kanglong star region is different. The star region has never derived gods, and the gods created by the Father God do not reflect the attributes of this plane, and do not even fully reflect the attributes of the Father God himself. Instead, they are a combination of digital gods and the Father God's intentions. Ling Moxu's hands loosened unconsciously, and she looked at Yao Wu in a trance, and Yao Wu was also looking at her. This may not be Xia Guixuan's layout. He did not foresee this extent. It can only be said that his enthusiastic spirit of exploration of new things naturally created such a fate. Fat Tiger continued, so the master discussed this issue with a girl with glasses and that flew away a long time ago, saying that if the Kanglong star field is to exist as an independent plane in the future, then the main energy composition should not be the same as the existing universe. Yao Wu couldn't help but ask, what does it have to do with him? Fat Tiger said, the energy composition of the Kanglong plane can be reversed from the attributes of these gods. It should be a combination of the master's power and the power of science and technology. The master said that the most interesting thing about human technology is that it can use some materials to produce extremely terrifying energy reactions. He provides the foundation, and humans put it into practice. Maybe one day, human technology will be able to create planes. Why do we need gods? Ling Moxu said subconsciously. Yes, humans don't need gods. She was too familiar with this. The guy who was abused by her every day always said it. It can only be said that Xia Guixuan and Xiaojiu's meeting and understanding is also an anomaly. The father god of a planet and the human marshal who feels that there is no need for gods are both conflicting and strangely compatible. It seems that the marshal has been conquered, but in fact, the father god has been cooperating with her ideas to get to where he is now. It is his temperament and his hope that everyone will be like a dragon. Yao Wu said, but the master can't provide anything now, but we shouldn't let him provide everything. Shang Zhaoi's voice came from a distance, and a Pegasus with a fox approached quickly. Each of us is the inheritor of his great way. When we are combined, we are his power. Yao Wu suddenly realized. Isn't that the case? Not to mention the descendants of the gods, even she is now the inheritor of Xia Guixuan's way of light and darkness. Isn't everyone's power the power of Xia Guixuan? And using these mixed powers to react with each other in certain ways to make them explode and upgrade is the specialty of human technology. The fate of this star field should be borne by everyone. Boom! Thunder exploded in all directions. Yao Wu looked up suddenly, knowing that the three supreme and quasi-supreme masters of the other side had gathered together and jointly exerted the power of crushing in all directions, trying to crush the chaos array transformed by Fat Tiger like crushing an egg. Just like the explosion of Ahu in the past? You can't do it this time. Yao Wu waved his hand and threw it, and the four magic weapons of time, space, light and darkness completely exploded and scattered in the vast universe. As if the starting gun sounded, the entire star field was like fireworks, and all kinds of energy and aura bloomed everywhere, illuminating the void. The Sky Fox's Dharma image appeared in the sky, and the aura of illusion and mind art flashed by. Shang Zhaoi held the spear to the sky, and the power of war and enhancement was blended in it. The darkness spread in the nine netherworld, and the power of destruction and corrosion gradually dissipated. The phoenix's cry rose, the flames were raging, and the heart fire of the blue dragon shone forever. There were dragon turtles trampling on all directions, and the armor of the black tortoise merged into the galaxy. A white dragon emerged from the depths of the nebula, and a tiger spread its wings, roaring to the sky. Music rose in the temple and seeped into the void. A scroll unfolded above the nine heavens, depicting the star map. 3,000 avenues lit up the celestial constellations, and in an instant, the dark night became as bright as day. A strange reactor lit up in the Donglan galaxy, and the color of steel was like the Great Wall, winding from Donglan to Zelter, forming the shape of a silver steel dragon. The 3,000 avenues were all included in it, and the shadow of the blue dragon stretched out the universe. Under the combined force of the three Supremas, the chaos formation presided over by Fat Tiger was as still as a mountain, and even the previous cracks disappeared without a trace, and were repaired completely. Xia Guixuan seemed to feel something in the core of the earth, and smiled unconsciously. My way is complete. With a click, the largest crack in the 9 cauldrons began to heal. P.S. I went to have a tooth pulled today, and there is only one chapter. Word is very slow, can you bear with it? Chapter 632. You did your best. Even Yin Xiaoru could feel that Xia Guixuan's injuries were healing rapidly. The image of the surging and growing breath made people feel like watching a science fiction demonstration film, starting from a stone and stretching the perspective to a mountain, a continent, a planet, a galaxy, all the way to the vast universe. Although the Kanglong star region was not created by Xia Guixuan, it was assembled by him, a bit like Teichu or Aho provided engine oil and accessories. Xia Guixuan's core technology and craftsmanship assembled a fat car, which of course belonged to Xia Guixuan's own car. It was 10,000 times more important than the meaning of the car. If the 9 cauldrons was the life magic weapon and was closely related to him, then the star region was the proof of the path, and whether it was strong or weak directly reflected his practice. Especially when the energy of the star region was completely replaced by something related to him at this moment, the strength of the star region confirmed his strength, and the recovery of the star region led his recovery, complementing each other and growing together. Of course, the injury was definitely not so easy to recover, and it might take some time, but Yin Xiaoru believed that this was definitely not a problem, and the previous worries could be completely put to rest. It's just that this time it doesn't seem to be his own strength. It's the result of everyone's unity and solidarity. It also corresponds to the meaning of King Yu's 9 cauldrons, the fundamental law of harmony between heaven and man, so my way is complete. It can be said that Xia Guixuan has not been fully accomplished until this moment. If Yu is one level lower than Teichu before, he must add Ahu's mixed doubles to be almost the same. I wonder if he can directly challenge Teichu after he has completely recovered? What if Teichu takes back the rest of the restrained energy? Uncertain. Yin Xiaoru only saw the divine light flashing in Xia Guixuan's eyes, and then suddenly disappeared. At this moment, the situation in the star field is still very urgent. Earlier, Gaia, Ymir, Tathagata, including Chiao and others did not cooperate with each other very well. They just belonged to different forces and fought each other, and even the attacks were separated into multiple routes. At this moment, they clearly felt that if they didn't work together, Xia Guixuan would be revived. Two Supremas and one Quasi-Supreme, how outrageous would their combined strength be? That would definitely not be blocked safely by passive defense of the formation. The chaos formation that had just been filled up once again endured a terrifying squeezing force. Almost all the creatures in the star field could feel a sense of suffocation, as if the energy from the outside world had penetrated into the star field and acted on everyone. The powerful pressure caused the weaker celestial bodies around to gradually collapse and turn into ashes. If the formation had a physical body, it should be possible to see a huge eggshell-like thin curtain covered with spider web-like cracks, which could be completely broken at the slightest touch. It was a bombardment that exhausted everything, so that Xia Guixuan himself would not dare to face such an attack. Can the Kanglong star field withstand it? Fat Tiger, who was in charge of the formation, sat on the ground with his buttocks. He was beaten into Lolita-like shape and cried loudly. It hurts. No one knows why other monsters were beaten back to their original forms after being transformed, but Fat Tiger's original form was beaten back to his transformed form. Everyone had no time to think about this philosophical question. Everyone was urging their strongest means. Countless energies fell into the core of the formation like a meteor shower, and were driven and transformed by the human reactor into the supply of the formation. Similarly, everyone was also shocked and backfired by the supreme attack. Almost everyone's lips were bleeding. Human and Zelt warships continued to explode silently in the void. Soldiers jumped off the ships to escape, and were picked up by the Beastmen Air Force and flew away. Sometimes flesh and blood burst in the air, blood hung in the air, and heroic spirits went straight to the kingdom of God. The external galaxy has begun to collapse, which is the spread of the collapse of the universe. The planets inside the star field also began to explode, and the sky collapsed everywhere, a doomsday scene. People also had no time to care whether the universe was going to end. If they couldn't survive the battle, their country would be destroyed. This was the closest battle to life and death since the Kanglong star had life. What about the universe? We'll talk about it after we survive. Fat Lolly was also sobbing, crying while presiding over the changes in the formation. Without her, this formation would not be a chaos formation, and the effect would be one level weaker. But it hurts so much. Every squeeze from the opponent was like squeezing her stomach, and every time she squeezed, a bald monk would spit out. Decompression. There was a little white dragon floating next to it, and it would kill every monk it saw, just like an assembly line operation. Xia Guixuan came to help Fat Tiger maintain the formation, because her star dragon way just fits the current state of the star field, and combined with Fat Tiger, the effect of charging the formation is particularly good. If we win this battle, we will be like dragons and tigers leaping. If we lose this battle, we will be stewed into a pot of dragon-tiger fights. Xia Guixuan was complaining to Fat Tiger, "Don't cry, a tiger is still crying, aren't you ashamed? I have never fought." Fat Tiger cried, "In the past, only stinky foxes hit me. In fact, it was just like tickling. I let her. I didn't expect that a real fight would be so painful. I think I will die if I hold on for a while." "Then why don't you run away?" Fat Tiger glared. "I haven't replaced Shang Zhaoi yet," Xia Guixuan asked curiously. "Being ridden by him is your greatest pursuit in this life?" Fat Tiger said as a matter of course, "Yes." Xia Guixuan twitched the corners of her mouth with a strange look, and her voice was barely audible. "Me too, no matter if there is any difference between the two riders." Fat Tiger didn't hear it anyway. She could only see that blood was overflowing from the corners of Xia Guixuan's lips. She was also bearing the pressure that everyone else was bearing. Xia Guixuan whispered to herself, "I am different from you. You always think that you have to be his assistant, and it is shameful not to do anything. I don't think so. The apprentice just lies down and waits for the master to save him. No matter how many dangers there are, the master will step on the colorful clouds, take me out of the bad guys, and then hug me and kiss me. Saying Xia along, the master is here. Then take off my clothes." Fat Tiger stared. "Wait, can you wipe your saliva first?" Before Xia Abailong could speak, a violent shock came, and Xia Abailong spit out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person turned into Lolita, staggering into Fat Tiger's arms. The two lawless hugged each other and cried, "Master, where are you?" On the Galaxy flagship, Xia Guixuan stood quietly in the command cabin, looking at the images outside without saying a word. Boom! The indestructible outer layer of the galaxy flagship also began to crack. The hull began to shake, and Xiaoju did not move. Yan Wuyu came back to the cabin from nowhere, covered in blood. "Marshal, shall we launch the attack? It's not the right time. If we launch the attack now, they will definitely dodge it. We only have one chance. If we wait any longer, it's hard to say whether the formation can be broken or not. People will be killed by the shock of the enemy, then wait until the formation is broken," Xiaoju said firmly. "The day the formation is broken, we will die together." Yan Wuyu hesitated to speak, and finally smiled. "Well, the best chance is indeed the moment when they think they have won, but the price is a bit high." Xiaoju said nothing. Gaia and others' voice transmission can already pass through the barrier of the formation and reach outside the star field. "It's really surprising that you can do this. But unfortunately, without Xia Guixuan, you will stop here. It's impossible to hold on until he recovers from his injury and returns." The faces of Shang Zhao, Yi Long, Yu Ling Mozu and others who were fighting in the front all changed. The sound can penetrate in, which means that there are leaks everywhere, and they can break the formation at any time. Is it meaningless to delay all this time? At this moment, a familiar chuckle came from behind Gaia and the others. "Is that so? I think you guys have really tried your best to achieve this." Sword light burst out from behind, illuminating the shocked expressions of Gaia and the others. Xia Guixuan, the Sword of Extinction. Chapter 633. Don't leave then. Gaia and Immortal are not ordinary minnows. Take any one of them out, and they are all top bosses, supreme. Even if they are placed in the place where Xia Guixuan and Xiaoju read novels, they are often the final boss. At this level, it is okay to be ridiculed as trying their best for not being able to capture a star field by force. This can only be said to be a crime of non-war. They are of high level, and Xia Guixuan and Ahua are of higher level. With the formation left by Xia Guixuan and the magical powers trained by Ahua, it is understandable that they cannot break in for a while under the maintenance of everyone's unity. The most important thing is that they simply cannot understand why Xia Guixuan can recover so quickly. Whether it is their understanding of cultivation and origin, or the perception of Taichu's current state, they are very clear that it is absolutely impossible for such an injury to recover so quickly. How long has it been? From Xia Guixuan and Taichu were each seriously injured and retreated separately, until now, 3 days? Even Ahua has not arrived yet with the people from the Eastern Emperor realm. If such an injury is treated by self-healing in the usual way, it will take at least 30,000 years? Even if there is a huge force to help, it will take at least a few years to slowly recuperate, right? You came out alive and well in just 3 days, and you took on 3 Supremas by yourself? The situation did not allow them to think too much. The sword of annihilation had already crushed behind them. The 3 of them turned around at the same time, and 3 golden lights shot up into the sky, spiraling towards Xia Guixuan's sword. A person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. They didn't dare to think that they could take on Xia Guixuan alone. The 3 of them had to join forces and do their best. But they didn't see a smile on Xia Guixuan's lips. Xiaoju quickly pressed the command desk. Now, ka. Countless sounds rang out at the same time. The gun barrels of all the galaxy battleships changed their appearance, and the light was connected, showing a strange and indescribable color. The strange beam of light, or should it not be called a beam of light, the fusion of various colors eventually formed an invisible and colorless feeling. Taking advantage of the moment when Gaia and others were fighting with Xia Guixuan's Sword of Extinction with all their strength, it exploded directly at their location, as if it did not need to travel through time and space at all. The moment Gaia and others fought with Xia Guixuan, they secretly cried out that they were fooled. Xia Guixuan's sword did not have the power they imagined to be able to fight against Gang Taichu. At most, it was a taking level power. After being hit by their blow, the sword exploded. They realized that this was not Xia Guixuan's sword of Junti at all. They didn't know where he grabbed an ordinary sword to give it to him. Xia Guixuan didn't want to fight them at all. He threw the sword out and ran away, running faster than when he was chased by Xiao Siming before. This is definitely practiced. How could Gaia and others expect that Xia Guixuan, who seemed to be so arrogant and mocked them for trying his best, actually turned around and ran after a feint? Before they could react, the strange beam of light from humans had already exploded at their location. For a moment, the world seemed to be still. The several feet of space surrounding the 3 people suddenly had a strange folding feeling, as if a sphere began to compress and became flat. The area around them became an independent plane, and then this plane changed from 3 dimensions to 2 dimensions. The power to truly destroy the plane, and it was silent and there was not even an explosion. It was folded like paper in an instant. Xia Guixuan turned his head and looked back, and even he was a little surprised. 2-dimensional foil? It was a modified version, an extremely condensed version, with stronger power and more efficient effect. Immortals can destroy planes, and humans can too. And this mode of destruction is very close to return to nothingness. It really ended up in the same place after different paths. It turned out that everyone's path was the same in the end. But can this sneak attack really hurt Guixuan? The power may be enough, at least it is completely possible to hurt them. But they can hide, and they don't know how many light years they have traveled in a thought. Although this technology folds dimensions very quickly, will it be in time? As expected, 3 streams of light shot out in different directions, and when the 3-dimensional space was folded into 2 dimensions, they scattered away. With a puff, it seemed to hide a thin screen. What kind of control skill is this? Xia Guixuan smiled again. There is no control skill at all. It's just that Fat Tiger moved the formation to this position. This is just the defense of the formation. Fat Tiger is indeed more reliable than Ahua. Although the fat lolly can only cry, she is quite smart. This formation, which was on the verge of breaking, could not stop the attack of the 3 people. It was shattered after just a moment of blocking, but it was enough. It only took this moment for the 3 dimensions to fold. As if the lights were turned off, that small piece of the universe completely disappeared and turned into a black hole. Was Guixuan also squeezed into a piece of paper? No, the 3 figures still flew out, but they were injured to varying degrees. The one who was most seriously injured was Tathagata. Compared to Gaia, Ymir and other Taishu who were directly derived from Teichuahua, no matter how strong he was only a later creation. He never crossed the threshold of supremacy. The attack of the 2-dimensional foil really caused great damage to him. Tathagata could no longer maintain any fighting spirit. He just wanted to leave here immediately and find a place to heal his wounds before doing anything else. Even a weak mortal could produce such a terrifying attack. If he continued to hesitate, he might really die here. But the escape light didn't have time to fly thousands of miles away. Xia Guixuan pointed his sword in front of him and smiled slightly. I said, Tathagata, then don't go. Tathagata seemed to sense the impending death, and covered his wound and said coldly, Xia Guixuan, you are such a person, but you will also take advantage of others' misfortune. Take advantage of others' misfortune. Xia Guixuan seemed to have heard the funniest thing in the world. The creatures of my star domain are united as one, using all their strength and calculating all strategies. Even women and children are on the battlefield. In the end, isn't it to achieve such a result? You tell me that this is called taking advantage of others' misfortune. Tathagata argued, for you, yes. Xia Guixuan laughed and said, maybe you have some misunderstandings about me. I don't have the chivalry and martial arts idiot temperament to fight a strong enemy fairly. What Xia likes to do most in his life is to bully people. It would be best if all opponents lied down for me to step on. Tathagata had a fuck in his stomach but didn't shout it out, and the sword light had already passed through his body. It was not split in 2, and there was no blood splattering. There was only a sense of gradual nothingness from solid to vague, and then from vague slowly, into nothingness. It was as if it had never existed, from spirit to flesh, completely returning to nothingness. It returned to the position before it existed, the creation before it was born, and restored to the origin of everything. This is Guixu. Xia Guixuan acted as if he had done something insignificant. Without even looking at it, his consciousness had already chased the direction of Gaia and Ymir. These two were together, not separated, or perhaps they felt that it would be more dangerous if they were separated. The Kanglong star region was chasing them collectively. Shang Zhaoi took the lead, carrying Long Gaiao, followed by hundreds of millions of monks, sweeping away. While they are sick, take their lives. Can they catch up? Gaia and Ymir are still confident. Xia Guixuan's injuries cannot support him to continue chasing, relying on these people alone. Although they are fast, they are still no match for them. Can they run away? While they are chasing, a surprised voice came from the front. Are you fighting? Huh? Why are you two running? Gaia and Ymir's expressions became very ugly at the same time. Ahua is here, and she's bringing along all the creatures from the Eastern Emperor realm, following behind in a mighty procession. How can she be so fast with so many people? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, It means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 634: The Supreme Being Who Does Not Exist. Of course, Ahua didn't need to explain to them how she led the transfer. She was not in a good condition at the moment. She and Teichu were both injured, but she was much better than Xia Guixuan, who was injured and could not move before, and was also slightly better than Xia Guixuan, who was just injured. Ahua was quite worried. She didn't come back in time to participate in the battle. She didn't know if the Kanglong Star region could hold on. Was the specially trained fat tiger reliable? How could that little fat girl be as reliable as my great Ahua? What if the star region was breached? As a result, when she came over and saw that it was Xia Guixuan who was running away, Ahua was immediately happy. Isn't this Xia? I haven't seen her for a few days. She is so lame. Xia didn't have the time to argue with her. She quickly changed direction and fled. How could Ahua let her get away? She swayed slightly and blocked her way. Without saying a word, the three of them started fighting in a group. Countless attacks came one after another, like an endless fireworks display in the sky. Xia Guixuan leaned on his awning and looked into the distance. He did not personally participate in the battle, as if he was thinking about something. Yin Xiaoru came to him. What are you thinking about? Oh, Xia Guixuan scratched his head and said, who are these two? They are quite powerful. Yin Xiaoru almost fell from the void. Weren't you so pretentious with Tathagata just now? You even told Tathagata not to leave. I thought your memory had recovered, but it turned out to be just fragments. Then why do you remember Tathagata so clearly? Xia over there is a woman after all, how could you forget? She gritted her teeth and said, don't worry about who it is. It's enough for you to know that they are enemies. Didn't you see that they almost broke through our star field? Xia Guixuan said in a trance, but their aura is very similar to that funny guy who just came. They are almost the same person, the funny guy who just came. You might as well say that I am very similar to Teichu, that's what I mean. You should be one. What are you thinking about? Ahua's mind was crooked and she was almost punched by Emer. She was furious. Do you want to hit me? You are so ruthless when you forget things. My Tao, no, I was thinking about something else. What? Xia Guixuan turned his head, sensing the collapse of the universe in the distance, and whispered, this universe is about to collapse. The contraction of the Teichu power and the revival of your body, from key to form, the cornerstone of the existence of this universe is no longer there. Ahua stopped talking and fought seriously. Xia Guixuan seemed to be really thinking about something, so let him think about it. Anyway, he would never say to blow up this funny guy again to make up for the universe. Then you can forget about teasing that guy in the future. Humph. Xia Guixuan was talking to himself. If this star field is transformed into an independent plane, the destruction of this universe has nothing to do with us. The current situation seems to be possible. However, Yin Xiaoru stared at him with big eyes. Xia Guixuan smiled brightly and reached out to rub Yin Xiaoru's head. We can't be so selfish. This universe is related to thousands of realms and countless creatures. They have the right to survive. If everyone just takes care of their own business. Some buddies could have ignored me as early as the Teichu War. Why bother to help? Yin Xiaoru seemed to understand. Then how do we stop the collapse of the universe? Replace Ahua with Xia and Emer. Xia Guixuan was stunned. So they are Xia and Emer. No wonder. What? I remembered. In theory, when everything was just the initial wisp of air, it was called Teichu. When this wisp of air took the shape of a chaos, it was Ahua. When the chaos exploded and became an entity, there were planets, land, rivers and seas. At this time, according to different names, it can be called Xia or Emer, or other names of other star fields. They all refer to the same thing, the little fox's eyes circled. So, Xia and Emer are just names, and they are the spirits of Ahua after her death. It's just a different period of life, similar to Miss Yin before she knew me, and the little fox after she knew me. They would not have been independent. I don't know what method Teichu used, most likely it's the Chinese method of using the will of all living beings to become gods because of humans, and the entities of mountains and rivers appear as the mother goddess of the earth in human imagination, and are named Xia or Emer. The little fox's eyes circled, and he simply stopped talking. In other words, they are the ones who represent the existence of the cosmic entity, not Ahua. The beginning of the collapse of the universe began when Ymir was materialized to fight. Can you imagine what the scene would be like if your planet turned into a person and ran out to fight? Where did the planet go? Of course it's gone. Yin Xiaoru suddenly realized this was caused by Taichu, not Ahua. Taichu has been misleading everyone into thinking that it was Ahua who recycled her body. In fact, it was caused by him materializing Ymir. Yes, it's not that easy to be supreme. There's always a supreme here and a supreme there. What's going on? Xia Guixuan said, this must be the result of absorbing most of the energy of the universe. Therefore, Ahua's practice can never recover to its due strength, because at least half of it is divided into Ymir. He paused here, and said word by word, let them return to their original imagery, and the collapse of the universe will naturally stabilize. Ymir, who was in the middle of the battle, suddenly had a very terrifying warning in her heart. It seemed that an image called extinction surged in her heart. It was an end deeper than death, and the meaning of everything returning to the origin. 9 bronze tripods suddenly appeared above her head, surrounding her. It seemed that mountains, rivers, lakes and seas flashed in the void, and then turned into the sun, moon, stars, and the boundless universe. Obviously, there was not much power, and the owner of the tripod was still weak, but that was the origin of everything, as if the most critical screw was unscrewed, and the whole machine stopped instantly. Then it dispersed, assimilated, turned into stars in the sky, and turned into rivers and mountains on the earth. No, Ymir roared in anger, I finally have my own self, and traveled through the universe and the stars. You low-level creatures also want me to return to dust. You are dreaming. With a click, Ahua rushed in, and her palm turned into a knife, cutting his arm. A broken arm floated up and soon turned into dust. Light years away. The collapsing universe suddenly stopped a little, as if it was recovering and solidifying. Do you have a self? Xia Guixuan chuckled in the distance. I have been searching for it all my life, and only then did I know myself. It seems that I forgot. I remembered it after 2 days, Ymir. I forgot, but I know. But do you know? Have you ever searched for what yourself is? From the very beginning, you are just an image imagined by people, a representative of mountains and rivers, and have never been a real life. Don't lie to yourself, Ymir roared madly. I don't care about these. You scum can't kill me at all. Boom. Ymir didn't finish her words, but Sagai beside her suddenly exploded. There was a spear stuck in her chest. Athena, covered in blood, emerged from behind Ahua and stabbed Gaia in the chest with a spear. Gaia has always been silent, and she is still silent until now. She looked down at the spear handle on her chest and whispered, from the moment this spear was made, I had a premonition that my end would be here. Athena said nothing. Gaia sighed, maybe Xia Guixuan is right. We are illusions that should not exist. We are all fake. Yao Wu was right before. What are we? We don't even know what we want, what we are doing, and our origins are unclear. Are we the walking dead, or corpse puppets? Athena finally showed reluctance in her eyes. Gaia's body gradually cracked and scattered, and her last voice came from the void, if there is no self, everything is false. Then wake up from the dream, it is better to go back, I still want to go to see my teeth. It still hurts after the tooth was pulled out. I guess I have inflammation. If I have time in the evening, I will update it. If not, there will be only this one update. Chapter 635, the dust has settled and Ymir is unable to react. In his opinion, Gaia shouldn't be so depressed. It's just that she was at a disadvantage, was besieged, and was told a few words of self-doubt. You lost your will and collapsed? How could the Supreme Heart be so useless? Ymir didn't collapse, but was angry. Anyway, we are the Supremas. As long as we don't want to die, no one can kill us. At most, we can be sealed. So what are you afraid of? But Gaia's body exploded, and a wisp of her divinity was absorbed by Ahua, which finally made Ymir realize that something was wrong. Will it really dissipate? Not only will the body dissipate, but also the soul? The Supreme will die. Ymir felt a chill in his heart. This is not the same as what we usually know. Gaia didn't collapse and die by herself because of a few words. She was already in a bad condition. Before she died, she had an epiphany and stopped struggling. Her death was because the spear had the power of Ahua. When the spear was stabbed in, Gaia's consciousness was assimilated by Ahua and returned to the origin. She did not die, but returned to her original form. Ahua is their original form. What Xia Guixuan said was right. Gaia and Ymir do not exist in the first place. They are just images differentiated by special methods at different stages of a person. They are just the three pure ones differentiated after Ahua exploded, and the foundation of the universe is built on them. The planes where each part of Ahua's body evolved are Gaia and Ymir, just with different names. Ahua's revival is to take back all these entities, which also means the death of the universe, because if the entities are gone and taken back by Ahua, then the universe will be ruined. Tetra materialized them into two gods in advance, which caused Ahua's revival to be incomplete, and also caused the universe to collapse before Ahua was revived. Now Ahua's power exceeds them, and it absorbs these clones back like a magnet, so Gaia's consciousness naturally does not exist. This is an irresistible law, which belongs to the dimensionality reduction suppression of the original form on the clone. For some reason, Ahua did not absorb the body, but only absorbed the divinity. I don't know whether she disliked Gaia's body, or thought that this part should be used to stabilize the universe and not collapse, and not to take it all. So Gaia's body turned into thousands of stars, and the terrifying energy scattered in the galaxy and the evolutionary plane. The withered primordial energy was reborn, and the collapsed universe was as if time was reversed, and it regained its vastness and tranquility. What about Ymir? Ahua looked it up and down for a long time, and suddenly showed a disgusted expression. It's so ugly. Little ones, chisel it. Billions of monks swarmed up and drowned the giant. The Odin brothers chiseled Ymir and suddenly chiseled chaos, which is essentially the same meaning. Where is Ymir? That's just a different way of saying Ahua transformed the universe. Ahua, Gaia, Ymir, and even the beginning, if they are all different manifestations of one person, then if there can only be one, which one should it be? Of course it can only be the great Ahua. Does anyone object? Xia Guixuan didn't look at the battle over there. In front of Ahua, Ymir could only struggle to death. There was no suspense about this. Who told you to say that I had painless acupuncture? You deserved it. Why did you remember this? Xia Guixuan shook his head and flashed back to the main star temple of Kanglong. Just after entering the temple, he saw a beautiful girl in white clothes and dragon horns rushing over. Husband, I miss you so much, Xia Guixuan. No, who are you? He couldn't tell for a moment whether this was really his wife. He didn't dare to push her away. He had to stand there stupidly and let the beautiful girl hug him. He was almost hanging on to him like a koala. Glancing over, there was a fat lolly squatting next to him, with her mouth wide open in amazement. I never expected that this little dragon with thick eyebrows and big eyes had this trick. While his memory has not recovered, is he going to pretend to be his wife and go into battle directly? Yin Xiaoru stood behind Xia Guixuan with her arms folded, glaring at the tree dragon hanging on Xia Guixuan in annoyance. I didn't have to work overtime today, and you came to my face? But Xia Guixuan stuck her head out from Xia Guixuan's shoulder and blinked her eyes as if begging. Yin Xiaoru turned her head away in annoyance. Xia Guixuan was asking, this. Wait, you know my memory is not very clear now. I don't seem to remember that I have such an old, woo-woo-woo. So heartless, Xia Guixuan cried. When you hugged me before, you said little sweetie, and then you forgot that I have such a wife. You remember little fox and Mozu, but you don't remember me, which means that you were hypocritical before, just wanting to coax people into bed. Xia Guixuan's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Did I really sleep with you? Xia Guixuan desperately winked at Yin Xiaoru, and Yin Xiaoru was hesitant to speak. Xia Guixuan coughed dryly, tears streaming down her face. Am I beautiful? Xia Guixuan leaned back and looked at her. Beautiful. Is it your type? Xia Guixuan said. Tell me the truth. Xia Guixuan said honestly. Young and beautiful girls are my type. Xia Guixuan, Yin Xiaoru, the fat lolly turned back into a tiger, sitting beside her in a daze. Xia Guixuan continued. Do I have your aura? Xia Guixuan said honestly. Yes, and it is my core practice. Xia Guixuan said. Is it possible that it is not the closest person? Xia Guixuan thought about it. It is probably impossible. Even if I accept a disciple, I may not be willing to teach. Well, unless you want to cultivate him and take him as a concubine in the future. Xia Guixuan. Huh? A fox feathered duster appeared behind him and hit him on the head. Xia Guixuan, you are exposed. Xia Guixuan still had a tree dragon hanging on his body, and he ran away with his head in his hands. Wait a minute, I am an amnesiac. You can't do this to me. Amnesia, believe it or not, we will beat you until you really lose your memory. The little fox raised the fox feathered duster and chased him all the way behind him. Not long after, a group of women rushed over and blocked Xia Guixuan's way. In the universe, a supreme being was being beaten by a group of women and was about to be beaten to death. On the planet, there was another supreme being beaten by a group of women. He squatted with his head in his hands and dared not resist. So the most powerful creatures in this universe are women, except for Lolly. Xia Guixuan was crying, "Such a good opportunity, you mess with me." Yan Wuyu picked her up and threw her aside. "Wait over there, this guy has revealed his true intentions. Are you afraid that you will not have a chance in the future? We won the battle, we are not dead, and we have a long life. Let us beat him first. This is what it means to miss this opportunity and lose it." Xia Guixuan blinked. "Yes. We won." Boom. A terrifying explosion and shock sound came from the distant universe, and a giant was torn into pieces, turned into stars in the sky, and scattered in the void. A ray of divinity drifted slowly and entered Ahua's sea of consciousness. Almost everyone had a strange feeling. Ahua, who had never been reliable, became deep and vast at this moment, like a god. Indifferent, distant, hanging high in the sky. The eyes of God passed through the sky and fell on Xia Guixuan, who was beaten in the temple. The ruthless and indifferent color suddenly changed again, revealing a bit of tenderness that did not belong to God. Shongzhaoi raised his spear high. "Everyone. We have defeated the Supreme God, billions of creatures in the Kanglong star domain, all the descendants of gods, dragons, undead, zealots, beastmen, and humans in the warships," cheered collectively, shaking the world. Xia Guixuan raised his eyes from his arms and found Ahua's distant gaze in the cheers of the crowd. The two looked at each other quietly, and suddenly smiled at the same time. Xia Guixuan was relieved. Ahua's revival did not change. She was still the same. Xia Guixuan would rather have an Ahua who was never reliable than an indifferent and ruthless lord of the universe. Although things are not over yet, but the mood at this moment is really good. Then enjoy the joy of victory, and the universe and so on. We can talk about it after a break. Chapter 636, The Attack of the Little Dragon. The mountain behind the temple. Under the cliff, the spring formed a pool, and everything was exactly the same as the layout of the East Emperor realm. Xia Guixuan was recuperating in the pool at this time, continuing to recover his injuries and memory. The people from the East Emperor realm stopped around the temple, looking at the surrounding scenery one by one, and their expressions were very strange. They were nostalgic, regretful, and a little self-blame and remorse. Although no one from Xia Guixuan to others blamed them, they were originally man-made things, and it was not their fault that their consciousness was modified. Now they can awaken themselves, which is worthy of recognition. But they themselves can't just ignore it. It was them who attacked Xia Guixuan several times. It was also their operation that the East Emperor realm was used by Taichu as a place of death for Xia Guixuan. In the end, the East Emperor realm was ruthlessly blown up and abandoned by Taichu, and it was still Ahua who protected the billions of lives in the world. As the people of the East Emperor realm who once thought they were loyal to His Majesty, they were ashamed. What's even more shameful is that their awakening at this time is similar to that of Xiao Siming before. They know that they are artificial and that they have problems, but they haven't solved them yet. They may be controlled and stab Xia Guixuan at any time. But Xia Guixuan said nothing and still let them stay here. The cultivators of one world were dispersed and lived together with the descendants of gods. Anyway, the star field is very large and can accommodate them. Several former capable subordinates were placed in the temple and treated as their own people without even asking questions. In fact, Xia Guixuan forgot who they were. But he still had the intention to get close to them. Even placing them in the temple was subconscious. He always felt that they should be here. Looking at this familiar scenery, several people felt like crying and didn't know how to get rid of it. Dongjin said to Da Siming in confusion, "I can't even find the meaning of my existence. Should I just disappear like Guy and Emer?" Da Siming shook his head, "Too old-fashioned. We didn't know the meaning of existence before, and we just did things set by others. Now we can choose what we want to do, but you don't know what the meaning is." Dongjin was stunned and bowed to the ground. "Brother, you are right. I wonder what your ideas are in the future. I want to learn a thing or two," Da Siming said with a straight face. "I will dedicate the rest of my life to His Majesty. I will do whatever His Majesty asks me to do." "Isn't it very simple, Dongjin?" Yun's Hongjin sighed aside. "Now I am worried that I am not qualified to dedicate myself to His Majesty. After all, I don't know when I will be controlled and hurt by others, just like Xiao Siming. I still can't get rid of the sadness in His Majesty's eyes when he struck that palm." Even though he knew that he was controlled by someone, It was Xiao Siming after all. What, you want to dedicate yourself to him? A pleasant female voice came from nowhere. Yun Hongjin subconsciously took a half step back, and saw Ahua suddenly appear in front of him, looking her up and down. You look okay, Yun Hongjin. That's not what we meant. No, that's even better. Ahua was happy. I wanted to hit you, but now forget it, you are sensible. Yun Hongjin was speechless, but he didn't dare to offend her, so he could only accompany her carefully and said, can you help us solve the hidden danger? Ahua continued to look up and down at Yun Hongjin meaningfully, until her face turned red. Then she suddenly stretched out her hand and pointed, and 2 rays of light fell on the Da Siming and Dongjin spirit platforms, leaving only Yun Hongjin. Yun Hongjin, I dare not interfere, the woman's affairs should be handled by him. Ahua walked away with her hands behind her back. It's just that we may have to queue up, and the queue is quite long, Yun Hongjin said angrily at her back. Your Majesty is not that kind of person. What are you talking about? Ahua almost laughed out loud. Do you want to hear what he is doing now? Without waiting for Yun Hongjin's consent, she snapped her fingers. In the pool under the cliff in the distance, the sound of flowing water reached Yun Hongjin's ears. Yun Hongjin was startled, turned around and looked, and the great Siming and Dongjin beside him were unaware. Obviously, everyone's hearing was not in the same plane. Yun Hongjin calmed down and listened carefully. He heard a moving female voice mixed with the sound of the rushing water. Master, be gentle. This is my first time. Xia Guixuan, are you kidding me? Did you lose? You're still mean to me. Woo, be good, don't cry. Yun Hongjin. Ahua patted her shoulder sadly. Times have changed. You are not the same as before, and your Majesty is not the same as before. With a whoosh, Ahua disappeared, seemingly secretly watching the scene. Could it be that you came here not to solve our hidden dangers, but to watch the pornographic palace? Yun Hongjin felt that the life of the gods was even more bleak than before. Could this group of licentious and immoral tyrants and funny people really be Techo? Where did the wise and powerful Majesty go? Of course, Xia Guixuan was the one who accompanied Xia Guixuan in the pool to heal. Xia Guixuan was originally squeezed out of sight by a group of women who took the opportunity to beat Xia Guixuan, but after the beating, the women looked at each other and suddenly realized that no one had the face to say in front of the sisters, I want to accompany him to heal first. It felt too embarrassing. The best way to heal is indeed to practice together. As an old married couple, there is nothing to be ashamed of. However, when Xia Guixuan's memory was not lost, he was the one who took the initiative. This time it was Xia Guixuan's turn to squat there and take the beating. When everyone took the initiative, they didn't know what to do. Who dared to say I'll go first? Who could withstand a group of contemptuous eyes? Are you that hungry? It's not that serious. Not really, only one little dragon was the most serious. Because once Xia Guixuan's memory is completely restored, she can no longer pretend to be his wife. This seems to be her best chance to cheat. If she misses this opportunity, how long will it take for the pretentious master to show his true face? While the women were in a daze, Xia Guixuan decisively ran over and hugged Xia Guixuan's arm, saying distressedly, Husband, they are all bad people, I love you the most. Who stepped on this shoe print? Let's go wash it. A group of women watched Xia Guixuan help Xia Guixuan to the clear pool under the cliff. And they didn't even know how to stop him. Facts have proved that there is no contemptuous look. Instead, they all regretted it a little. Xia Guixuan still grasped the timing accurately. Xia Guixuan was the most fun at this time. Alice. I can only watch Xia Guixuan play. As for whether it is a lolly or not, no one cares. At this time, Xia Guixuan is hundreds or thousands of years old. The solid form after taking is also a young and beautiful girl. It is not that Xia Guixuan who has it all. The visual experience is different. Including Xia Guixuan's feelings are different. Although he always felt that this beautiful girl was strange, mainly because she looked a little strange, he felt very familiar and intimate with Ling Moxu and Yin Xiaoru at first sight. Although this beautiful girl felt very close, but he always felt that this face was not so familiar. Could it be that he had just married her not long ago and was not very familiar with her? She called herself his wife, and no one refuted it when so many people were watching, so it should be correct. The beautiful girl helped him down to the pool, blushed a little while helping him undress, gently scrubbed his back, and didn't say anything. The funny and playful look she had seemed before was no longer seen at this time. There was only a shy and spring-loving girl, who was like a bud waiting to bloom in front of the master she had secretly loved for a long time. Her temperament changed from a noisy child to a quiet and fragrant one. The train of words she had said when she was playing and making trouble before was all choked in her throat at this time, and she couldn't say a word, leaving only a thumping heartbeat, very panic. In a trance, he remembered someone had said before, "Do you really love him?" Mo didn't start to regret it until the enemy was at the gates. Xia Guixuan didn't know if she would regret it in the future. But it certainly won't happen now. I don't know how many times, as long as he is there is peace. Even if he is already covered in wounds, he is still the harbor for his apprentice to shelter from the wind and rain. The girl's heart has long been firmly tied to him, and in this life, she will never think of looking for anyone else. Chapter 637, The Dragon King emerges from the water. The girl rubbed her back quietly, her mind a little shy and a little erratic. Xia Guixuan looked back, and seeing her shy and quiet face, his heart was also slightly moved. The shy, youthful and beautiful girl was the most attractive. She was much more attractive than the childish look of a koala hanging on her body and crying for no reason. Her white clothes were wet in the pool, and her jade-like skin was clearly visible. The faintly visible belly band and exquisite curve seemed to proudly announce the girl's growth, which made Xia Guixuan stare at her. An image of a little dragon bone appeared in his mind, but it quickly shattered like an illusion and turned into the girl in front of him, gentle and sweet. She has grown up. What's going on with this picture? In the silence, there was only the sound of the water. The girl kept rubbing her back with her head down, and the skin was almost rubbed off by her. Xia Guixuan finally said, "Okay." The girl bit her lower lip and muttered, "Master, oh, husband, what is dual cultivation like?" Xia Guixuan asked curiously, "Haven't we done it before?" "No, it's always you who pampers me." Xia Guixuan didn't doubt it. In fact, in front of such an attractive youth, even if there were a little doubt, it would have been thrown away to the sky. Then, he gently embraced his apprentice's delicate body and whispered in her ear, "Let me teach you." Xia Guixuan's eyelashes trembled slightly. Do you want to play master-disciple cos? I can call you master." Xia Guixuan didn't want to play cos, but when he heard the girl say that, he suddenly felt that this word seemed more accustomed to it, so he said, "I think it's more appropriate for you to call me husband than husband." "What's going on?" Xia Guixuan nervously grabbed the corner of his clothes. "It's because you are perverted and like this set." Xia Guixuan admitted that he might be a little perverted. Because at this time, the girl really looked more and more delicious. "I can't wait to take a bite now." The girl felt the master's gaze, as if he was staring at her tender red lips. She gently rubbed her lower lip and whispered, "Master, kiss me." Xia Guixuan obeyed. The next moment, their lips were already pressed together. Xia Guixuan thought that they were an old couple, so there was no tenderness or sweetness. He kissed her fiercely and hard. Xia Guixuan soon felt the suffocation of lack of oxygen, and she began to feel confused, as if sleepwalking. Is this what it's like to be with the master? A feeling of being domineeringly occupied, a feeling of belonging to him. It's not quite the same as the sweetness she imagined, but it seems to have hit the expectations and imagination of the master in her heart. He should be tall and domineering. Then the sky covered it, like a heavy quilt, warm and full of security. Xia Guixuan, memories came flooding back like a tide. A short, chubby little girl with baby fat was curled up in a large boss chair. The leather chair was so wrapped that the person could not be seen. Only the two little dragon horns on it were shaking, proving that there was someone inside. That was the scene that Xia Guixuan remembered most about this little dragon. The little girl felt that she did not belong here, helpless and insecure, surrounded by dragons. So once she saw her master, it was a lifelong relationship. The scene gradually faded, and under him was still the young girl's face, white like jade, soaked in water stains, bright and juicy. Xia Guixuan looked up and stared blankly at the two unchanged little dragon horns. He really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You said you were my wife. You fucking lied to me," Xia Guixuan said angrily. "Did you lose? You are still mean to me." "Woo woo woo, be good, don't cry." Xia Guixuan had to comfort her. He really didn't know how to evaluate the scene in front of him. "Why aren't you moving?" Xia Guixuan said angrily. "You said it yourself. When you taught me the core method, you had the idea of cultivating the idea of taking in a room. Now that you're here, you're pretending to be a gentleman again." The master's majesty collapsed completely. Xia Guixuan gritted his teeth and said, Then I won't pretend to be a gentleman. Obviously the timing was not right. Xia Guixuan couldn't help laughing out loud, and then the smile disappeared. Her eyes slowly became charming. She bit her lower lip and said, then, Master who is not so gentleman, be gentle, come, Master will teach you. Sink the key into the dantian. Ahua squatted in the grove on the side and peeked. Originally, she was watching how Xia Guixuan was tricked and fried, but as she watched, she turned into Dragon King spraying water, and suddenly she felt that she couldn't be happy anymore. She scratched her head. Why did she feel so unhappy in her heart? Did the fun person attribute change? What went wrong? Is it because it's not Xia Guixuan who is played, but the other way around, so there is no fun? The scene of old Gui eating tender grass in the pond in front of her slowly became a little distant. Ahua looked up at the sky, and another scene seemed to appear in the clouds. That was the scene where Xia Guixuan and herself were kissing in the crowd. Yes, it seemed that she took the initiative. What was my mood at that moment? I can't remember it clearly. The great Ahua doesn't have a good memory. But the aftertaste is lingering. Until now, I always feel happy to see him, and I want to experience holding hands with him in the crowd and laughing at the enemy together. No matter how many people say she is a demon, he holds her hand. That's my Ahua, it's your Ahua. The water splashed on my face. Ahua made 3 bets and overturned the table in anger. Then he found that the table was gone, and the tree in the woods fell. Who's there? Xia Guixuan turned around and shouted, and saw a slender figure running away for his life. Xia Guixuan, Xia Guixuan nervously said, Master, who is it? Xia Guixuan's eyes rolled around, and she roughly guessed who it was. She didn't think it was an offense. I can turn it over, and you hold the dragon horn. This is your favorite cause. Why are you so good at playing? Because I want to see if someone can become the universe if he splits himself. Chapter 638 Who deceived whom? Xia Guixuan didn't know whether someone would become the universe if he split himself, but in fact, someone would not split either. Ahua is still able to accept the reality. The reality is that what she thought was fun is no longer fun, so she simply doesn't watch it. Ahua said, if we consider the pros and cons, the one who should be blamed is Gui himself. He should have pushed down Xiao Siming and washed her body structure, that would be it. Yin Xiaoru glanced at her, not hiding under the car anymore. Ahua clenched her fist. I suddenly realized a truth. What truth? If you don't want to hide under the car, you have to be the one who makes others hide under the car. You are right. Yin Xiaoru picked up Ahua and threw her out of the house. Who do you want to be under the car? I was here first. Ahua crossed her arms and knees and flew out of the door, but she was actually a little hesitant in her heart. When she saw Xia Guixuan again, what attitude should she use towards him? She wouldn't really compete for a favor with these foxes and horses, that would be so embarrassing. Besides, if she got on the car and let others stay under the car, to put it from another angle, it means that she was originally watching the movie, but now she is filming it for others to watch. The same thing, 2 interpretations, which one do you want? Ahua was very conflicted. Huh? Isn't this Ahua? Shang Zhaoi was passing by as if he was going to look for Yin Xiaoru. When he saw Ahua sitting cross-legged and flying out, he grabbed her and said, where are you going? Ahua said, I am the great chaos after all. One of you threw me out, and the other held me in your hand. Is this decent? I suggest you keep this in front of Athena. No one will recognize it except her. Shang Zhaoi said, it just so happens that I have something to ask you. Ahua asked curiously, what? You have recovered the divinity of Gaia and Ymir. Is there any change? Shang Zhaoi looked a little serious. This should have been a problem that the Father God should pay attention to, but the Father God's memory has not been restored yet, and he probably can't think too much. I had to ask more questions on his behalf. This is a serious matter, so I hope you don't mind. What a conscientious priest, Ahua said with his hands behind his back. Do you think he didn't ask me because he hasn't restored his memory and can't think too much? Really? Of course not. It's because he knows there's nothing wrong with me, so he doesn't need to ask. Well, what I took back was only the divinity, which is the meaning of creation. Because the original me was slightly missing this part, you can only see the planes or planets that evolved passively from my body, and you have never seen me actively create? Right, isn't it unnecessary? It's because I don't even have that consciousness. I'm incomplete. At that time, I was more inclined to destruction than creation, Ahua said. In fact, it's not complete now, because I recovered the divinity, but gave up their energy. allowing them to scatter throughout the universe and become nourishment. Xiaoru said, "This is also the question I want to ask. Does the current situation count as them filling in the gaps in the universe for you? Will it not collapse in the future?" "No, because they are only a part of me," Ahu said. "Today's universe is in a very fragile state. How should I put it? The previous universe was not actually constant, it was constantly expanding. You should know that." "Yes. I know, although it has stopped and has not collapsed, the expansion has stopped and is shrinking instead. Of course, it took countless years to expand to the current level, and it will also take countless years to shrink. It will not shrink to the original point within billions of years at least. It's okay for you to lie down and eat. There's still a long time. Who wants to lie down and eat?" Xiaoru said angrily. "Taichu is not dead, so the question now is not to ask me, but when will your Giga recover? I must admit that the great Ahu is at a loss without him as the backbone." Xiaoru laughed dumbly. "By the time you have an idea, the opportunity will be gone." Ahu was dissatisfied. "I have an idea. At least I know how to make him recover faster." Xiaoru was overjoyed. "How to make him recover faster?" Ahu looked her up and down. "You are asking even though you know the answer." After saying that, he shook his head and flew away. Xiaoru, who was blushing, gnashed his teeth. "Is that the idea? Who doesn't know it? What's the use of you? Besides, if you want to recover through dual cultivation, wouldn't you be the best? The Supreme Lord, the Mother of Creation, and the body of Yuan Yin, right? This tenfold tonic pill. No matter how bad Xia Guixuan's injury is at the moment, it can basically be cured with one medicine, right? Are you just wandering around here, trying to fool us?" "But, coming back to the point." Xiaoru's eyes began to wander. In the past, the Father God would put the reins on himself and play a light letter circle game. Now that his memory has not recovered, will he still play? The serious way of playing is not interesting. Xiaoru thought about it, and couldn't help but walk to the edge of the cliff, looking down, wanting to see how he and his apprentice played. Taking's eyes penetrated the 10,000-foot-high cliff, and the scene in the pool below was clear as a picture. Xia Guixuan grabbed a pair of dragon horns with both hands, rode a dragon over the river, covered the sea and stepped on the waves, like driving a whale back to Xiking. They wanted someone to be torn apart, but that person was not watching at all at this time. Instead, the loyal high priest looked at it with a flushed face and was fascinated by it. That's what it felt like. Master, Ling Moxu's strange voice came from beside. "What are you daydreaming about?" Ahem. Xiaoru came back to his senses, put on the temperament of a master and said lightly, "I was just thinking about how to make the Father God recover faster." "What are you doing here? Don't pretend, Master." Ling Moxu smiled. "You are looking at their postures, and vaguely put yourself in their shoes." "Bah!" Xiaoru covered her mouth angrily. "You are the one who put yourself in their shoes." "I am putting myself in their shoes, Master." Ling Moxu blushed and whispered, "Don't you think we are cheap? We obviously have the opportunity to bully him in return, but in the end we are still willing to wait to be bullied by him." Xiaoru was stunned for a long time. Her apprentice's words directly confirmed her inner drama and did not even give her room for rebuttal. She wanted to say that I am different from you, but looking at the look in her apprentice's eyes, she didn't say it after all. She was seen through. She didn't seem to want to refute it, but just curled her lips and said, "If you want to bully him, you can still go. While his memory has not fully recovered, he can hold his head and squat to defend, and you can still be deceived." Ling Moxu shook her head. "In fact, his memory has recovered, and he will still hold his head and squat to defend if we want to beat him." Xiaoru admitted this. Xia Guixuan is getting more and more cute now, and it has little to do with memory. As for whether he was deceived or not, Ling Moxu pursed her lips and rushed down the cliff. "I can be sure that he must have recovered now. It's still unclear who is deceiving whom now." Xiaoru's mouth twitched, and he looked down at the appearance of riding a dragon breaking the waves, thinking that this little dragon is really tragic. Not only was he watched by a group of people for the first time, but he was also deceived. "Oh, that's not right. You are not a fish. How can you know the joy of fish?" Others also think that Xiaoru is being abused, but in fact, she is not happy if it is not like this. Seeing the intoxicated blush on Xiaolong's face, isn't he enjoying it? Who cheated and fried whom, does it matter? Chapter 639. You are enough. The white dragon finally came out of the pond amid the hustle and bustle of the crowd. Even Shang Zhaoi had to admire it. A dragon is a dragon. This physique is great. It took so long for the first time, and it was still full of energy. It was almost catching up with Shang Zhaoi at the beginning. Is this called dragon and horse spirit? As for the father god who was said to be seriously injured, but could still fight for several hours, I don't bother to say anything. The young body is fragrant, right? Yuan is also very useful, right? It was quite wasteful before, and never used this thing to do anything. This time, it was very enjoyable to practice dual cultivation. Others fell asleep after plowing the fields, but this guy was more energetic after plowing. The light in his eyes became more and more condensed, and it was obvious that his injuries were recovering rapidly. Forget it, it's good to help heal the wound. But the little dragon seemed to have grown up overnight, oh no, in one shot. The childishness of the past is no longer seen. He leaned on Xia Guixuan quietly and gently, helping him wipe the water stains and put on clothes. His eyes were full of tenderness and attachment. She looks like a little maid, but she is clearly a dragon king who leads a group of dragons. There is a hint of nobility between her eyebrows. She is much more elegant in girl mode than in lolly mode. That temperament reminds Shang Zhaoi of Xiao Siming. I don't know if Xiaolong is imitating her intentionally, or if all Chinese girls are like this when they grow up. Shang Zhaoi doesn't know whether Xia Guixuan will like the little lolly in the past more, or the grown-up girl now. Wouldn't it be better if people can manifest different people in different stages? Hey! Isn't this a who? Xia Guixuan leaned against the edge of the pond and put on his clothes. It was unknown what he was thinking. He was silent for a while and suddenly said, Zhaoi, Moxu. The master and disciple on the cliff scratched their heads and both flashed to the edge of the pond. Your memory has really recovered, Xia Guixuan said with a smile. Do you think it's too fast? Haven't you bullied enough? Who stepped in the horseshoe print on my back? It's quite beautiful. The master and disciple both snorted coldly with an unyielding look on their faces. You want revenge, right? Just use any tricks to torture people, you wish. Xia Guixuan stood up and hugged Shang Zhaoi. Thank you for your hard work. Shang Zhaoi blushed and said a little helplessly, no, it's nothing. Xia Guixuan hugged Ling Moxu again and whispered in her ear, the few hours that General Ling took care of me are the most precious memories of my life. Ling Moxu's body softened at once, and she whispered, I really don't know whether the former dead slave owner is cuter, or the current stinky sea king is cuter. Xia Guixuan said, I am whichever you want me to be. Ling Moxu's eyes moved, and she tried to reach out to pick his chin. Then, do you want me to call you master, or Xiao Xia? Xia Guixuan let her choose, and smiled. Call me whichever you like. Ling Moxu bit her lower lip, looked at him with sparkling eyes for a long time, finally sighed, and leaned lightly in his arms. Master, and blinked at you soon. Shang Zhaoi said with a stern face, of course we hope that you are still the wise and mighty king, leading us to conquer every enemy. Who wants to keep a little puppy at home? Actually, it's very tiring. Xia Guixuan hugged Ling Moxu and sighed. It's nice to lie down and wait for a rich woman to raise you. I miss you a little. You're taking advantage of me. Shang Zhaoi also gently leaned into his arms, letting him hug him on both sides, and whispered, you are the king, and we listen to you. Xia Guixuan said, looking back this time, I feel the luckiest is to have you. The master and disciple both smiled, and Shang Zhaoi asked, how much have you recovered from your injuries? Xia Guixuan said, the strength of the peak of taking can be exerted, there is no shortage. Theoretically, it takes tens of thousands of years to fully recover from this kind of injury. Ling Moxu hurriedly said, everyone collected some medicinal herbs a few days ago? Xia Guixuan shook his head, not much use. Is Yuan the most useful? Really? Actually not, although I really want to say it is. Everyone laughed. Are you addicted to lying? Ahem. Xia Guixuan quickly changed the subject. It will take time to fully recover from the current injury. I am considering two directions now. Which two? One is to modify the flow of time, so that a few days are equal to tens of thousands of years, and you will recover when you come out. Xia Guixuan said, but I think Taichu will also use this method, and we may not have any advantage. What about the second one, that is to attack now? If we can find Taichu as soon as possible, its recovery at this time should not be as good as mine. Even if it has other means to recover better, there are limits. I have you, plus Adua. Why not go straight to the dragon? Why do we have to wait until I recover? Everyone was stunned. Ling Moxu looked up with a rather strange expression. Hey, your style is becoming more and more like my Xiao Jiu. Xia Guixuan laughed. You're Xiaojiu, Ling Moxa said with a straight face. What, don't you like giving you some NTR pleasure? It feels good, but, Xia Guixuan pointed out, but aren't you being cheated now? Shang Zhaoi and Yu soon laughed at the same time. To be honest, Xiaojiu's style is not all about surprise attacks, it's just that it can't be highlighted when he is calm, and he has no outstanding achievements. Surprise attacks are always impressive, and at the right time, they can indeed have unexpected effects, Xia Guixuan said. Even you wouldn't think that I would want to take the initiative to attack before my injury has healed, so how could Taichu think of it? If it is still hesitating and trying to make some arrangements, this will make it completely confused, Shang Zhaoi said somewhat unconvinced. In fact, it's not that we can't think of it, but we don't think in this direction at all. It stands to reason that in the stable period after the dust has settled, shouldn't you push 10 or 8 to be the proper rhythm? This is only 1, Xia Guixuan twitched his mouth. Am I like that? The girls looked up and thought for a long time, and confirmed, yes, maybe, Xia Guixuan admitted helplessly, but now, I don't have anyone I want. Everyone was stunned. Hey, you, Xia Guixuan whispered, no one to stop, too much is as bad as too little, I have you already enough. Everyone was touched by these words, and no one responded for a while. In fact, there were many people watching the little dragon emerging from the water. Far more than the 3 people on the scene. Long Yao, Wu Change and others were watching from a distance, and they were scratching their heads after hearing this. Yes, now it has come to the point where everyone doesn't know how long it will take to take a turn, and everyone is considering teaming up, either 2 foxes, a master and an apprentice, or a couple, and changeover there even has a master and a servant. At this point, in fact, everyone doesn't want him to add anyone in their hearts, but just now he said that you are the king and we listen to you. It's hard to say such petty words. Isn't it normal for a king to have 3 palaces and 6 courtyards? But he took the initiative to say this, and everyone felt a little weird for a while. He is really fine now. After a long while, Shang Zhaoi finally said, then, what about Xiao Siming? Xia Guixuan said, sister is originally my wife, there is no need to calculate extra. There is really nothing else. Before he finished speaking, a figure rushed over, pressed him and started beating him. You stinky scum, have you forgotten something? Where is my Ahua? Such a big Ahua? Xia Guixuan covered his head and ran away. You. Are you ready? Pretend. I let you pretend. Ahua conjured up a Gundam laser sword from nowhere, and chased Xia Guixuan all the way, slashing and slashing. You only think about that. Without that, you are not a human being. I will beat you to death. The 2 Supremas chased them all the way, and everyone watched in a daze, not even knowing whether they were studying a surprise attack plan or making a fuss out of jealousy. Maybe this is the norm around him. Worldly affairs and family affairs have always been one and the same. Chapter 640 The Gradual Change of Ahua. That night, the first plenary meeting after Xia Guixuan's memory was revived was held in the temple. The topic of discussion was naturally the feasibility of Xia Guixuan's direct raid strategy. Ahua turned into Gundam and was held in Xia Guixuan's arms. No one knew what consensus was reached after the chase and escape during the day. Anyway, Ahua was quite honest at this moment, and she was watching everyone's meeting with her Gundam head. In fact, earlier, some people also had some complaints about Ahua in their hearts. After all, the troubles in this universe are closely related to Ahua, and the aftermath is still there. If she is treated as a boss, there may not be so many troubles. Even if someone else blew up Ahua behind the scenes, that person is the big boss, but what does that have to do with everyone? But Xia Guixuan was obsessed with Gundam and had to be in the same trench with Ahua, so everyone had to accept it, because he was the boss. But as the understanding deepened, everyone gradually understood that some things would not disappear if you avoided them. Ahua's revival was originally driven by Taichu, and the expansion of Qianling Fantasy World proved this. This was not Ahua's problem. If there was no Xia Guixuan, what would happen when Qianling Fantasy World gathered Ahua? When Taichu really wanted to make the universe from nothing to something, and then from birth to death, no one could escape. Under an overturned nest, how can eggs be intact? If Kanglong Star is everyone's home, then why not expand to the entire universe? The contraction of the universe is closely related to everyone. Instead, it proved Xia Guixuan's foresight, or his confusion about his hometown supported him to continue to dig deeper into the facts behind it. From the first time he saw the pig brain flower, he wanted to cooperate instead of being an enemy. A decision has influenced us to this day. Facts have proved that he was right. No matter how unreliable Ahu is, she is still the supreme power, the mother goddess of the universe who is unmatched on paper. She is held in her arms like a little Gundam, and she advances and retreats with him wholeheartedly. Her unreliability actually makes her get along better with everyone. If she were a high-ranking mother goddess, no one would care about her, but now everyone is very close to her, and they always feel that this Gundam is a member of the team. It's really fate. It shows that what kind of person should be in what kind of group. Xiao Jiayu coughed twice, regained his composure, and said seriously, in principle, I agree with Lao Xia's opinion. A surprise attack at this time is a very reasonable plan. Teichu's power is extraordinary. In theory, it will have more means than Lao Xia, and it has no advantage in recovery. If we think we have the power to help it and it doesn't, and we wait to recover, we will probably fall into a trap. Yes, we can't estimate how much more it can do with every day we delay. We must solve it as soon as possible while we can. Xia Guixuan didn't mind being pointed out that he didn't have as many means as Teichu. When you said the word in principle, I knew there would be a but behind it. Just say it. Long Yu next to him raised his finger. First, you are not allowed to leave us alone this time. Xia Guixuan shook his head. My injury has not healed yet, and I need everyone's strength together. This is not the time for me to show off. Xiao Jiayu raised another finger. Second, if so many of us go, how do we go? Gada said, if it's you, you can go, but you can't bring others. At most, I will suffer a little loss. Xiao Jiayu, Xia Guixuan coughed dryly. Don't worry about this, we have our own way. Long Gao stretched out another finger. Then there is only one last question. How to find Teichu? Xia Guixuan looked down at the Gundam in his arms. Gundam looked up at him. Both of them clearly showed, huh? So you can sense it? Xia Guixuan's forehead was throbbing with veins, and he gritted his teeth and said, you and Teichu are originally one. Now you have absorbed the divinity of Gaia Emer and are almost complete. You still can't sense Teichu. Gundam sweet dropped. We know, Teichu also knows, it can make targeted shielding and isolation, which is not difficult for it. What about you? Xiao Siming has such a close relationship with you, you can't sense her. Xia Guixuan, it is not difficult for Teichu to block this. Unless I recover to my full strength, maybe I can give it a try. The temple was silent. Although the strategy is good, in fact, the first link is not feasible. You don't even know where Teichu is. What about your sister? This time is different from the last time. The last time, the Eastern Emperor realm was a perfect entry point. There, you can always find traces of Teichu. With Kunlun's support, it is not difficult to force Teichu out. But what about this time? This time, Teichu lost all his subordinates and power. He was sealed in Xiao Siming's body and fled alone. If you want to hide in this situation, where can you find him? Xia Guixuan almost strangled the Gundam in his arms to death. He thought that this guy was originally one with Teichu, and this was a problem that did not need to be considered. Unexpectedly, even this could fail. It is indeed more difficult to expect Arhuit to be reliable than to expect Asao to climb a tree. Facing the contemptuous eyes of Xiao Jiayu and others, Xia Guixuan had to bite the bullet. What are you looking at? Since I have proposed a proposal, I have my own way. Now I will prepare for both hands. I will change the time flow speed to restore while looking for Teichu. That's it, the meeting is adjourned. After saying that, he couldn't wait for others to answer, and ran away with Gundam in his arms. As soon as they entered the inner courtyard of the temple, Xia Guixuan grabbed Gundam's neck and shook him. You have ruined my image of being a man of deliberate action and unfathomable. Gundam fought back, not to be outdone. When have you ever had that kind of thing? Can you be more clear about your own cognition? The two rolled on the lawn in front of the bamboo building and fought fiercely. A fat tiger squatted next to them, eating meat with its head down as if nothing had happened. Since seeing Xiaolong being ridden, Fat Tiger's desire to be a mount has disappeared. Seeing the character of the master, riding Gundam is also good. Stop fighting, Fat Tiger will laugh at you. The outer shell of Gundam was beaten away at some point, and Ahuit, who had turned into a beautiful woman, was pressed down with messy hair, begging for mercy weakly. Okay, I admit that you used to be quite a man of deliberate action. It's my fault, okay? Do you want me to compensate you? The two were pressed on the lawn, one on top and one on the bottom. Ahua's chest rose and fell, and the white ravines were clearly visible. The messy hair and panic eyes made her look sexy for no reason, which made Xia Guixuan stunned for a moment. Fat Tiger turned his head away. According to the usual routine, This compensation would not be too serious. But Ahua whispered, the tenfold tonic pill that they imagined that you and I can recover immediately by practicing dual cultivation does not exist. You are right, I am not a complete person, I do not have the relevant attributes of yin and yang harmony, and I am still missing something, just a little bit. Xia Guixuan pursed his lips and said nothing. Ahua said, I'm sorry, I can't even play this little bit of use. I seem to be just a mascot who can only cause trouble. Even Ahua would say such words, which made Xia Guixuan feel like he was hallucinating. It can be seen how much Ahua's heart has changed recently. She really regards Xia Guixuan as the backbone. Like everyone else, she hopes that she can help, instead of the chaotic and funny state before. Xia Guixuan's heart softened, and he whispered, what are you talking about? I never expected you to play any role, and I never planned to use this as a way to make a profit. You asked me why I didn't push my sister away earlier, and I'm answering you the same way now. I don't want my first time with you to be for this kind of thing. Ahua's eyes sparkled, and she stopped talking. Xia Guixuan said, you know, what I'm most worried about is that after you absorb their divinity, you are not the same Ahua. As long as it's you, it's good, Ahua whispered, then. No matter what, kiss me. Xia Guixuan lowered his head and kissed her. Ahua closed her eyes and responded tactfully. Her lips were soft, a perfect comfort, and a little sweet. Xia Guixuan suddenly remembered that he had kissed Ahua before, but he had never experienced it properly. Ahua at that time was unrestrained and wild. Ahua at this moment was apologetic and shy. If we must compare, is Ahua at this moment a woman, and is the kiss at this moment the first kiss? I recommend a book called The Kyoto Bubble Era, starting from selling billions of assets. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 641 You should be the king no matter how honest Ahua becomes. The plan to directly locate and attack Huanglong seems to be stillborn. Xia Guixuan had no choice but to activate the change in the speed of time flow, entered the depths of the temple, and prepared for a long rest. In fact, he was more anxious than anyone else, because there was a situation he did not tell everyone, fearing that it would add to their worries. That is, Teichu's situation was not simply injured, but was sealed in Xiao Siming's body by his seal and wedding dress. This is not an eternal seal. Now Teichu can't break free because of the injury. Once it recovers to a certain extent, it will not be difficult to break free from this seal. At that time, not only will Xiao Siming, as a container, be dead, but it also means that there will be almost no results in the previous battle. The original meaning of sealing Teichu in Xiao Siming's body was from nothing to something, from the unpredictable and unknowable air that permeates the universe to a physical form, and from then on there is a clear way to target it, which is a great success. If it breaks the seal and comes out, wouldn't it be back to square one, and all the hard work in the previous battle was in vain? Things must be ended during this period. But there was nothing he could do if he couldn't find Teichu. Xia Guixuan also knew that it was unreasonable to blame Ahua for this. After all, Teichu wasn't an NPC waiting for you to operate it at home. It had more methods than everyone else. How could you realize it just because you had an idea? Now he could only prepare for both situations. On the one hand, he let Ahua, who had become obedient now, set up an altar and array. With her supreme power, he could try to strengthen the connection with Teichu through various arrays and the like. He would be assisted by experts who were proficient in arrays, such as Long Gao. Now Ahua was eager to show that she was still reliable, so we should still be able to look forward to it. On the other hand, he could only try to recover his peak as soon as possible before the flow of time changed. At that time, he would have some methods to try. This situation forced him to be a tyrant who reveled every night. It was really not what he wanted to do. He put his hands in his pockets. He turned over Athena's card tonight. This fallen goddess performed extremely well in this war, which made Xia Guixuan feel a little sorry for her. Because I really don't have any feelings for her, compare it with the same thing of solving the hidden dangers of the body. I don't want to do this to my sister, but I have no psychological barriers to stand in front of others and push Athena. This psychological status can be seen. I didn't expect to get such loyalty and fighting. The role played by the goddess of war on such a battlefield far exceeded my previous expectations and imagination. And she was the only one who didn't beat him when he lost his memory. She even beat the rabbit. Although it seems a bit weird to express gratitude and apology by flipping cards to favor someone, I don't know if this counts as calling someone here to play with me or thanking them, but there seems to be no better way under the current circumstances, and I can't go out for an outing or shopping, etc. But although I feel a little annoyed, the women don't think so. They all look at Athena with envy. Athena herself is also radiant and very happy. When she arrived at the inner hall, she blushed and knelt on one knee, bowed her head and said, "Master," looking at this increasingly fluent master, Xia Guixuan is sure that he has never asked to call her that before. I have to admit that the goddess who was so heroic on the battlefield, holding a spear and fighting against the supreme being without retreating, now kneels down and calls her master. The psychological experience is really great, but Xia Guixuan feels that he didn't call her here to experience this. Athena quietly looked up at Xia Guixuan's face, as if she guessed what he was thinking, and smiled slightly. "Master, don't you understand what sisters Haowai and Maozu said? What we want is not the sea king, but a king. Or to be more specific, a king with a gentle heart." Everyone likes the current master very much. Xia Guixuan couldn't help asking, "Is it because you are more accustomed to having a king?" Athena thought about it, shook her head and said, "Because you should be a king. The one I serve and submit to is Xia Guixuan, who overlooks everything. Wherever you whip is my battlefield. It is my honor to kill the enemy for you." Xia Guixuan looked at her steadily without saying anything. "I always feel that Xiaoju's ambition seems to be a very difficult topic to achieve. People are different." Athena hesitated for a moment, then slowly crawled over, raised her head and looked at him seductively. "I am very happy that you let me serve you the first time." "Let me serve you, Your Majesty." Xia Guixuan also put aside his previous little thoughts, closed his eyes and enjoyed the goddess's service. After a moment of wondering in his mind, he picked her up again and put her on the chair. In the star field, Ahua connected the stars to form a formation, outlining a hexagram of blue light in the vast universe, which looked extremely bluffing. Others used treasures to set up formations on the ground, but this guy used stars as a formation. The faint power that emanated made Long Yu a little frightened. If this was an offensive formation, Long Yu was not sure whether the formation of the Kanglong star field could withstand Ahua's attack. Without Xia Guixuan's presidency, it would probably not be able to withstand it. Ahua was almost a dimensionality reduction attack on others. This is the power of the beginning. They had faced such a power in the previous battles. Fortunately, Ahua was not an enemy. Well, if she was the enemy, wouldn't it be easier to deal with? Such an unreliable enemy is rare. But it's not good to say this in front of Ahua. Ahua is most afraid of people saying that she is unreliable. She is holding back her energy to make a difference. Xia Guixuan was changing people in the temple to heal his wounds. She went there once and came back with a moist face to continue to cooperate with Ahua. Ahua ignored her and diligently arranged the formation. She was so tired that her face turned pale before it finally seemed to be arranged. This six-pointed formation of the stars in the sky, which took Ahua a lot of effort, I don't know what effect it can have. But Ahua was seen floating in the center of the formation, holding her hands in the air, her long hair flying, her slightly closed eyes gradually opened, and the azure divine light pierced the darkness, like the first stream of light when the world was first opened, shooting to an unknown direction. It seemed to be pulling the direction of fate in the dark. Too strong. Long Yu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "I'm a little confident." Ahua's tone changed from solemn to a little joyful. "No matter how difficult it is to determine Teichu's breath, Xiao Siming's body and soul are still very clear. It's easier to locate her than my previous attempt to locate Teichu," Long Yu said happily. "Can you locate it?" Ahua said, "Almost. After all, I'm not as familiar with Xiao Siming as Gigan. If you can provide a personal item of Xiao Siming, preferably one that can be carried for a long time or infused with divine thoughts, then it will definitely work. If it's not so ideal, there are still opportunities. We should try." Long Yu raised his head and thought for a while, and suddenly clapped his hands and said happily, "The magic mirror that connected to the Qianling fantasy world before was said to be Xiao Siming's thing, and the spirit of the weapon even recognized its master. Is this a gift from heaven?" Chapter 642, Traces of Xiao Siming Mirror, which is the most beautiful dragon in the world. Of course it's her noble father God's only disciple, the most beloved wife, and lord of the dragon realm, Her Majesty Xiang Yuxin. Xiang Yuxin said, "Hey, I'm not a child now. The tricks for coaxing children are useless to me. Then do you like to hear it? Yes. Xia Guixuan held up her chin and said, Master doesn't know who to invite to sleep with him today. I'm thinking whether I should pair up with Rabbit. Too young and cute once, the magic mirror complained. I don't understand what the point of you thinking about this all day long. We're facing a powerful enemy, and nothing has been resolved, yet you're vying for favor. This is the biggest meaning. It's called preparing for a rainy day. Isn't it too late when things are done? Xia Guixuan said. Are you thinking of your old master and helping Xiao Siming suppress me in advance? Tisk, you used to be nice to me, so you're called Sister Xiao Siming. Now that you've climbed into Master's bed, you're called Xiao Siming. The magic mirror was too lazy to complain. Who's suppressing whom here? Xia Guixuan smiled apologetically. Not really. Sister Xiao Siming and I will always be in the same group. The magic mirror sighed with some disappointment. I can't sense her presence now, and I don't even know if she is still alive. Xia Guixuan said, Don't worry about this, she must be alive. Although the master can't sense where she is, he must have a sense of life and death. She is too important to him, the magic mirror said. She should be alive. If she is dead, I should have broken too. Xia Guixuan nodded. This is one of the reasons why everyone is not too worried. The magic mirror is a magic weapon refined by Xiao Siming. The spirit of the weapon is connected with the mind of the master. If something happened to Xiao Siming, the spirit of the weapon would not be broken, or at least become very weak and dying. But now it is full of energy and completely fine, proving that Xiao Siming is safe now. Forget it, the magic mirror said. You are now a newlywed, and it seems unfair to you to keep talking about other women. Xia Guixuan smiled with her eyes bent. The magic mirror is still sensible, so should we continue to talk about the most beautiful majesty Xia Guixuan? In fact, we can talk about something else, Xia Guixuan said shyly. What posture do you think I should use next time, or is it better to have a morning bite in the morning? Does the master like it more? The magic mirror, it is beyond the scope of my knowledge and cannot be answered. It is true that dragons are inherently lustful. I didn't expect that dragons can be more coquettish than us foxes. A fragrant breeze blew outside, and Longai strode into the room and grabbed the magic mirror. I can tell you that your master must like it very much, but before you act coquettishly, lend me the magic mirror. The words were still floating in the air, and the person was gone. Xia Guixuan, where's my magic mirror? Where is the magic mirror that was so big just now? After the entire Kindling fantasy world was collected by Xia Guixuan and turned into a Tai Chi ball to carry around, the magic mirror thought that it had completed its mission to be refined into a magic weapon by its master, and that it would just be a happy little partner beside Xia Guixuan in the future. It thought that this was how its life would be, and its highlight moment was over. In the future, it would be a dressing mirror, flattering Xiaolong every day and saying that you are the most beautiful dragon in the world, and then watching the master being pressed on the dressing table by her master in front of the mirror, looking up at the blurred eyes in the mirror. This is the daily routine in the future. Maybe in the future, when the spirit of the instrument is transformed, it may even compete with Xiaolong for favor, and that little fool doesn't know. I didn't expect that I would have my share in the serious business. Looking at the great Ahua floating among the stars, the magic mirror felt that it should be able to shine again. It is easy for it to associate this with a relationship between itself and its master for positioning. As expected, Ahua saw its eyes glowing, and she took it over and hung it in the center of the formation. Please be more reliable, magic mirror. My Ahua's last chance to turn things around is here. In the future, whether I can put my hands on my hips or behave honestly in front of him depends on this time. The magic mirror felt that it seemed a bit difficult to turn things around based on your starting point. Isn't the correct starting point to consider the enemy, but to consider the status next to the man? When you think like this, you have already lost your status. But I saw the stars shining, the light of the six-pointed star formation flashed through the night sky, and the magic mirror emitted a soft blue light, faintly reflecting Xiao Siming's pale face. It seemed that he was practicing in seclusion. Ahua stared at the calculations nervously for a long time before she murmured, "We have the direction, but the plane dimension is still a little short. I wonder if this will work." Long Yu asked hurriedly, "What's the factor? Could it be that because the magic mirror has a flat cross-section, it can only locate the plane position?" Well, it has nothing to do with this. What we are communicating is the implicit connection between the mirror spirit and its owner, but this is one way. I'm worried about arousing Teichu's vigilance and he dare not exert any more force. Should we be more direct? I'm afraid Giga needs to make a decision. From your tone, it would be safer if something could stimulate Xiao Siming's response. Yes, Xiao Siming's soul still exists independently and has not disappeared. If she can respond, it would be foolproof. That is what you said before, something with her divine thoughts. Of course it's safe if there's this thing. Ahua hesitated. There shouldn't be, right? How could it be such a coincidence? It's hard to say. Long Yu turned and left. Anyway, I'll go ask the Father God first. Xia Guixuan had been practicing dual cultivation in the isolated temple at a very different speed. It had only been half a day since Ahua set up the formation outside, and he didn't know how many sets of dual cultivation modes he had changed. Even without Ahua's tonic pills, the dual cultivation quality of the people around Xia Guixuan was already ridiculously high. There were several taking, and Wuxiang was also at the peak. If they practiced dual cultivation a few more times, they might step into the level of taking. With such help, the healing was indeed very fast. Although it was not easy to recover the supreme power, it should not take long with such help, and the recovery efficiency was indeed comparable to that of Taichu. Xia Guixuan really didn't like to do this kind of thing before. This kind of thing was too utilitarian and would lose the original fun and sweetness, and he felt like a sow with nothing to do except doing that thing. But perhaps people who have a harem will have such a day sooner or later, and that day they will know what it means to be in pain and happy. For example, Shang Zhao, Yi Ling, Mozu and their apprentice were leaning on each other's shoulders with satisfied smiles. Xia Guixuan was numb. This was the achievement of master and apprentice that he had personally arranged when he was doing the sex job, but now it seemed that they were enjoying themselves, and he had ruined all the fun. Those who heard about it were sad and those who saw it cried. But it must be admitted that the effect of the day and night double cultivation and healing was indeed very good. I thought it would take a long time to recover to the supreme level, but unexpectedly, it was completed in these few days. As for going from the supreme to my own peak, there is still a long way to go. It also proves that this guy who has been claiming that he is not supreme or just supreme is lying. He has already achieved great success. If the supreme also has a peak, then he should be at least in the middle and late stages. Shuang Zhaowai and Ling Moxu, who felt that they were having a good time, found his constipated expression funny, and took the initiative to bow their heads and clean him up, muttering, "This Father God is like a child sometimes." Xia Guixuan stretched out his hands and stroked the heads of the master and disciple at the same time, thinking that if he could enjoy this by acting like a child, why not? Oh, tisk tisk, someone poked his head in from outside. You two, master and disciple, have a good rapport. Shang Zhaowai was not to be outdone. You and Xiaoru have a good cooperation, too, Ling Moxu said faintly. Don't say anything, you two have a good cooperation. Shang Zhaowai, Long Yu, Xia Guixuan tried to smooth things over. Has there been any progress with Ahua? Long Yu told Ahua and the magic mirror about the situation, and asked, Ahua meant that it would be safer if there were items with Xiao Siming's divine consciousness. With your previous relationship with Xiao Siming, don't you have anything of hers on you? Xia Guixuan frowned. No. In the past, the Junte sword actually had one, but it was broken and reshaped. Although the Donghurong vestment was woven by my sister, it did not contain any of her divine consciousness. After all, it was a protective vestment, and the divine consciousness in it was dispersed after 2 random battles. It was meaningless. After counting, there were no other souvenirs with my sister's mark on him. This was indeed incredible for their relationship. Just when he was having a headache, he saw Ling Moxu turn around and take out a jade pendant from the clothes at the corner of the bed. Take a look, is this okay? Chapter 643, Saving Others and Saving Yourself. Xia Guixuan didn't know why Ling Moxu had a jade pendant belonging to Xiao Siming. The jade pendant was a communication type, a very traditional reserved divine thought mode. As long as you access it, the other party will know it. Xia Guixuan waited and looked at it over and over again for a long time. Why would she send you a communication jade pendant? Just because she taught you sword skills. Ling Moxu coughed dryly. She said I was very good at the time, and said that if you bully me in the future, just ask her to beat you. Xia Guixuan, she is really a very caring sister, Ling Moxu whispered. She is obviously very jealous of me, but in the end she still wants to help me find a good marriage. Yes. She is always like this, Xia Guixuan murmured, looking down at the jade pendant in a trance. The magic mirror is a section of the Thousand Edges fantasy world that Xiao Siming cut off to protect him. The jade pendant is the protection given to Moxu by Xiao Siming because he felt sorry for her. She always wanted to help others and weave wedding clothes for others. In the end, it became a way for everyone to save her. It is to help others, but also to save herself. Long Gao said, "Is this jade pendant useful?" "Of course it is. If this is useless, then nothing else will be useful." Ahua was still waiting for Long Gao's message at the core of the formation, but when he showed up, there was already a group of people. Ahua was stunned. "Gigan, are you planning to locate a flat position and then cast a net to find it?" Seeing the jade pendant handed over by Xia Guixuan, Ahua finally understood why Xia Guixuan was so sure that he even gathered people first. She also felt a little sigh in her heart. She knew why Xia Guixuan wanted to raid Taichu. She had to get everything done before Taichu could break free of the seal. However, the slim hope, along with the things that Xiao Siming had reserved for himself, suddenly came into view. No matter how many means Taichu used to shield everyone's active perception, it would be impossible for it to think of these things in advance. Ahua turned her head, looked at the faint image of Xiao Siming in the magic mirror, and gently placed the jade pendant on it. It seemed that Xiao Siming's brows moved for a moment, and then they converged. Ahua looked at it for a moment and whispered, "I have sensed the exact location, and even received some very weak feedback from thoughts. There are some other combat forces summoned by Taichu around." Xia Guixuan took a deep breath and said, "Let's go." Xiao Siming sat cross-legged in a void crack, and the crack was surrounded by a vast chaotic space. She knew that this was a turbulent place deliberately chosen by Taichu, and no one could survey it. Taichu looked familiar with this place. Maybe it was the place where it was born or came from other dimensional universes? In other words, this place is the real origin? The womb? Xiao Siming didn't know why she thought of this thing. It seemed that this place was also closely related to her divinity. It felt quite weird. And this kind of chaotic place has another advantage. Similar to the dark demon of Zelter in the early years, chaotic and dark places are easy to breed these. If Taichu deliberately promotes them, it may promote a group of dark legions as wings. Today's Taichu seems to have realized that having a group of capable wings is more important than being awesome. Previously, Taichu was too arrogant and thought that they were all trash that Taking could barely handle. He was observing and playing with them like ants in his palm. Even though Kunlun was not of the same mind and the heaven court was not his own, Taichu thought it was no big deal. It would be a piece of cake to kill them. He just didn't want to destroy Kunlun because he was afraid of the problem with the foundation of the plane. But what does it matter? At a certain time, the universe can be destroyed. They are squatting in Kunlun fishing and playing with foxes, and they don't know how they died. Based on this mentality, Taichu has never properly trained his subordinates. Maybe Qianling Fantasy World can be regarded as it, but it has never given any orders to Qianling Fantasy World. It has always been just a kind of conscious guidance, guiding them to collect the remains of Ahua and guide them to replace the main universe. In terms of behavioral consciousness, it still belongs to observation. It was not until Xia Guixuan rose that it had enemies and wars that needed wings. It was not until this time that Gaia Emer and others appeared to assist, but it was too late. Xia Guixuan's power had exceeded his expectations. It wanted to do it itself, but was restrained by some strange forces. Until now, it has been sealed in the body of the god it created. Xiao Siming didn't know how much Taichu regretted. She could only see Taichu materialize all kinds of strange monsters, some of which she recognized, some of which she didn't recognize. Most of them were big monsters that symbolized destruction, damage, and corrosion. In most planes, they were the kind of celestial demons. At the same time, Taichu's own recovery was not left behind. Its recovery method was also different from the usual. Its creation and embodiment, which was a consumption for others, was a promotion for it. Every time it materialized a monster, it recovered a little. This contrast made Xiao Siming very uncomfortable. She kept trying to find out if there was something wrong with the conserved energy. Of course, her understanding of the Tao was not in place, so she couldn't explain it. But at the same time, Taichu was constantly devouring energy. Ahua gave up absorbing the energy of Gaia and Emer to fill the universe collapse, and finally stabilized it. However, Taichu continued to absorb the energy of the universe in a distant place, causing the collapse and destruction in this direction, black holes everywhere, turbulence all over the ground, and a vivid doomsday scene. Taichu would not care about these, and only wanted to recover as quickly as possible. Xiao Siming knew that the flow rate of time in this space had also been greatly changed. On the surface, it seemed that she had been in it for a long time, but in fact, it was hard to say whether a day had passed in the outside world. She was very worried. Teichu was about to revive in such a short time. Could Xia Guixuan catch up? She knew that Xia Guixuan could rely on dual cultivation, but no matter how magical the dual cultivation was, it was an orthodox gradual improvement. It could not be compared with this direct swallowing, and it could not be compared with a strange phenomenon of creating things while upgrading. If everyone competed in recovery, could Xia Guixuan really beat them? Teichu had already recovered to the supreme level. Xiao Siming knew that in a short period of time, Teichu's strength would be enough to break through the seal of the wedding dress. Now her consciousness is still there, and it is also because of the protection of the wedding dress that Teichu's injured strength at the moment cannot erase her, and they can only coexist for the time being. Once Teichu breaks through the seal, it will mean the death of her. Will Xia Guixuan arrive in time to explode and hold herself out among the crowd like he did when the Eastern Emperor realm was about to be destroyed? Xiao Siming didn't know whether she hoped or not. She hoped to see him appear by her side, but she didn't want him to break into the tiger's den. However, this entanglement didn't last long. Xiao Siming knew that her consciousness was getting more and more drowsy at this time. Before, she could clearly watch every move made by Teichu with her body, but now she can't feel it, just like the sky's getting darker and darker. It means that her consciousness is increasingly suppressed, and Teichu's power is getting stronger and stronger. Just when she was helpless, the soul sea moved slightly, as if there was a resonance of divine thoughts touching it. Xiao Siming was startled. Was this the message pendant she had given Ling Moxu? She barely used her last will to respond, conveying the message "I'm here," and then fell into the vast darkness. Only the last bit of spiritual light remained, looking at the chaotic world outside. Taking. Sister can no longer help you. Chapter 644, The Enemy at the Gate. Teichu actually couldn't erase Xiao Siming's consciousness, at least not for now. The wedding dress dyed with Xia Guixuan's blood is not only a seal, but also a protection for Xiao Siming's body and soul. This top-level magic weapon dyed with supreme blood is not so easy to break through. According to the saying of one drop of blood, one world, this body, including the spiritual platform, is surrounded by countless multidimensional universes. How can it be so easy to break through? If Xia Guixuan was in the middle stage of the supreme realm at that time, Teichu at this moment can only recover to the early stage, the second or third level. There is still a distance to break through the siege of his blood. But this level can at least suppress Xiao Siming's consciousness and prevent her from affecting her body. The injuries of the body have been repaired in these days. If the wedding dress seal cannot be broken in a short time, then this body will still be needed to prepare for the battle. It can be said that Xiao Siming's body is relatively perfect. It is both his own creation and a body of taking level. Before there is a supreme body, this is the most perfect choice. If it really needs to be materialized and fight Xia Guixuan, Teichu is also confident to use this body. Before that, of course, Xiao Siming's consciousness must be suppressed to death first, otherwise if Xiao Siming snatches control of the body and causes him to be slapped, it will be fatal. Teichu can also realize that the date of Xia Guixuan's recovery is getting closer and closer. Once Xia Guixuan recovers earlier and communicates with Xiao Siming, it will be a catastrophe. It is also very important to suppress Xiao Siming and prevent him from communicating. Teichu suddenly felt a warning in his heart, as if something extremely dangerous was approaching. It quickly calculated and saw Xia Guixuan leading a group of women, rushing towards this place from a certain passage. If Teichu could swear, he would want to say fuck at this moment. It is in Xiao Siming's body, so it naturally inherited many memories of Xiao Siming and Xia Guixuan. It knows that Xiao Siming has nothing with Xia Guixuan, so it is very relieved. Xia Guixuan wants to find this place. Unless he recovers to his peak, he may have some means. By then, the daylily will be cold. Now it couldn't understand how Xia Guixuan found it without its perception at all. This was too mysterious. The most annoying thing was that psychopath. Can your Tao be open to so many people? Don't you feel disgusted? Even if you don't feel disgusted, I feel disgusted. That's my Tao, okay. Well, it seems that they are all women, which is a little easier to accept. It's also amazing. How come all the combat forces around Xia Guixuan are women? They can help, fight, and warm the bed. It's too much? Although he complained in his heart, Teichu still made a decisive move. He immediately let the monsters created in these days occupy the Chaos Rift as a fortress that needed to be attacked to delay time, and he took Xiao Siming to move quickly. Xia Guixuan's surprise attack had his reasons, but it also had relative flaws. Because he came here by surprise, he lost the effect of time change, and Teichu could still use the flow of time here to recover a few more years by delaying it casually. As long as he could delay for a few more hours, he would be able to recover to his peak, while Xia Guixuan had obviously just recovered to the level of the initial entry into the Supreme, which was a crushing victory. As for Ahui, she seemed very strong. Who cared? Xia Guixuan and his group got out of the passage. They said that everyone would bring it with them, but Xiaojiu, who proposed this proposal, did not come with them. She knew that her combat power was not good enough, and Ahui's cosmic passage was not suitable for her to drive a battleship here. It seemed like a very fussy thing to think about it, driving a battleship there. Even if the battleship could pass, it would not be easy to select all female soldiers inside. Wouldn't it be a hindrance if the physical body came with them? Forget it. So Xiaojia was still the one who stayed behind in the star field, accompanied by Rabbit and Fat Tiger, plus Xiang Yuxun brought the Dragon Clan to suppress the sky, and Hunun still guarded the netherworld. All other combat forces came here without a single one left. Even Yin Xiaoru came, and merged with Long Yao, not to join in the fun, but just to enhance Long Yao's strength a little more. Counting all the members of Taking, it can be said to be the strongest full army attack in the history of the Starfield. If they had this strength when fighting against Kindling Fantasy Realm, they would have been crushed to death. Ahua stopped talking, and a group of people came out aggressively, hanging in the void, looking at the chaotic rift below and began to frown. The time and space inside were disordered, the devil flames were surging, and a very clear terrifying power could be felt. I don't know how many demons are hidden in it. Maybe the devil intentions of half of the universe are gathered here. It is indeed the place where Teichu is entrenched, there is no mistake. But no matter how you sense it, you can't sense where Teichu is. Xia Guixuan's first reaction was to know that Teichu was stalling for time. This is a limited time copy. Every second that passes, the boss becomes stronger. If it passes a few more hours, the whole army will be wiped out. Everyone thought of this and turned to look at him, how to fight. Xia Guixuan looked at the crack and murmured, Teichu must not be in here now, but we can't activate the formation to sense it again. Long Yao said, the biggest probability is that it is hiding deep behind this. We still have to break through this place to find it. If we fight in a melee in a place like this, it will be too easy to delay time. We need to think of another tactic. Xia Guixuan asked Long Yao, does the military advisor have any ideas? Long Yao thought about it absent-mindedly and shook his head. This place is unknown and it is impossible to think of any tactics. Of course, the best tactic is to use the supreme power to directly crush this area. Father God, can you do it? Xia Guixuan shook his head. I can't do it. This area is very special. I guess the beginning of everything is here, Aho said. It's here, the starting point. Teichu did not come from other universes. It is a wisp of air born from this universe. The initial gestation place is here. If the universe is regarded as a human body, then this place is, everyone's expressions became very strange. Some looked at the sky and some looked at the ground. They felt that this could not be responded to. Is the place you are talking about called the uterus? Then how do you explain the monsters in here? Is it inflamed? Or is it a tumor? Why does it feel like no matter how serious things are related to Ahua, they will become so boring? So Teichu must still be in here, but it is hidden in a deeper space and it is impossible to move elsewhere. Ahua said, we are so close, no matter how it moves, it can't escape my perception. Only in here can it block my perception. Seeing that Ahua was so serious, everyone didn't want to complain about her. Yan Wu Yu said vigorously, then fight in. Shang Zhaoi nodded, silently raised his spear, and prepared to sound the charge. Wait, Long Yao suddenly said, let's fight. Father God takes Ahua to get rid of the entanglement and go in by a detour. Is this okay? Ahua said, it's okay to go in by a detour, but it's not easy to find people. There are too many interferences. It's better for us to fight with you, and we can fight faster. Long Yao looked at Xia Guixuan, then at Ahua, and showed a strange smile. But I think, if it's you, there is a high probability that it will work. As long as Xiao Siming still has a little consciousness, it will probably work. Ahua, is the great Ahua too stupid? Why didn't he understand a word of the Fox military advisor's words? But looking at Xia Guixuan's expression, he seemed to understand. Chapter 645, Method to Force Taichu Out. The chaotic space is chaotically intertwined, time and space are turbulent, cracks are everywhere, and each is separated. It is a living maze. Monsters are entrenched in it, with demonic flames surging and power overflowing. Xiao led the crowd in, and heard Long Ai ranging tactics. He always felt that this was really like playing a copy in a game. It was a pity that Xiaojiu didn't come. She was the one who played the game. It's just that the price of this game is life, and the ending is the birth and death and belonging of the universe. The specific way to play the copy is another matter. The strategic plan is that they will entangle the monsters here, and let Xia Guixuan and Ahu go straight to Huanglong to find Taichu. Because this place is chaotic and time and space are intertwined, even if Xia Guixuan and Ahu join the battle to clear this place, it will still take a lot of time. At this time, the situation is that every second wasted, Taichu may become stronger. It is better to try to take a detour to Huanglong. This means that without Xia Guixuan and Ahu joining the battle, the pressure of the battle has become very high. But isn't this what everyone wants to prove from the beginning to now? Even without him, we can do it. Everyone is a wing, an indispensable helper, not a burden. Today, there is no need to prove it anymore. Roar, in the twisted space ahead, a flame demon condensed with black flames appeared, and the breath of destruction was breathtaking. Yan Wuyu turned into a firebird and flew away. Xiongxiaoi rode his horse and charged, following closely behind. The battle started directly. Xia Guixuan carried Ahu in his arms, bypassed a battle, invisible and jumped, passed through countless twisted spaces all the way, avoided various monsters, and rushed straight to the deepest part. The efficiency of this escape was so skillful that Ahu was amazed. Watching you fight is not as pleasing as watching you run away. No, Ahu still doesn't understand how to force Taichu out. Anyway, Xia Guixuan has never had the experience of running away with her in human form, and it's quite comfortable. It's just that the posture of holding her in his arms is a bit weird. Before, it was a small Gundam, and I just held it in my arms, no problem. Now it's a big beauty, it's not hugged but held in my arms. What is this posture like? Ahu thought about it and felt that this was very similar to the posture of holding a child while peeing. Ahu felt a little embarrassed, so she turned around in his arms and hugged his neck, with her legs wrapped around his waist. She thought this koala posture was good, and Xiaolong also liked to play in the past. She never thought that she could actually walk by herself, so why should she hold him in her arms? Well, she was too lazy to think about it, it was so comfortable to hold him. But she didn't think that this posture would be very stimulating to Xia Guixuan. Especially in some places, they were very close, and sometimes they would rub against each other during the running process. Ahu felt comfortable because of this. And the soft jade and warm fragrance were in her arms, and the red lips were right beside her mouth. The feeling was hard to describe. In the past, when Xiaolong was hanging in the koala, it was a Lolita form, and no one would have that kind of thought, but Ahu was a mature and voluptuous beauty. They had already kissed and touched each other everywhere. Especially. Xia Guixuan knew very well what he had to do to be useful, which was almost to have sex with Ahu. Outside, there was a war going on, and he was taking a beauty to have sex. This feeling made him feel very embarrassed. Even though he knew it was a tactic, he was still embarrassed, so he kept silent all the way. As a result, Ahu teased him. Ahem, seeing Ahu's somewhat confused expression, Xia Guixuan said helplessly, "Do you know what the situation is now?" Ahu looked at his face like a fangirl. "I don't know, I'll go wherever you take me." Swoosh, Xia Guixuan dodged a collapsed dimension and arrived at a relatively quiet space-time dimension. This dimension is like a fragment of the heaven, azure blue, with floating clouds below, and it is quite comfortable to step on. Looking far away, you can see the irregular edges of the plane, like the irregular facets of diamond glass, flashing with a faint phosphorescence, very beautiful. Ahu looked around, and suddenly felt a little happy, thinking that this could almost be regarded as hiding in a blue gem. The universe is so big, there are so many magical and magnificent things, even in this magical place, you can find such beautiful scenery. The key is that there is no one around, it's very romantic. Ahu almost forgot that there was a war outside. Let go of the divine sense, there seems to be not much demonic atmosphere in front. If this area has an end, this is probably the corner of the end. It is called the end, but it is actually so vast that it is beyond description. There are messy broken celestial bodies scattered in the void, multiple planes intertwined, and there are countless broken small dimensions like this. It is impossible to accurately define it with the concept of a place. It is almost impossible to find the hiding place of Teichu from such a place, under the premise that Teichu deliberately hides. Seeing Xia Guixuan staying here, Ahua was a little curious. So you brought me here to fall in love? Xia Guixuan was stunned for a moment, then laughed. I guess so. Ahua was very happy, then quickly say Ahua is beautiful. Xia Guixuan said, isn't it the great chaos? Ahua said, if you say it's Ahua, then it's Ahua. You're getting more and more obedient. Xia Guixuan held her and sat in the thick clouds. Can we kiss here? When saying this, Xia Guixuan felt that he was deceiving a retard. He wanted to say that he would make love with her to stimulate his sister, but he couldn't say it. Ahua said shyly, it's okay, but it feels a little off, not quite right. Xia Guixuan asked curiously, is it because it feels like others are fighting and we are making love, so it's not right? No, Ahua said confidently, it's because there's no one crying with champagne under the car, it's not cool enough. Xia Guixuan was stunned. Forget about feeling sorry for Ahua, her train of thought is even more outrageous than the little fox's. The little fox just focuses on different things from people, which can be said to be pointing directly to the essence, while Ahua is completely a confused and funny person. I feel like I can explain it to her in a clearer way. She seems to be more excited. In fact, someone is watching. Xia Guixuan stroked her cheek and whispered, do you think Teichu is watching our every move here? Ahua's eyes lit up, and then shook her head. Teichu is not angry, it's not fun, Xia Guixuan said. How do you know if Teichu is angry? It thought you were blown up, but now someone is in pain and it's very happy. Wouldn't it be very uncomfortable? Ahua was overjoyed. That makes sense. Why do I feel like I'm still deceiving the idiot? Will Teichu be uncomfortable because of this? The one who will be uncomfortable is Xiao Siming. Xia Guixuan coughed twice and continued, there is also a meaning of killing two birds with one stone. Ahua asked curiously, what's the meaning? Xia Guixuan turned his head and looked around, and simply lowered his voice and said directly, you are here, you should be able to recycle this part of the body. Ahua said, of course you can, but you know, if the body is recycled, the place will not disappear, and it has no meaning for the battle situation. It's not for the significance of the battle situation, but for, Xia Guixuan paused, as long as you're complete, we can practice dual cultivation, right? Ahua widened her eyes, yes, we will practice dual cultivation here. If Teichu doesn't stop me, I will be able to recover to my peak soon. If it stops me, then won't it be forced out? Ahua's eyes widened. It seems to be a really good idea. Why didn't the great Ahua think of such a good idea before? Xia Guixuan said apologetically, this kind of thing is a bit utilitarian. I didn't want it to be like this before. Before he finished speaking, Ahua jumped up, and the whole area was filled with light and absorbed into her lower abdomen. The next moment, Ahua's lips were heavily imprinted on Xia Guixuan's face. Such a good idea. Why didn't you tell me earlier? P.S. There's only one chapter today. You know about Chinese Valentine's Day. I wish you all a happy Chinese Valentine's Day. Don't worry, men with Kirones can also celebrate Chinese Valentine's Day. Chapter 646, In Front of Teichu Gate. This might be the most emotionally complicated intimacy Xia Guixuan has ever experienced. I kissed Ahua in this gap between ice and fire. If it were a normal person, they would not be able to have such an experience. Ahua was the only one who was particularly excited, with a flushed face. Xia Guixuan didn't know why you, as a woman, could be so excited when facing this kind of thing for the first time. Was it because I was deceiving the mentally retarded person, or was it playing into her hands? It was impossible to tell. Ahua knew it herself. She was not mentally retarded, but just confused. She had her own logic. She really liked Xia Guixuan. In this matter, not only was she not confused, but she was also very clear. Ahua knew very well what her fate would be without Xia Guixuan. Either she would be divided into trillions of parts, silently watching the entire universe, and selflessly serving as a sustenance for everyone. Once she tried to revive, she would be like a great devil, hostile to the world, doing all kinds of villain things, and meeting the challenges of one brave man after another. Or she would be collected by the Qianling fantasy realm and become the overall observation of the birth and death of the Teichu universe, and eventually serve as its further nutrients. No matter which kind of life it was chilling to compare it with being by his side. Ahua likes the most when she turns into Little Gundam and is held in his arms. That is the warmth that even the cold Gundam shell cannot block. When everyone distrusts her, only Xia Guixuan smiles at her. Although he would bully her and throw her out, that was just playful and friendly. She has never done anything reliable, but Xia Guixuan has never really blamed her. He would just complain a few words and still hold her in his arms. It seems that he is supposed to be responsible for shouldering all the wind and rain, so just be a happy little Gundam. Even if there are many wind and rain, it is her, Ahua's business. When Dijun said it at the beginning, Ahua was not angry, but eager to act. This is fun. And she is willing to do it. Otherwise, why didn't she get angry when Xia Guixuan went into that cosmic channel? After a few foolings, he was really kept inside, and he was also enlightened. It was just for fun at that time. If it was him, he would be qualified to play games together. However, in front of Taichu, in front of countless people from Kunlun Heavenly Court and the Eastern Emperor Realm, Xia Guixuan would rather be the enemy of the world than stand with her. At that moment, Ahua no longer wanted to play. What was fun? Ahua swore that she had never wanted to listen to a man so much, to do whatever he said, and never hoped that she could be more reliable and help him a little. Unfortunately, her body was not complete after all, and she couldn't even send him a tonic pill. But now it is really complete. I can help him. Then why not use it? Why not use it immediately? Not to mention this environment, even if a group of people were watching, Ahua would dare to use it. Ahua has never had any shyness and reserve of a little woman, only who the other party is. It's Xia Guixuan, then anything is possible. I am willing to do anything. The passionate kiss made Xia Guixuan confused. Ahua found that he reacted strangely, so she couldn't help but stop and asked carefully, "What's wrong with you? You liked to kiss me yesterday." Xia Guixuan woke up and said with a strange look, No, it's just that you are so enthusiastic that I can't adapt to it all of a sudden." Ahua bit her lower lip. "I know, you like women to be submissive, not proactive." Then she turned over and lay on the clouds. "Come on." Xia Guixuan was directly amused. "Hey, you have watched so many dramas, but you still haven't learned what is romance. What is this thing? I only know that sometimes you are very excited, such as that day with Diana Long." Ahua blinked her eyes. "Should I call you master? Your understanding is just like this. What else? Aren't you very excited because of these? Half yes and half no." Ahua thought for a long time, clapped her hands. "I know. Taichu's retreat place." Xiao Siming's cheek twisted. This is Taichu's consciousness going wild. Even Xia Guixuan didn't expect that this would really make Taichu angry. Because this was a sweet service that Ahua was willing to give, but to Taichu it was trampling and humiliation. "That's my body too. Chaos, you bastard who is willing to be lowly." Taichu almost lost his temper while healing, and was so angry that he couldn't be more angry. After this, when he takes back his body, he will remember the scene of kneeling in front of a man and doing that. Can this body still be used? Is it disgusting? This is disgusting enough. If Xia Guixuan is not killed, he can spread the news that he did that to the world in the future, and he can also replay the scene to make a movie. Taichu's prestige is completely ruined, and it's hard to say whether he can survive in this universe. "You want to force me out? This trick is too vicious." Taichu still has some rationality, and he can still suppress the desire to go out and interfere. As long as he recovers and can kill them, no one will know. It's his own business to think about it and feel disgusted. You must endure it. See how long you can stay outside. Just thinking about this, the outside began to change. I recommend a book called Black Myth, Restarting Journey to the West. 500 years after the first journey to the West, the journey to the West is restarted. Riding on a dragon, walking on blood to the West. This time, all the gods and Buddhas in the sky must disappear. This is a passionate story that pays tribute to the legend of Wukong, god of war and black myth, Wukong. Friends who are interested can take a look. Chapter 647, A Song of Phoenix. Seeking Phoenix. Once an experienced driver like Xia Guixuan, who has driven countless cars, gets into the role of driving, there will be no chance for the novice Ahua. The sound of the piano was mixed and chaotic, and the fingering techniques that Xiao Siming taught Xia Guixuan were like an artistic explosion, and he used them all on Ahua. Xia Guixuan's skills have always been good. Ahua was confused, so this is how it felt. Before, no matter how much Xia Guixuan coveted Ahua, he knew that she was not a complete person, and could only be looked at but not eaten. He just wanted to be intimate with her for a while, but was he serious? But today was the day. That kind of beauty could make anyone blush. Taichu widened his eyes. He always felt like he was watching himself being played. It was using Xiao Siming's body, and its movements were quite cute, just like Xiao Siming's stunned look. It was in a weird mood and didn't notice that at least 1% of this look was not made by it. It was Xiao Siming himself. See taking. Are you fucking too much? I was fighting the boss, my consciousness was suppressed, and I was still thinking that my sister couldn't help you. Then you brought a woman to demonstrate in front of me? And you showed off your skills. How can you save people like this? This is intolerable. Xiao Siming, who was in the dark, was burning with anger. Because he was too close to Taichu at the moment, Taichu didn't notice it at all. This spark of fire can set the sky ablaze. Ahua was a little nervous and said, by the way, do you still want to save Xiao Siming? Xia Guixuan knew that she was a little confused. It was agreed that this kind of thing would be the tenfold great tonic pill. If Taichu didn't stop him, he would return to his peak. It was a conspiracy in itself. Whether Taichu stopped him or not, it would play an important role. It has nothing to do with time. He could only say, don't care about her, I just want you now, Xiao Siming. Ahua said happily, is Ahua the most beautiful? Yes, Xia Guixuan said softly, Ahua is indeed the most beautiful. With a corny dialogue, Ahua's whole body was tense. Wow, I don't want to be a human anymore. How come you didn't feel anything when you came in when you were a universe? Why is it so painful to be a human? It will be fine soon. Taichu suppressed his anger so much that he almost forgot that he had himself to recover quickly. He didn't recover much and was just struggling with the scene. He didn't even notice a flame of anger rising to the sky. Awesome, 2 unknown planes made such a sound at the same time. Taichu went berserk, and the things we suppressed before went back. That's considered Taichu's breach of contract. We are not restricted by the agreement and can join the war, but I think, it seems that we don't need to join the war anymore. This old Xia is really awesome. When the 2 planes were communicating, something happened to the plane that Taichu was hiding. Taichu became alert from his own raging anger and found that there was another anger that was mixed with his own and he couldn't find it. At this time, it even suppressed his anger and surged. Taichu was shocked and wanted to suppress it, but it was too late. The temporarily added suppressive force was rushed away, and the raging flames rushed into the sky. Taichu, get out of my way, I'm going to go out and kill this couple. In front of me. They're in front of me. Ah, that bitch asked me how I compare to Xiao Siming. Get out of my way, boom, the anger turned into flames and broke through the sky. Xia Guixuan stopped. I found Taichu, when I created you, I really didn't know that you would develop into a Yandir. How can a taking consciousness break free from the supreme suppression? It can only be a miracle of willpower. So the most terrifying will in the world is the jealousy of a Yandir? Swoosh, at the first moment of anger, Xia Guixuan hugged Ahua and rushed into the plane where Taichu was. At the same time, the clothes of the 2 were put on and restored. What Taichu didn't expect was that the most annoyed person at this time was not himself or Xiao Siming, but Ahua. Taichu, you die. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 648, Success or Failure as Destiny. No one can understand how furious it would be to be interrupted in the middle of something. Especially when it was almost there. This was the first time Ahua had experienced bliss in her life. She was looking forward to knowing what the ultimate bliss was, but she was just a little short of pulling it out. The angry Ahua was like a world-destroying demon at this moment. Even if there were 10,000 universes in front of her, she would have smashed them. Taichu, give me your life. Ahua used only one slap to destroy the entire plane where Taichu was hiding. Taichu flashed away from the plane and floated in the void. There was still a Xiao Siming struggling in his body. She was breathing first. Hit her, if you don't hit her, give me your body and I will hit you. Don't occupy the toilet, Taichu. It pressed down the rampaging Xiao Siming tightly, and it felt like the plot style had collapsed. Is this still the final battle related to the ownership of the universe? No matter how you look at it, it looks like the eldest wife and the mistress are fighting, and both sides are justified in getting angry at each other. Then what am I doing here? Then I'll leave? Even if I want to leave, I can't. At least the other side has Xia Guixuan, who is a normal person. Don't think that Xia Guixuan will not fight, because this is Xiao Siming's body. As for the current state, the seal is his, the wedding dress is his, and the blood is his. He knows the internal situation of this body as well as Taichu himself. There are 10,000 ways to directly attack the Taichu soul inside without any damage to Xiao Siming. What he has been waiting for is Taichu to show up. When Ahu angrily stepped forward to fight, Xia Guixuan's soul attack had silently invaded Taichu's soul sea. It was another mixed doubles match between men and women, with both body and soul attacking. There was also an uneasy Xiao Siming in Taichu's body trying to control it. I don't know whether she wanted to fight Ahu or was just dragging her feet. Will this battle have a result without fighting? Of course it's not that easy. Taichu's recovery these days is not a vegetarian. In terms of recovery efficiency, it is faster than Xia Guixuan. The half-withered soul that seemed to have not recovered from the injury suddenly expanded and brightened at the moment of Xia Guixuan's soul attack. Xia Guixuan's soul attack was like hitting a wall, and it retreated immediately. Xia Guixuan's soul image appeared in the soul sea. He looked up at an ugly version of Ahu standing in front of him with a sneer. Xia Guixuan, do you think I'm seriously injured? Xia Guixuan looked at it for a long time and shook his head. It's really ugly. In fact, this is the embodiment of the beauty and ugliness of human hearts. Ahu is so cute, so she is beautiful, and you are full of evil, so you are ugly. Taichu was incredulous. I have recovered better than you, and my strength is stronger than you, and your focus is on this. Xia Guixuan smiled. This is very important. Taichu sneered, not knowing the severity of the injury is the way to death. Xia Guixuan said lightly, because I have Ahu. You claim to have recovered well, but you have never recovered. You are not at your true peak. What's the use of being stronger than me? You may not be able to beat Ahu, so what is the severity of the injury? While the soul was talking, the battle of the body was going on. Ola, 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 the furious Ahu hammered all the way, and Taichu, who was controlling Xiao Siming's body, was retreating step by step. Wherever it passed, the sky collapsed, the earth collapsed, and wherever it went, the plane collapsed and the stars fell. It was indeed not necessarily stronger than Ahu. With Xia Guixuan distracting his soul, it was necessary to fight and retreat to deal with Ahu's attack. It was even difficult to maintain a draw. Taichu did not answer Xia Guixuan's words with a stern face, and concentrated on dealing with the rampaging Ahu. Xia Guixuan's eyes fell on the back of Taichu, where Xiao Siming was locked up in an invisible cage, staring at him with anger. There was another red light inside the cage. It was Xia Guixuan's seal protecting Xiao Siming, otherwise she would have been melted by the cage long ago. Xia Guixuan rubbed his hands and smiled apologetically. Sister, I'm here to pick you up. Xiao Siming jumped up and down. Are you here to pick me up or to piss me off? She kicked Taichu's soul cage. Let me out, Taichu. This kick almost made it get hammered by Ahu, so it didn't have the time to care about these psychopaths. With a thought, a dark sky covered the prison, and Xiao Siming was controlled first. Who is talking about your family affairs? The wife and the mistress. This is too painful. As a result, even the simple wish of controlling Xiao Siming was difficult to achieve. As the dark sky covered, Xia Guixuan's soul separated a thin curtain, tightly separating the black curtain, so that it would not block him from talking to Xiao Siming. Xiao Siming was not grateful at all. Why block it? Let it lock me up. If you lock me up, I won't see you doing that with a woman in front of me. I don't want to hear you say I don't care about her. I only want you, lest I get mad at you. Xia Guixuan smiled apologetically. We did that on purpose. Xiao Siming's eyebrows were raised. Because I know my sister will be angry. Once the aura is leaked, there will be a chance to find Taichu. Xiao Siming, Taichu, I have been successful all my life, but I ended up in this kind of soap opera plot. Even Xiao Siming's anger was defeated by this sentence. With a little embarrassment, she reluctantly said, so you know I'm a jealous woman, right? Xia Guixuan said seriously, this is the lively sister. She will be angry with me, want to scold me or even beat me to death, but in the most critical moment, she still wants to help me. Xiao Siming turned his head. Don't play sweet words with me. This is not sweet words, every word is the truth. Sister wants to beat me and scold me. Let's go home and scold slowly, Xia Guixuan said. His mind gathered into a heavy fist, and suddenly turned around and punched, hitting the void of the soul sea. It seemed to hit the air, but it made a sharp whistling sound of souls intertwined. The next moment, the soul sea was raging, surging from all directions, and the huge wave surrounded Xia Guixuan, as if to swallow him up. The soul sea is the most mysterious thing. Of course, it can't be an ugly version of Ahua. In this area, everything is the soul of Teichu, which means that they are always talking in Teichu's package, and they may be swallowed and dissolved at any time. Xiao Siming was not swallowed because of the protection of the Supreme Seal, and Xia Guixuan's injuries had not recovered at this time. And there was nothing to protect his soul, but he dared to enter so nakedly. Teichu seemed to be dealing with Ahua, but in fact, he was secretly preparing to swallow Xia Guixuan in one fell swoop. The wave swept and instantly submerged Xia Guixuan's soul. But the next moment Teichu said Xia Guixuan's soul in the package seemed to be in a very strange state. It seemed to be there and not there, it seemed to be there and not there. It seemed to wrap Xia Guixuan, but it seemed not to wrap him. It was like reading a water book, it seemed to read it, but it seemed to read nothing. Teichu knew that this was Xia Guixuan's nothing way that had been fully mastered. This had nothing to do with the injury. If you understand it, you understand it, and if you know it, you know it. All its attacks were equivalent to attacking the void, a non-existent Xia Guixuan. It doesn't exist in the first place, it is nothing, so where should it hit? Where is the point of force? Even its attack itself becomes nothingness, and the energy that comes into contact with Xia Guixuan disappears with it, without even a process of disappearance, as if it has never existed. In the long run, this sea of souls will become nothingness, and it will be nothing at the beginning. Teichu suddenly felt a sense of God's will. Because it is a process of creation from nothing to something, while Xia Guixuan is practicing the path from something to nothing. And now it is doing a process of destruction from something to nothing, but Xia Guixuan is using the way of nothingness to stop it and protect what already exists. In the end, they are enemies, as if destined. If it is heaven itself, then whose God's will is it? Ahua? Or is there no God's will in the world? When you are about to do something to destroy the universe, the most suitable life in the universe will stand in front of you. If it is not Xia Guixuan, there will be someone else. How can it be destined? Success or failure depends on who can win between the brave and the devil, that's all. Teichu suddenly sneered, "Is this your trump card?" Xia Guixuan did not answer. The next moment, two terrifying auras came from nowhere, spanning countless planes and light years, and returned directly to Teichu's body. Recover the three pure ones, complete Teichu. Chapter 649, Who is the king of the demons of all realms? No matter how strong a law is, it is also complementary to strength. When Teichu recovered his complete form, even if he was still injured, he was still a crushing force. If Wu Iao has a peak, then it is the peak of the Supreme, at most it is an injured Supreme, and it is still stronger than a human. Xia Guixuan's nothingness is no longer special in front of it, because it can already produce something from Xia Guixuan's nothingness. I have always appeared in front of you in an incomplete form. Do you think that is my strongest strength? Teichu sneered. A soul without any protection dares to enter my soul sea directly. If you want nothingness, then return to nothingness completely. The erosion and devouring that are thousands of times more violent than before surrounded Xia Guixuan's soul. The previous situation of being weak and unable to bear the force has changed. Xia Guixuan can already feel the pressure like a mortal in the deep sea, either bursting or dying. Xiao Siming lost his voice, taking, at the same time, Ahua, who was originally unstoppable outside, was also counterattacked. Teichu raised his hand and waved, and Ahua, who had been chasing all the way, flew far away. Ahua stopped in an emergency, calmed down slightly, and frowned at Teichu. In fact, in theory, this Teichu is not a complete body. It is only after merging with her Ahua. Now it can only be considered as one divided into two, one Teichu and one Ahua, which is a completely equal split. Among them, Ahua also recovered the complete body of the three pure ones. The difference is that she kept the energy of Gaia and Ymir to maintain the universe from collapsing, so compared with the current Teichu, it is weaker. At this time, Ahua was a little hesitant. In fact, she could still recover the energy, but under the premise that Teichu had completely recovered it. If she also completely recovered it, then the universe would collapse on the spot, and Xia Guixuan might not agree to do so. Then don't do it. Joining hands with Xia Guixuan can also make up for this gap. Xia Guixuan closed his eyes in the raging sea and said slowly, "Your three purities were used to confront others before. The universe is so big, and I am not the only one who doesn't like what you do. You have always had many constraints, which allowed me to develop to this day. Once you withdraw the confrontation, they will come, and you dare." Teichu sneered, I have a soul agreement with them. The price of breaching the contract is that I can only rest for billions of years, but they have families to drag, and they dare not easily try to come here at this time. Is it a breach of contract? So Xia Guixuan, your path of affection has always been a burden. Why don't you admit it? If you don't have the same path, you can't make plans together. Xia Guixuan smiled. Even if there is no help from others, do you think we can't beat you? Teichu laughed dumbly. Just relying on you now? Or relying on that unreliable chaos? Yes, relying on us now, and the very reliable Ahu, and them. As the voice sounded, a soul arrow pierced through the raging sea, gathered with Xia Guixuan, and then entangled with yin and yang to form a soul vortex. That was Ahu's cooperation. Even without a word of communication, she knew that Xia Guixuan's soul was being devoured at this time. She decisively split her soul and entered. The angry sea was surrounded by vortexes, and it was no longer easy to devour. At the same time, Xia Guixuan's body also moved. The third wife, who originally did not want to participate in the battle between Ahu and Xiao Siming's body, could not care at this time. Her body flashed behind Teichu, and the seal of returning to nothingness directly pressed on her back. Ahu closed her palms at the right time, surrounded by stars on all sides, forming a binding pressure. The power of billions of stars exploded directly in front of Teichu, combining restriction and output into one, and also cooperated with Xia Guixuan's seal of returning to nothingness. This was the most reliable time Ahu had ever had in her life. If the opponent was a little weaker, he would have been wiped out under the attack of this pair of dogs and bitches. Boom! The terrifying explosion of the sky and the earth resounded through the void. The nearby stars and planes all collapsed, and Xiaoru and the others' monster battlefield were severely impacted and shaken. Every space and every inch of land was shaking and cracking. The monsters were roaring wildly and bloodthirsty. Long Yao and others were a little worried. Xia Guixuan found Teichu, and they felt it when the battle broke out. But finding it doesn't mean they can win. This earth-shaking explosion and the irresistible destructive power transmitted can be felt far beyond several dimensions. This can't help but make people worried. This kind of battle exceeds any previous understanding. Xia Guixuan, so-called invincible in the world that made people full of confidence in the past, seems a little empty at this time. What if he loses? We must end the battle here as soon as possible and go to help him. Xiaoru said to Long Yao, with everyone's strength, we will definitely be able to do it. The original intention of splitting the troops into two groups was this, but plans are plans, and actual combat is actual combat. This is an away game, the environment is bad, all the monsters are the original monsters manifested by the beginning, symbolizing all kinds of chaos, destruction, corrosion and swallowing. It is not easy for them to win alone. It is not uncommon to suffer losses if they are not careful. How can they win quickly? For example, the monster fighting Xiaoru at this moment is very difficult to fight. This seems to be a monster that can respond to people's hearts. Whenever I fight with it, my greed and hatred in my heart are surging. I often think of whether Xia Guixuan is being intimate with Ahu at this time, whether everyone should call Xia Guixuan sister after she rescued Xiao Siming. Who should I listen to in the future? Why should she? And my own greed, I want to be favored, I want to live better than everyone else, and so on. So my mind is in a mess, and I can't focus on the battle at all. Xiaoru dares to say that he can't even play half of his true strength. Long Yao and the others are obviously the same. This is not the effect of the opponent's magic, but the law of origin, which reveals the devil in the deepest part of people's hearts. Xiaoru had heard of this kind of monster. In many planes, this kind of monster would be called Teoti, which is the resonance and embodiment of human greed. Fortunately, everyone's greed is not as strong as imagined. Take the most typical emotion of greed for example. Everyone has almost worn out it in various group games. In the end, I found that everyone is similar to my own hidden hobbies. Then why are you still jealous of each other? They are all a bunch of idiots. There are few negatives and the team is harmonious, so it can be suppressed and the fight can be fought back and forth. But it only means that you can fight, not that you can win, and it does not mean that you can win quickly. If it drags on, what if Xia Guixuan loses? Just when I was having a headache, Yawu, who is particularly sensitive to dark energy, suddenly moved in her heart and turned her head to look into the distance. A new dark creature appeared in the distance. A black hairy ball? It floated over. Everyone was alarmed. The monster in front of them was already troublesome, and another one came? Where did it come from? But the black-haired ball blinked his eyes, I heard that you are also a Teoti, the monster who was fighting with Shuang's Haoi. Where did this brother come from? The breath is indeed a bit similar. The black-haired ball suddenly opened its mouth with an "Arwu." The small black-haired ball suddenly became as big as the universe, blocking the sun and the sky. The open mouth was like a black hole that had existed since ancient times, emitting an irresistible suction force. Shuang's Haoi, Long Gaiao and others looked at each other, all confused as to why they didn't notice the strange attack at all, and then they saw the monster fighting in front of them suddenly screamed, and the whole person turned into black mist and was swallowed into the belly of the black-haired ball. How can this be called a Teoti? The breath is different from mine, the black-haired ball cried. It's so disgusting, you lied to me again. Chapter 650. Who doesn't have a backup plan? Long Gaiao and the others were stunned, as if they were in a dream. This top monster that gave everyone a headache was just eaten. A beautiful woman with ankle-length hair floated over from nowhere, hugged the black-haired ball and comforted him. Good boy, this doesn't taste good but it fills you up. The black-haired ball burped and stopped crying. I don't know if he was persuaded or if he was afraid of this woman. Because Long Gaiao felt the aura of the Supreme. On the other side, Yan Wuyu and Ling Mozu were also stunned to see a stunning woman holding an irregular sword. With one sword, she split the destruction flame demon in front of her into 17 or 18 small flames, and there was no sign of recovery. Ling Mozu could see that it was pure martial arts energy, containing a little moonlight flame, so powerful that it had broken through the boundaries of martial arts and advanced to the supreme power. At least half a step to the supreme. Where do so many strong people come from in this world? The woman looked Ling Moxu up and down with an appreciative smile. My man was born here, and has been dissatisfied since he knew what Teichu did, but we must admit that we cannot easily provoke Teichu. We are not strong enough, and we still have to be responsible for the creatures of our own plane. So my man can only do some small things secretly, such as letting your interstellar immigration fleet get lost. The original intention was to send the fire from the hometown to Brother Xia, who is in seclusion to heal his injuries. Brother Xia met us once that year, and we know that he has a magical background, Ling Moxu. It turns out that the inexplicable loss of the fleet back then was really caused by these people. Yan Wuyu said cautiously, my surname is Zhu. The woman answered briefly and added, my husband's family too. Ling Moxu, the woman surnamed Zhu, had no interest in introducing herself, and continued, later, Teichu discovered our little trick and came to our door, but at the same time, it was not just our family that was dissatisfied with him, that family was more jumpy than us, and almost jumped in the face directly. It was my man who persuaded them to stop, thinking that forcing the enemy might cause casualties, so it would be better to contain them first and wait for Brother Xia to develop steadily. Yan Wuyu and Ling Moxu saluted together. Thank you very much. Ahua said a long time ago that the universe is so big that there is more than one supreme, and Teichu also has many constraints in doing things and cannot do what he wants. This is also an opportunity for everyone to grow and develop, and it is also the reason why Xia Guixuan has been very anxious. He knows that the opportunity for development is not permanent. You don't have to thank us. This is mutual assistance. If Brother Xia can't rise, our plane will be in danger. Teichu is the strongest after all. Once he frees up his hands, how can the eggs in the overturned nest remain intact? The woman surnamed Zhu smiled and said, after Brother Xia arose, Teichu became a little anxious. It was eager to get away and deal with Brother Xia, so it made an agreement with us. The long-haired woman holding the black hair ball on the other side was also talking about this. We agreed not to interfere with it in dealing with old Xia, and it would not attack our plane. My husband said, okay, let's talk about what counts as interference and what doesn't count as interference. Is it interference if I accidentally beat up the heavenly court when I went back to my hometown to visit my relatives? Is it interference if I accidentally had a conflict with Gaia when I went to Greece for a trip? This has been going on for a year and it has never been resolved. In the end, Teichu could only keep a split soul to suppress us and not act rashly, the woman surnamed Zhu said. Finally, my man said, let's make it like this. I won't interfere in your affairs with Brother Xia, but your soul will stay here and don't leave. Anyway, you don't dare to leave. Let's make a soul agreement so that we don't have to be on guard against each other. Yan Wuyu said, but you still came? Aren't you going to break the contract? Teichu couldn't stand it and broke the contract first. The woman surnamed Zhu looked a little strange. Besides, what does it have to do with my man if I interfere? My man has never been the one who fights in our family. Teichu didn't pay attention to this word game when we made the agreement. Ling Moxu, the long-haired woman over there, was also saying to Long Yu, we don't want my man to take action yet. It will be disgusting if three perverts get together to exchange their experiences with the Sea King. Let them die, Long Yu. The woman finally finished speaking and took out a mace. We don't want to participate in the Teichu battle either. I don't know if there will be any deviations in the Soul Agreement. It's probably okay to play with these monsters. You can go find your old Xia. Let me play here for a while. I've been bored for a long time. When Long Gaoshang's Hao left, he could still feel the desperate eyes of the monsters. It was as if he saw an ancient evil demon that was countless times more ferocious than them grinning. If the monsters were desperate, Teichu himself was chilled. Before he felt the changes over there, Teichu felt that the combination of Ahua and Xia Guixuan was becoming more and more difficult to deal with. It recovered the power of the three purities, which only gave it a slight advantage, and it was not as crushing as imagined. Xia Guixuan was not bragging, he did not rely on others, and he might not be unable to win. His trump card was not to restore to the level of the initial supreme, but to the middle stage long ago. Teichu thought of the previous door-front crime. That was not just to anger himself and Xiao Siming, it was originally to kill two birds with one stone, that was to double cultivate and heal injuries. Although it was not completed in the end, the double cultivation was carried out from the beginning, and it did not have to take effect at the last minute. In other words, from the first moment of the door-front crime, Xia Guixuan was constantly recovering, and even Ahua had made progress and became a little stronger. Others were just cramming at the last minute. These two guys are practicing double cultivation and healing in front of the boss. But everyone still doesn't realize it, and their minds are all angry about that scene. It wasn't until the real fight that Teichu found that Xia Guixuan had recovered completely. What happened to him in the Soul Sea before, looking like he was about to collapse? Teichu suddenly realized, and after a serious introspection, he found that Xiao Siming's soul prison had melted away unconsciously and became transparent. Xia Guixuan's previous return to nothingness was not to fight it at all, but to secretly disintegrate the soul prison and release Xiao Siming. Sure enough, every move of Xia Guixuan has his meaning. When you realize it later, it's too late. Bang! Just as Teichu discovered it, Ahua punched on the left and Xia Guixuan slashed with a sword on the right. Teichu responded to the pincer attack immediately and found that the spirit platform was shaking and Xiao Siming broke out of the seal. Now it's fun. The body belongs to Xiao Siming, and she naturally has more priority control. Teichu found that his movements were still sluggish, and someone was competing with you for control. They are not much stronger than the couple on the other side, and they are not smooth at the beginning, so what's the point of fighting? The next moment, the 9 tripods surrounded her, and Ahua slapped the Teichu spirit platform with one palm. This was the reverse control of Xia Guixuan. Ahua was the main attacker. Ahua had to be the main attacker. Because what everyone wanted to do was not to kill Xiao Siming's body, but to use the restraint of this body to solve the Teichu spirit inside, and only Ahua could try to dissolve or devour Teichu, no one else could do it. It seemed, victory was just around the corner? But just as Ahua's palm touched Xiao Siming's spirit platform, a strong wind suddenly rose behind her. The violent breath of the scorching sun blasted at her back. Long lost. Emperor Jun? Swoosh, a silver light like a thread surrounded her, and a full moon hit the scorching sun. Change, who had escaped the entanglement of the monster, arrived in time. The next moment, sword light, blazing fire and spear light swarmed in, instantly drowning the scorching sun. Chapter 651 You can cheat, and so can I. When Dijun attacked, even Teichu was surprised. It fled here with injuries, but it didn't bring Dijun with it. In fact, as early as after the destruction of Qianling Fantasy Realm, Dijun fled alone. At that time, Teichu had searched for Dijun and tried to recruit him, but it didn't find him at all. If there really was a helper of Dijun, these days would probably be easier, and the last battle in Donghuang Realm might not have ended like this. Of course, even if Teichu found Dijun, he didn't dare to be sure whether Dijun would help him. He was a generation of heroes who had awakened his own will, not a puppet that it could control at will. If he really found him, he might not join forces with it to deal with Xia Guixuan. Instead of guarding against a tyrant with ulterior motives, it's better to forget it. Then it should be that the war situation here affected the universe, and Dijun followed the trail to find it. Unexpectedly, the first time he came to the door, He actually helped Teichu and attacked Ahua. The timing of the cut was also accurate and ruthless, just when Teichu was most uncomfortable and Xia Guixuan and Ahua were most likely to win. Teichu was really surprised. Although it was not panicking originally, Ahua's attack was destined to be of little use. In the Battle of the Eastern Emperor realm, Xia Guixuan had tried everything to make Teichu exist from nothing, and materialize as the concept of a soul in Xiao Siming's body. From then on, it changed from omnipresent key to a clear output target. But that was Xia Guixuan's temporary strategy after all, and it was not an absolutely perfect plan. When Teichu was in Xiao Siming's body, it was theoretically possible to distinguish the two souls and attack Teichu separately. Theoretically, it was not difficult to distinguish the output at everyone's level, but it was not a theory in practice. Because any deviation would accidentally hurt Xiao Siming, you must be cautious and output carefully, then the effect is more than an order of magnitude worse than the full strength output of bombardment. At least the damage to the body cannot be done easily. Do you dare to chop off Xiao Siming's head with a sword? You may not be able to defeat Teichu even with your full output, let alone being cautious. Teichu was sure that Ahua's palm print on the spirit platform was just a probing attack, and it was impossible to directly defeat Kaiankan. But no matter what, it was still very refreshing to have Dijun come out to attack at this moment. It was a pity that this sneak attack was quickly drowned out by Xia Guixuan's women, and it didn't even affect Xia Guixuan and Ahua to take a look, and it didn't even make a splash. The fault was not Dijun, but the two forces participating in the war were shameless. They said that they were not allowed to interfere, and what was the matter with women and black hairballs? Tui Ahua's palm was still printed on Xiao Siming's spiritual platform, and the internal souls were mixed. Teichu and Xiao Siming groaned at the same time, and Ahua was also backlashed and retreated. Teichu sneered, Xia Guixuan, you are tying yourself up in knots. Even if you have the upper hand, you can't solve this problem. Once I free my hands, Xiao Siming will still die, and you will lose your container and can no longer capture my location. Ha, puff, bang. With a sound of the ground, Ahua kicked Teichu in the lower abdomen while flying back. Teichu's laughter was cut off in his throat, and he flew back with blood. Ahua laughed loudly, I feel sorry for Xiao Siming and dares not hurt her body. I don't feel sorry for her. What's wrong with me hurting her? Now you fight us with your injured body again. Teichu, Xiao Siming, Xia Guixuan frowned slightly, as if he was a little frustrated with the situation, and turned to look at Dijun. Stop it, Jun, everyone outside is my people. Dijun sneered and did not answer. Suddenly he withdrew and flew away, as if he was going to escape again. This time Shang Xiaowai and others would not let him go, and quickly chased after him, chasing the sound of explosions all the way away. Xia Guixuan frowned and watched the one chasing and the other escaping and could no longer see him. He was quite puzzled. There seemed to be no problem on the scene, but Dijun's sneak attack was ruined because he did not expect Shang Xiaowai and others to come out so quickly. But based on his high opinion of his former enemy, Xia Guixuan always felt that the role that Dijun could play should not be so funny, it was not scientific. But he couldn't think of any problem no matter how much he thought about it. At this time, Shang Xiaowai and the others were strong enough. Even if they couldn't kill Dijun, there would be no problem. Xia Guixuan didn't distract himself too much, and his attention was still focused on Teichu in front of him. It must be said that Ahua's kick was more reliable than ever. Teichu was fighting with Xiao Siming's body at this time. This body was injured by the kick, and of course the combat power was greatly reduced. At this time, the balance of victory was tilting more and more towards his side. Although my sister and Ahua may not be finished in the future, that is a matter for the future. The real problem at the moment seems to be that Teichu will start to act like a rogue. As expected, Teichu panted and sneered, you are trapped in your own trap, so you are trapped in your own trap. If you have the guts, kill this body. Xia Guixuan's mind could sense that Teichu's soul and Xiao Siming began to entangle and surround each other, as if they were holding a hostage and would not let go. As long as they attacked its soul, it would be impossible to avoid Xiao Siming. Are they really going to destroy Xiao Siming's spirit platform? Put together another one later? Ahua also turned her head and looked at Xia Guixuan with some hesitation. This choice was of course the best for her, but no matter how foolish she was, she knew that if she really did this, she might also be divorced. But Xia Guixuan's eyes flickered, and suddenly he said, Hange, let me use the ribbon. The silver ribbon flew over, and Xia Guixuan grabbed it. At the same time, The 9 cauldrons surrounded it, forming a special plane binding, restricting Teichu inside. Ahua was used to cooperating, and when she saw Xia Guixuan initiate the restriction, she immediately dodged behind Teichu and hit him with another heavy hammer. Teichu turned around and held his chest high, not dodging or evading. "Come and hit me." Ahua gnashed her teeth and forcibly withdrew her attack, but Teichu took advantage of the situation to hide her. But just as Teichu was playing tricks, a silver light passed by behind him, and the ribbon formed a rope to tie up Xiao Siming's body in a big letter shape on a tripod. Teichu didn't care and said lightly, "It's useless for you to capture me back." Ahua also felt that it was useless. Teichu had always been entangled with Xiao Siming but couldn't break through the wedding dress seal. It was nothing more than that his injuries had not recovered. Once he recovered, he would break through the seal. What everyone had to do was to kill it during this period of time. This ribbon couldn't restrict Teichu's soul, so what was the point of tying up Xiao Siming's body? You can't kill him now, and you can't kill him if you take him back, but it gave Teichu a chance to catch his breath. What did Xia Guixuan think? Xia Guixuan didn't think much about it. He flashed in front of Xiao Siming, who was tied up in a big letter shape, lifted Xiao Siming's chin, lowered his head and kissed him. Ahua, Xiao Siming, Teichu. Chapter 652 The So-Called Years. A group of people were full of questions. Xia Guixuan, are you possessed by a white worm? Kissing at this time? Do you think you can kiss Teichu to death? Ahua followed Xia Guixuan to scan many old books in the human database and learned that a master named Wang Yi wrote a book called Legend of the Great Swordsman. The protagonist lent to the same thing. Even the backgrounds of both parties were very similar. It was also the boss who possessed the protagonist's first love, and then was killed by the protagonist's love energy. The background didn't matter, but the plot of the boss's execution was fatal. Later, other writers carried it forward. It was too famous and everyone thought it was the first creation. No, I was distracted. Whether it was the master or someone else, it was a novel. You, Xia Guixuan, were also fooled? Even Teichu was stunned by the kiss. Don't you think I'm ugly? Oh, yes, the body belongs to Xiao Siming. In short, Teichu was empty-minded at first and was completely at a loss. Then slowly reacted and felt a sense of humiliation and anger. In its view, Xia Guixuan couldn't do anything to it, so he deliberately insulted it and took psychological revenge. This is based on facts. Who doesn't know Xia Guixuan is such a foolish and absurd person? When he was out with Ahua before, he asked Ahua to cost Teichu, right? Now this is the real Teichu in Xiao Siming's body, why doesn't he play with it on purpose? This is the real Teichu. This must be his mentality. Xia Guixuan, you are too mean. Teichu was furious. At the same time, Xiao Siming noticed Teichu's anger, and she also reacted. Xia Guixuan did this on purpose, not to humiliate Teichu, but to separate Teichu's soul from her, Xiao Siming. The original state of the two souls was that Teichu was deliberately pestering Xiao Siming. Just like two people fighting each other, it is easy to hurt each other accidentally. If one is affectionate and happy to cater to him, and the other is angry and resists, feeling disgusted and avoiding him, the state of the souls will obviously become clear, and it will no longer be difficult to target him. Even further, if Teichu can be so angry that he can block his perception of being toyed with by Xia Guixuan, then he will even give up the control of his body. This is to crack Teichu's rogue behavior. It's just that the method looks more rogue, and only rogues can deal with rogues. But for Xiao Siming, this method is very good. What's rogue about it? My Teikang was going to kiss me anyway. This is my body. Teichu doesn't want you to leave? Let you stay here? This is a kiss in front of that stinky mistress. How great. You are the only ones who would mess around in front of me. Can't I get angry with Ahua in return? Just squint aside and watch, you stinky mistress. Xiao Siming was in high spirits. Teichu felt sick and wanted to vomit. One was very happy, and the other was retreating in disgust. The two souls finally separated slowly. The most important thing was that Teichu took the initiative to retreat, and they were no longer in an entangled state. Ahua sensed it, and there were circles in her eyes. Is this okay? But Teichu is not stupid, even Ahua, can see it. Teichu will react soon, right? That's not right. Even if it reacts, what will happen? Will it force itself to cater to Xia Guixuan? Ahua suddenly laughed. That's fun. She was well versed in Xia Guixuan's skills. Ahua felt that Xiao Siming must be very comfortable at this time, but she didn't know if Teichu would feel the same. Ahua secretly concentrated her mind, preparing to find an opportunity to give Taichu a hard blow. Taichu did react a little at this time, and was in a dilemma. If he resisted and retreated, he would probably be caught by Ahua. If he didn't resist, would he really let him flirt with her and make Ahua laugh to death? Anyway, life is like that. If you can't resist, then just enjoy it. This is absurd. I am Taichu, the mother of the universe. When did I become like this? By the way, Xia Guixuan can only scratch the surface. Do you dare to untie the wedding dress for real? If you dare to untie it, even if it's just a crack, I will get out of the seal and get out. Although the 9 cauldrons are nearby, there is a certain danger for the soul to get out, and Xia Guixuan is prepared. But if he can really get out, not to mention recovering to the original invisible and traceless state, at least it will be better than Xiao Siming's injured body, right? If there is another body. Just thinking about this, the roar of Dijun came from afar. How come you have become so strong? Yuwu's voice was responding. Does the Emperor think that he can still destroy a race by creating a race? Dijun snorted coldly. If it weren't for the injuries from the battle in the fantasy world, how could you rely on you? Even if the injuries have not healed, it is still a supreme body. Taichu's heart moved slightly. Dijun is also his creation, just like Xiao Siming. If Dijun is willing to merge with him, let alone Xia Guixuan's group of women, even Xia Guixuan and Ahua, it will not be difficult to defeat them? I have to see the opportunity. If Dijun is forced into a desperate situation, it may not be impossible to try. Thinking of this, Taichu really calmed down and did not resist Xia Guixuan's frivolousness. He simply blocked the body's feelings and looked at Xiao Siming coldly. It blocked the body's feelings, which meant that Xiao Siming gained control of the body, and this time he catered to it more enthusiastically. Having been robbed of control for too long, anyone would be eager to release it, not to mention being intimate with her lover. The ribbons couldn't hold Xiao Siming's passion. She twisted passionately, her eyes were as charming as silk. Taking, Xia Guixuan knew that this was Xiao Siming's own reaction, and he was also a little moved. Sister, although it was to force Taichu, Xia Guixuan really wanted to kiss Xiao Siming. It felt that it was not easy for me and my sister. There were all kinds of obstacles, my own, both sides, and the enemy. My sister's body was forced to be a container for the enemy, and she was sealed in it with her own hands. The two people who loved each other so much, until today, it was difficult to be intimate. Xia Guixuan seemed to be a big devil doing shameless things to force Taichu, but in fact, he was so anxious that he wished Taichu would die sooner. I just want to kiss my sister, and I don't want you in there at all. You think I love to force you? I feel disgusted when you are in there. Now it's good, it's my sister who is responding. Xiao Siming murmured, taking. Have you wanted to tie up my sister for a long time? Xia Guixuan's mind was brought back to reality by these words. After thinking about it, it seems that he did. To my sister, tie her up. If there was no Taichu, this scene would definitely be the most anticipated moment. Not only did I want to tie up my sister for a long time, I also wanted to do this. Xiao Siming bit his lower lip. Tell me honestly, have you ever thought about it back then? Yes, Xia Guixuan said slowly. Back when you were a god and I was immortal, I was fantasizing about a gentle and smiling goddess, wanting to keep her in my palace and flirt with her as I pleased. But I didn't dare to say it out loud. Do you know that the beginning of my courageous practice was actually because of your contemptuous look at that time, as if you had saved a stray dog? Xiao Siming's eyes gradually blurred. The thoughts of the two people seemed to have returned to the ancient times, the young tyrant, and the goddess in the clouds. On the junte, swords danced lightly, and the ancient music of praise was lingering, tied to the desire of Immortal Emperor for the gods. Xia Guixuan kissed Xiao Siming and murmured, later, I rose. Do you know what moment I was most satisfied with? It was when I ascended the throne of the Eastern Emperor, and my sister led the people to kneel in front of me, bowed their heads and said, Your Majesty. The satisfaction at that moment was tantamount to gaining the world. Xiao Siming's breathing became more and more rapid. You are not sincere. Then why? But I am afraid. I am afraid that if I am really exposed, I will return to the time when I was Immortal Emperor, my practice will regress again, and my world will be invaded by the Dongai again, and everything I have gained will be like a flash in the pan. I don't want to. I want to keep moving forward and peek into the Supreme. At that time, no matter who it is, Yi or Dijun, they can only kneel in front of me. No one can stop me from getting you, and even you will be willing to serve the king. Xiao Siming gradually became infatuated. What I called cultivation of ruthlessness was actually just to suppress my desire to flirt with my sister. As Xia Guixuan spoke, he seemed to become more and more excited, and with a swish sound, his hand tore open the collar of the wedding dress. Chapter 653 The So-Called Enemy. While Xia Guixuan and Xiao Siming were looking back at the past and revealing the deepest marks in their hearts, Di Jun was also forced into a desperate situation. Xia Guixuan's harem was too powerful. The combination of Long Gaiao and Yin Xiaoru, with a blessing of Shang Xiaoi, this fox-horse combination with full buffs has always been the strongest main force in a tough battle, and can fight Emer for several moves. And then everyone around them is not a good person. Yao Wu Ling Mo Zhu I and Wu Yu Change Athena are all taking, each with a divine weapon, either Zuanite sword or god-killing spear. They also know the formation taught by Xia Guixuan, supporting each other and strengthening each other. When Xia Guixuan was half a step away from the Supreme, he relied on the set to repel Gaia. Now they are using it to besiege Di Jun, and it is just right. If Di Jun was in his prime, the result is hard to say. But Di Jun has never recovered to his prime. Di Jun was injured and fled in the Battle of Qianling Fantasy Realm. How long has it been since then? The injury was not serious at the beginning, but he was not as dirty as Taichu and Xia Guixuan, who played with time and changed the flow rate for many years. For him, this fucking year had not even passed. He did not have Taichu's means of creating and restoring at the same time, nor did he have the advantage of Xia Guixuan's companionship and dual cultivation. The only thing he could imitate Taichu was to devour the energy of the universe to restore himself. However, in the past year, the universe collapsed and Taichu's energy shrank, and he could not even find the energy he could swallow. It was almost impossible to find it. Even if he could find it, there was not enough time. In this state, how could he possibly fight against a formation of this group of women? This generation of heroes, who once invaded Daxia in the human world, broke Donghuang in the heaven, and almost unified the world, was reduced to the point where he could only rely on sneak attacks for revenge. When the sneak attacks failed, he was surrounded and beaten by a group of women, and it was difficult to run away. Thinking about it, Yao Wu felt a kind of desolate hero's end. The scorching sun hanging high in the sky was approaching dusk. Of course, Yao Wu would not sigh for him. Strictly speaking, Di Jun was her biggest enemy, but Yao Wu was silent and didn't like to talk much, so you couldn't see how much hatred she had. Now the enemy came to him, and the one who beat him the hardest was Yao Wu. Di Jun was so frustrated. In the past, a woman who couldn't even achieve taking, and had all kinds of fusions and entanglements, and was finally captured and conquered by Xia Guixuan, and danced and flattered for him, could now ride on his head and pee and shit. At this moment, a soul sound rang in Di Jun's soul. See, you are my body, and you kill Xia Guixuan and his gang of women together. How about it, Taichu? Yes, if you can get out, why don't you turn into Qi and escape? Because I can't tolerate such humiliation, I must let Xia Guixuan die immediately. Isn't it the same for you? Di Jun was silent. After a long while, he slowly said, yes, me too. With a brief soul exchange, Xia Guixuan tore open the hem of the wedding dress, and seemed to be lustfully trying to kiss Xiao Siming's snow. The seal is no longer complete, there is a gap. The primordial key had been waiting for the opportunity for Xia Guixuan. The white worm, to get into the brain, and instantly drilled out of Xiao Siming's body. It seemed to mean that the results of the battle in the Eastern Emperor realm were all wasted under this tearing. Ahui, who was watching from the bottom of the car, didn't even have time to stop it. She cried out oh no, and quickly formed seals with both palms, trying to block the gap and give Taichu a head-on blow. But it was too late. Once the control of the seal is lost, the primordial key will be traceless and spread all over the world. How can it be sealed with one palm? Ahui stomped her feet in anger. Ahui, have finally become so reliable, but you, Xia Guixuan, are wrong? Turning to look at Xia Guixuan, he saw that he let go of Xiao Siming and smiled slightly. Do you think I am so lustful that I can't help but tear open the wedding dress? Ahui then discovered that the 9 tripods around him were slowly rotating, and it seemed to have formed an independent space. The primordial key rushed left and right, and it seemed that it still couldn't get out. She breathed a sigh of relief, and then heard Xia Guixuan continue, I just can't tolerate you continuing to kidnap my sister. Although this form is just as troublesome, I admit that I haven't even thought of how to eliminate you, but it doesn't matter, my sister is free. The ribbon was gently retracted, and Xiao Siming, whose clothes were disheveled, softened and fell into Xia Guixuan's arms. At this moment, she was truly free. Taichu said coldly, "You are such a sentimental person. You don't use such a simple method as killing Xiao Siming directly, which brings you endless troubles. If you want to kill me again, I'm afraid you will never be able to do it." Xia Guixuan smiled. "At most, I will drive the 9 cauldrons here and fight with you for billions of years, forever suppressing this place. I am very confident that no matter how many years the stalemate lasts, I will definitely find a way to get rid of you first, instead of you escaping and leaving first. Do you want to make a bet?" Taichu finally said. "Xia Guixuan, your confidence will kill you sooner or later. Why do you think that I don't have my own calculations and must accept your bet?" As he spoke, a roar suddenly came from a distance, and Dijun struggled to break free from the siege, and a trace of the scorching sun came from the sky and hit the 9 cauldrons heavily. The 9 cauldrons lost their position, and Taichu's ki instantly drilled into Dijun's body. Ho-ha! Taichu's voice was still lingering in the void. "Supreme body, except for chaos body, this is my strongest form, Xia Guixuan, you will regret your carelessness." Swish, 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 everyone gathered around, solemnly surrounding Dijun, who had accepted the Taichu soul. This might really be the strongest form that Taichu can achieve besides merging with Ahua. Especially if Dijun can still share the same hatred and enemies with it, and perfectly blend with it, the combat power that can be exerted is much stronger than that of Xiao Siming's body that keeps pulling its legs. With the combined strength of everyone, can they beat it? Xia Guixuan looked quietly into Dijun's eyes, and Dijun was also looking at Xia Guixuan. After a long time, the two suddenly shook their heads slightly at the same time. Although they didn't say anything, it seemed that they had communicated something. At the same time, Taichu made an extremely shocked and angry voice. "Dijun, what are you doing? Why are you practicing on your own?" "What?" Dijun said lightly. "Of course I lied to you, Taichu. In order to gain your trust, I deliberately carried out a failed sneak attack. Do I look like a ridiculed stray dog?" Dijun smiled. "It doesn't matter, no matter what others think. I know Xia Guixuan will definitely have doubts. He will know that it shouldn't be Dijun. That's enough. As long as Xia Guixuan thinks you haven't lost face, you haven't lost face." Taichu simply found it unreasonable. "You have constructed a desperate and unwilling defeat, and tricked me into entering your body. What's the point for you?" "Meaning?" Dijun laughed dumbly. "I think you are quite interesting. You are high above, creating everything, destroying everything. Life and death are just a game, with such a high perspective. But you don't have the heart of an emperor. The heart of an emperor. No one can treat me as a chess piece. The battle of the kingdom of God, victory and defeat, are all the results of predetermined observations and plans." Dijun said lightly. "Do you think I hate C taking the most? I hate him, but a hatred of the loser. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit, that's all. How can it compare to being fooled for thousands of years? Every move is set by others, and even my backup is prepared at the end of Guixu. A great shame." Taichu stopped talking. It suddenly realized that Xia Guixuan's hatred for it must have this factor. And between the two emperors and enemies, they know each other's heart best. There is no need for words when they look at each other, and everything is clear. This is the proudest emperor's heart. Victory and defeat are common in the military. Dijun hated Xia Guixuan, but it was not a shame. How could it compare to the hatred of being fooled by Taichu? For an emperor who thought he had the final say, it was a real shame. As early as the Qianling fantasy realm, Ahua felt that the two could have cooperated. The reason they couldn't cooperate was that they were in conflict and both wanted to kill each other, and Taichu was killed by herself. Then wasn't the ultimate goal to kill Taichu? How could it be possible to help Taichu instead? All unreasonable things are actually just that simple. It's a pity that Taichu has been observing for billions of years, but there is always something missing, so the things he understands are often specious. That is, as a life with self-will, love and hate, hatred and resentment, pride and dignity. In many cases, they transcend pros and cons, and also transcend life and death. That is the emotion of being born as a human. Dijun slowly closed his eyes. His soul was already being merged by Taichu, and he was about to lose consciousness. But the power of this body is almost gone, not even as good as the injured Xiao Siming. "See Taikang, I will make you owe me a favor forever. Is this a kind of revenge?" Xia Guixuan bowed deeply. "Since the beginning of Xia, you have always been my nemesis. Others are not worthy." Chapter 654 Embers. Yao Wu looked at Dijun's back from behind. In fact, from her biased perspective, she felt that Dijin's choice had at least one reason. He just found a more decent ending to maintain his declining self-esteem. He was like an old man abandoned by the times. He tried his best but could only appear in the image of sneak attacks and escape every time, just like a rat crossing the street. The former prestige and so-called pride and dignity have long been a joke. He wanted to surpass his enemies, but found that his enemies were getting stronger and stronger, and had left him far behind. With his pride, he might have been unable to bear the desolate feeling of powerlessness and despair. So he chose an ending that could be remembered, so that his name was still engraved on the altar for future generations to pay tribute and look up to. Teichu was unlucky to become a background board that was dragged down. The so-called great shame was just an excuse for Dijin, or just one of the factors. Although she thought so in her heart, Yao Wu still eliminated her hatred. She had to admit that even so, this was still a respectable opponent, and pride and self-esteem surpassed everything. Perhaps Xia Guixuan could see it as well, but he was willing to protect the dignity of this old enemy and accept his unfulfilled favor. That was the ancient war song of the Kingdom of Gods, the last afterglow, which ended today. Xia Guixuan was a very nostalgic person, including his homeland and his enemies. Perhaps in his heart, he really valued Dijin a little more than Teichu. If there hadn't been pressure from Dijin, there wouldn't have been Xia Guixuan growing up in adversity, nor would there have been a lost path who didn't dare to move his emotions and continue to climb, and there wouldn't have been a different situation under the new star field. The cause and effect here finally came to an end. And Teichu, who was targeted by these two heroes. Of course, he could only go to the end of the road. Dijin's so-called self-dispersion cultivation was certainly not a matter of dispersing and finishing. At the same time, it also entangled and involved Teichu's soul. Teichu couldn't run away for a while, so he could only devour it. The soul was devoured, and the body's strength was also dispersed. He thought he had received an unparalleled body, but in fact it was just a useless and sick body. When Dijin opened his eyes, it was already occupied by Teichu. But what's the use? How could Xia Guixuan, who was eyeing it with eager eyes, give it another chance to escape? The first moment Teichu opened his eyes, he saw a palm enlarged in front of him. The seal of return to nothingness slapped towards the spiritual platform. Teichu subconsciously parried, but found that this body was just like a mortal, and it was useless. Can Teichu occupy the body of a mortal and bully others? Of course it can. Maybe Taking will be bullied. Unfortunately, it was Xia Guixuan who was facing it. Its parry was shattered like a dead tree or rotten wood, and the seal of return to nothingness was already pressed on its spiritual platform. The air was silent. The desperate struggle in Teichu's eyes gradually dimmed, and he sighed softly. Without me expanding the universe, there would be no cultivation for you. Even Xiao Siming, who has the greatest influence on you in this world, was created by me. Xia Guixuan's eyes moved slightly, but he did not answer. Xiao Siming also frowned slightly on the side, and for a moment he didn't know how to respond to Teichu's words. Why does it sound like everyone is ungrateful, drinking water and forgetting the well-digger, and she, Xiao Siming, is an unfilial daughter? You were a cultivator who was determined to seek the truth and explore the limits, so you should understand my actions best, Teichu said slowly. Everything I do is nothing more than one experiment after another, in order to verify whether there is any scenery above the Supreme. Is this your heart when you are looking for the Supreme Path? Xia Guixuan finally said. Yes, in this lonely and difficult search for the truth. Do you care about the life and death of others? No. So what qualifications do you have to shout and kill me, thinking that you are righteous and I am the villain? Teichu sneered. It's just because the people used as experimental subjects are you and your relatives and friends, and this is your planet? At this time, you feel that it is wrong. You are like this, and Dijin is also like this. Both are double standards. Of course, this is the position of being born as a human being, Xia Guixuan said lightly, but you are also wrong in one thing. Which one? Maybe I may have used others as experimental subjects in the past, but that was in the past, and you know that my path has changed, Xia Guixuan said. Since I would get angry when my relatives and friends and I were used as experimental subjects, then you should know that you should not do to others what you do not want others to do to you. I was wrong in the past, then you were wrong too. I know my mistakes and correct them. What about you? Teichu frowned and said nothing. Xia Guixuan said, I am the king of Xia, and I regard the world as my slaves. I am the emperor of the East, and I regard all the gods as my comrades. I am the father god of Kanglong, And I wish that everyone in the star field is like a dragon. In the time of King Xia, I lost, and then I won. Isn't this clear? The heart of heaven is the human heart. You use all living beings as experimental subjects, and you will be retaliated. This is coming." He paused, and suddenly smiled. "The Zhou family used humans to do a bad experiment, and they are enemies of all living beings, let alone you," Teichu said slowly. "You are human, I am not, and your rhetoric has nothing to do with me. You once had the possibility of being a human, but you stripped it away by yourself." Xia Guixuan held Ahua's hand and sighed. "If you are the sky and Ahua is the human, the unity of heaven and man is the right way, but you stripped Ahua and blew her up as your experiment. Now you are you, and Ahua is Ahua, and you are no longer similar, just like the evil thoughts that I once destroyed." Long Gao, I don't know if history always repeats itself, or if every past event is a final rehearsal. Long Gao believes that Xia Guixuan may have considered letting Ahua merge back with Teichu. Apart from other things, just whether it is possible to create a supreme being would be something that a seeker would be very eager to know. But from Xia Guixuan's tone, he only wants to destroy it now. Looking at Ahua's expression, she held Xia Guixuan's hand and smiled like a flower. Obviously, she was also worried that Xia Guixuan would want her to merge, but she didn't want to merge with Teichu at all. She had only hatred for Teichu that could not be washed away by pouring 3 rivers and 5 lakes. Xia Guixuan would not ignore her feelings for his own experiment. "I told you during the Battle of the Eastern Emperor realm," Xia Guixuan said softly, "if anyone needs to evolve the universe, then, please do it yourself." As the voice sounded, the palm of the right hand that had always been attached to Teichu's brows bloomed with white light. The entire body of Emperor Jun suddenly exploded, along with the primordial key, and exploded into countless trillions of dust, scattered across the vast universe, and turned into endless stars. Just like when Ahua exploded, the shrinking universe began to form a form of outward impact and expansion again, and the exhausted cosmic energy was refilled again. The universe returned to tranquility, and all things began to revive. The primordial key did not die. It will never die, so Xia Guixuan said before in the 9 cauldrons that he would accompany it to a stalemate and see who would find a way to end the other first. But now there is no need to find it. Because of the attachment of Emperor Jun's body, the primordial key is still in the form of transformation from nothing to something, attached to every cell in every particle, evolving the stars in the sky, exactly like Ahua back then. It may still have consciousness, silently observing the every move of every civilization for billions of years, carrying out its big data collection, the so-called watching the long river of eternity and watching the rise and fall of civilization. That should not be borne by Ahua. No one can endure such loneliness, watching eternity without seeing or speaking. Maybe it's God's ability? Then please do it yourself. If Dijun is the afterglow of the kingdom of God, then Teichu can only be regarded as the embers. For Xia Guixuan, this is the end of everything. Xia Guixuan turned around, picked up Xiao Siming who fell powerlessly beside him, and said softly, "Sister, let's go home." Xiao Siming stretched out her arms to wrap around his neck, her beautiful eyes shining. Xia Guixuan lowered his head and kissed her lips. "From now on, there will be no Xiao Siming, only your wife." Xiao Siming murmured in response, "My Taikang will never run around again." Thousands of years later. Call eat, call eat, call eat. At both ends of the chessboard, Xia Guixuan and a handsome young man in a green shirt were playing chess. This game has been going on for more than 100 years, and it hasn't been finished yet. The supreme chess power is so terrifying. A young man in a red robe was watching the fight nearby, waving a folding fan. His expression was twitching as he seemed to want to say something but stopped. He tried to hold back but finally couldn't hold back anymore. "Brother Xia, Brother Qin. You've been fighting for 80 years, are you going to stop? According to the rules of the human world, this is a draw, it should have ended long ago, according to the rules of the human world? According to the rules of the human world, does he use the art of painting to wipe out the chess pieces in such a sneaky way?" Xia Guixuan was furious. "I thought you were great Taoists, but I was blind." Brother Qin was not convinced. "When I used the art of painting to wipe out the chess pieces, there were at least traces to follow. Who is so shameless as to use the power of returning to nothingness to make the chess pieces disappear directly?" The young man in a red robe tried to persuade them to stop fighting. All right, stop arguing, we are all not a good person. "You, Zhu, dare you to speak?" The 2 men pointed at him at the same time. "Who was the beast who said he wanted to watch us play chess?" tricked us into a war, and then secretly stole all the drunken immortal wine we brewed for 800 years to feed your wife. Oh, don't be so stingy. My family's cultivation is a little worse, so let's share it. Zhu quickly changed the subject. Old Xia, Teichu is like this. Aren't you afraid that it will secretly revive one day and repeat your story? I'm not as crazy as it is. I watched Ahua revive and observe the collapse of the universe. If I saw it revive, I would just press it. What's the point of repeating it? Xia Guixuan casually played a meaningless chess game. Besides, now human exploration has already reached a multidimensional universe. Is this piece of land really so tempting? Brother Qin said. So, there's really something above the supreme. It's unknown. Xia Guixuan said. Do you and I care? The three of them laughed. Things are endless. An endless pursuit is like this game of chess with a chain of robberies, which will never end. The most important thing for a person is to know what he needs, and that is the end. The one with the surname Zhu said. Speaking of which, old Xia, we have known each other for such a long time. There is something I have always wanted to ask you. I wonder if I should ask it. Huh? You and I are brothers. Is there anything that cannot be asked? Your nine-headed snake named Hunun likes GGG so much? It is said that he learned it from you. Right, maybe, but I haven't been GG for a long time. What I want to ask is it because you liked GGG in the past that you named your descendant Xiaji, or is that simply your incarnation? Xia Guixuan's forehead was full of blue veins. I have never seen such a boring supreme. The voice drifted far away, and a group of women were playing mahjong in a noisy manner. They scratched their heads when they heard the voice. This sentence is so familiar. Xia Guixuan, you have come to this day too, the end of the book. Postscript M. As expected, the estimated number of words is never reached. I expected 500,000 words for each volume, with a total of 2 million words. In the end, each volume was short of tens of thousands, and in the end, it was short of more than 300,000 words. What a shame. I was thinking of making it to chapter 666, but I couldn't even make it to these dozen chapters. I really don't know how to make it. Forget it. My health has been getting worse this year. I have severe insomnia. I often toss and turn. The worst time was 40 hours without sleep, and then I lay on the sofa until midnight. As a result, the rate of interruption in the later period is the highest in many years, and there are several interruptions every month. Then I won't force it, and I'll just do as much as I should. Anyway, I finally finished it. The beginning and the end are complete, and the beginning and the end echo each other. I am quite satisfied with the completion of this story. In fact, in terms of setting and conception, this may be my best book besides Light and Shadow. The structure is also very clear in terms of progressive levels. From the perspective of the later structure alone, it is worse than Spring and Autumn in asking, but the early gradual progress is slightly longer, and the past events are interspersed with flashbacks and the new world settings are mixed, so it will not be so fast to get into the play. There are also more explanatory paragraphs, and the rhythm is not as good as the previous books. Many people don't know what the protagonist is doing after reading 100 chapters. So how is the overall writing? It depends on personal opinion. There are some who like it, and there are also many who don't like it. This is normal. I also have some points that I am satisfied with and some that I am not satisfied with. However, according to my usual habit of laying the groundwork, the experience of following the updates is not as good as reading it all at once. Now that I have finished writing, those who couldn't keep up with the updates before might as well read it again. If you still don't like it, forget it. Perhaps you can read the 2 extra chapters first, which are after chapters 274 and 583 of the Kidian app, which are considered prequels, so that you can quickly understand the previous events and get into the story better. Relatively speaking, this story is more about the characters, and there are relatively few characters that are highlighted, and Lao Xia himself is more highlighted than the girls. Because it is difficult for the protagonist to highlight others when he appears invincible, once you intentionally highlight others and highlight the group, it is easy to make the protagonist appear not invincible enough, and the initial reading expectations are not met. You are invincible and you still need others. Jitra can't write invincible. Turning around, the protagonist has taken too much of the limelight, the female protagonist is not portrayed enough, Jitra has regressed, neither side is a person, and the words have been said. I want to take a middle point to please both sides. I am a little arrogant. I shouldn't think like this. The result is that I don't please both sides. Objectively speaking, the focus of this setting should be more on the protagonist himself, and the plot should be more focused on deciphering and connecting the worldview rather than emotional drama. This is very different from my previous style. Including the entire story background and writing style, I am challenging my previous comfort zone. StarCraft, Space Wars, etc. Many readers are not used to it at all. Until yesterday, someone still told me that it's too big, and I really don't like science fiction. In fact, where's the science fiction in this book? The invincible flow also lacks a lot of tension and expectation, and seems bland. Anyway, everyone knows that the protagonist can solve it. This is determined by the fundamental setting. The focus can only be on other aspects, such as chess and layout outside of force, world deciphering, etc. So it is understandable that many old readers are not used to it. When I was halfway through writing, I summarized in the quagmire that absolute invincibility and harem are difficult to be compatible, and this experiment is considered a failure. In the future, if I want to write this kind of thing, I can only be invincible at the same level. Overall, there must be an upgrade mode to be compatible, and the women I meet can basically be equal, and they will not be inferior to each other and difficult to portray. After all, the times are different now. We can't push women as the main plot like the Rampage did. The Rampage's invincible mode can't be applied here. The most regrettable thing is actually the Xia Guixuan line. What I want to express is very serious, but the political allusion is too obvious, which makes me hesitate to write, and it is written like a child's play. This is my problem, and it is very regrettable. Of course, I have already written it, and it is useless to regret it. I still have to write it well. There are still many readers who like it. Although this book is short, the story is relatively grand. Lao Xia is still quite colorful in many places and has his own charm. In terms of personal charm alone, it may be better than Qin Yi. After all, Qin Yi has to share a lot of limelight with Bang Bang, and Zhu Mu's martial arts have to give way to Kinkyu Jianli. Xia Guixuan is a combination of them. So there are also readers who think that this book is better than the previous one, although not many. In the end, it's okay. The final average subscription is 11,000 plus. Compared with the time when I got the 10,000 subscription badge, it didn't increase much, but it didn't drop either. It was so stable that I didn't bother to check the back end later. It was the same every time I opened it. As mentioned in a single chapter before, although the results did not exceed the Wendigo, it was also very good. The 100 alliances and 10,000 subscriptions were honored as 2 stars. The copyright for the comic adaptation has been sold, although there has been no progress yet. Which writer can surpass the results of the previous book with each new book? That would be invincible. Generally speaking, being able to stabilize is already a victory. The highest monthly vote was 23rd in May, which was also the highest ranking I have achieved since I started writing books. Unfortunately, with various interruptions and I was too embarrassed to ask for votes, it became worse and worse, and the good ranking was short-lived. But overall, this result is already very satisfying. Thank you all, whether new or old readers. Every author can complete the book smoothly without your support. Thank you. The above is an objective review and summary of the gains and losses, and the following is basically a complaint. It can be regarded as the anger accumulated over the past year, and I spit it out at this time. If you don't want to read it, just skip it. Don't say I'm making anyone uncomfortable. When writing this article, I reviewed the original comments on the launch of the book, and I was very sad. At that time, I had already expected that challenging the comfort zone might fail. After all, my level is limited. But at that time, I thought that even if someone didn't like it, they would think it is worthy of encouragement to not rely on old achievements and want to challenge yourself. Come on, I'll wait for your next book. As a result, although there are such comments in reality, they are few. Most of them are, I don't like it, so you should finish the book soon. The more you write, the worse it gets. It's a typical example of making money. How should I put it? I imagined the world too kindly. I am still so naive at my age. What's more naive is that I thought loud-by readers should agree with such immortals more, do whatever they want, don't care about the eyes of mortals, try it if they think it's interesting, play when they want to play, leave when they want to leave, show when they should, don't deliberately hide, and there is no need to pretend. This is how immortals play in the world. When I went to kindergarten and played with other kids, I definitely didn't study strategies like I did when playing World of Warcraft. I just played casually and laughed when I was bullied by other kids. Does anyone care? As a result, there was a group of people who thought they were really smart. They said, Why don't you just use your mind to scan? Why don't you search the soul and read the mind? Why don't you make a plan before you act and observe others to figure it out first? They thought that such an immortal emperor was too low. Sorry, to this day I still think that such people are low to the core of the earth. Just playing in kindergarten and bullying others or making a plan before you act, who do you think is low? If you really make a plan before you act and look at your opponent, the level of Lao Sha when he gets serious in the later period is much higher than those who can't wait to put an I am the king on their foreheads in kindergarten. That's fine, it's just that everyone has different opinions. Everyone thinks that the other person is low. Anyway, it's almost impossible to convince anyone on the internet. The stupidest one is abandoning old readers to cater to newbies and write about a king of soldiers. It's not bad to make a living. I don't know if they think I'm mentally retarded or if the people who think so are mentally retarded themselves. I can understand that I mistakenly thought it was a Bing Wang style in the early stage. After all, Xianren game world does look very similar to Bing Wang style at first glance. If you are patient, you will know the difference after reading more of it. But it is amazing to conclude that I am catering to someone based on this. I went to the most suitable soil for Bing Wang style on the external site, but I didn't write Bing Wang style. Instead, I ran back to the least suitable place for Bing Wang style at the starting point to write Bing Wang style to cater to someone. Do you think I have the same IQ as you? Reading some people's comments, I really feel that people can never understand each other. I can't understand the brain circuits of people who don't understand anything but think they know everything. They also can't understand that some people write books just to realize some ideas in compositions. By the way, are these people really old white? Smile. Don't despise Xiaobei. Xiaobei is much cuter than these people. In fact, everyone can see that this book is more brain-burning than the previous ones. Not only does it not cater to the lower intelligence, but it is more niche, more difficult to write, and more brain-racking. This is particularly aggrieved. So don't blame some colleagues for writing endlessly in the same mold, because once they fail to write something else, it's not just a matter of money, but the ridicule and malicious speculation they will receive far outweighs the goodwill. There are really not many people who can withstand the pressure. My performance is not considered a failure, but it's like this. What do you think will happen if I really fail? Sometimes a certain atmosphere will lead to a carnival of conformity. For example, during that period, I was scolded a lot, which led to all kinds of people who used to criticize Chunqiu and Wendao to come out to celebrate the new year. Jicha was originally written badly and there were no heroes at the time, so Jicha became famous all came out. It was a mess. I didn't see any old fans who objectively criticized the new book refute these people. Everyone was celebrating the new year together, and I was the only one who gritted my teeth and quietly showed what I wanted to write. This is a small matter. What's amazing is that there are several people who spread rumors about me, making up things I didn't say or taking things out of context and spreading them everywhere. I guess many old brothers still remember them. These people probably think that they can take advantage of the atmosphere of disappointment of many real readers to add fuel to the fire and trample me to death. Unfortunately, I am alive and well. Because in fact, there are still many people who like the book. Most readers are reading it silently. Even if there are readers who don't like the book, most of them are just discussing the book, not targeting people. Of course, the IQ of haters or fools can't understand it. I was very angry during that period. When I was angry, I might have mistakenly aced some normal readers. I was so angry that I had to take leave and stop updating because of some trivial things. It was all caused by the wrong emotions during that period. I apologize to everyone here. Understand the feeling of being attacked by all kinds of rumors and black ropes. It is not something that can be simply ignored by a simple ignore them. There are always brothers who advise me not to read. In fact, if I really don't read anything, I won't even hear your words of advice. I have become a machine that will never communicate with readers, which is what I don't want to see. But later I slowly moved towards this direction. You can find that I rarely show up in the group and rarely reply to the chapters. Maybe this is the final evolution direction of online writers. In short, as the mainline unfolds, good reviews gradually rise, and the environment of chaos has improved. As my health deteriorated, my mood became more and more Buddhist, so I just let it go. It's not like no one appreciates my serious writing of books. I can't even guarantee updates for the people I like, so how can I have the time to care about haters or fools? So I simply quit all communities, including Weibo, Longquanyin, and Zhihu. I even rarely post on my public account, because even a few heartfelt words on the public account can be taken out of context and used to make a rhythm. Which is so disgusting that I don't even bother to open the page for a long time. It's better to make some advertising money, that's the real way to make money. Speaking of which, the public account seems to be useless. On the one hand, I post announcement about the downtime of the light and shadow link, and every day someone privately chats with me, Gita, I found that the light and shadow link is down, post XX words are left to finish the book, and every day someone asks how many words are left in this book, Gita. Forget it. In the end, only one car forum was left. I have been driving my old Excel for 10 years, and I am almost unable to drive it anymore. I planned to change the car, but I bought a house in the first half of the year and I have no money to pay off the debt. I can only become a keyboard god to understand the current car market. As a result, I found that the car forum is also full of smoke and fog, full of fans and haters, scolding this, criticizing that, pretending to be loyal, and being weird and angry. It seems that the whole network is like this, not just the online literary circle. Fortunately, it has nothing to do with me. Watching their performances gives me a sense of detached observation, which is quite like cultivating immortals. I have gone off topic. Thank you for your support, which at least gives me the confidence to say that many people like this story. Of course, it is normal not to like it. I respect everyone's taste. As long as you don't maliciously speculate and attack me, it doesn't matter if you give 0 points for the book. I am also grateful for having loved it. But if you come to me, you are a netizen and you can spray me. I, Gita, am also a netizen, and I can also spray back. Who doesn't have a keyboard? Don't make me act like a Gita man when I criticize capital, and have a bad attitude when I criticize you. Who are you sending it to? I just want to stand, no matter who it is. That's my personality. It's my luck to earn a lot, and I won't starve to death if I earn less. At most, I can drive the old KIU for another 10 years. There's nothing much else to say. I really need to treat my sleep. I have to stop for a while. When I appear again, I may not be this irritable chicken I originally wanted to end here, but I think many friends are concerned about the idea of changing the account, so I'll just say a few words. This idea was rooted in the period of writing As the Way, and it has nothing to do with this book. The experience of this book has at most strengthened this idea. The reason has been mentioned many times. With a strange name of carrying the banner of the harem, it has attracted no subscriptions, but endless reports. Various missing chapters have driven away genuine readers, and the piracy rate is so high that even the editor is shocked. A big name, but little inside. What is the purpose? To be praised by others? Not necessarily. If I don't write well, I will still be forced to leave the community. There are fewer people who speak up for me than those who defend Lei Shu. Then the requirements are very high. All kinds of imagination will happen. I am exhausted from avoiding Lei Shu, and the explanations are boring. I have a bad attitude after a few quarrels. Fast forward to this person. He is so arrogant that he dares not listen to the opinions of readers. Other authors will not recommend it after 100 chapters. It's good to be a harem. I should encourage him and hope he will persist. Gita will not recommend it after 100 chapters. It's a bad sign. I need to scold him. Yes, the same person said it. This is just a small example. There are other similar double standard remarks by not just one or two people, nor one or two kinds. Listing them all will make people laugh to death. Is it interesting? If you write the same thing as others, others should be encouraged, but Gita should be scolded? If others write something that is not Lei Shu, Gita should just write it? You say that expectations are different. I understand, but who can understand me? I don't have a heart made of flesh and blood. Do I deserve to be scolded? Am I not a living person? I won't be sad or heartbroken. Have I become a Buddha through cultivation? Forget it. It's better not to have this weird reputation. As a new author and a new account, put down all the burdens and write my own things quietly. It's better to earn less than I earn, so as not to be angry to death. It's more important to live a few more years. Well, of course, there are many readers who always support me. I can only say sorry to everyone again. There are really too many shackles, and I hope to untie them. This is not an escape, but a desperate move. It takes a lot of determination and courage to give up the reader base accumulated over so many years. There may be a high probability that this person will never appear again. But I decided to give it a try, and maybe I can present better works to everyone. Otherwise, if I continue, the possibility of complete failure is 100%. That's all. The postscript is longer than the main text, and it's meaningless. In the future, the mountains are high and the waters are long. No matter love or hate, everyone. See you again if we are destined. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.